Last year I talked about The Lion King to show that animation is also art. A movie does not need to be live action in order to be considered a masterpiece. And this year I want to do the same thing for video games. Just like animation, video games are also considered inferior by some people. Just like animation, video games are also considered a toy by some people. Just like animation, people think video games are just for entertaining children for a few hours. And just like animation, even sometimes the companies that are responsible for creating video games don't consider games art and just want to make lots of money with them. One of my favorite video game franchises that shows that video games are also art is God of War. Welcome to Retro Cafe. My name is Bashir and here we will celebrate the anniversaries of beloved cartoon franchises and game franchises. This year God of War will become 20 years old, and because of that I will talk about anything and everything that exists in the God of War franchise. It is a video game franchise, so it has games, but there are also some obscure video games that less people know about. And also God of War has a few books and comics here and there. And also this franchise makes cameos in other video games as well. And I will talk about all of them this year. I could talk about the history of this game, but other people have already done that, and also this video is already long enough. So let's dive into the video game right now, shall we? But before we do, note that I'm going to spoil everything about this game, both the story and also the gameplay stuff like the puzzles and hidden stuff. So it would be better if you have already played the game for yourself before watching this video. But if you haven't, don't worry. In my opinion, the God of War games are in a way that even after being spoiled you can still enjoy them. So if at the moment you don't have the opportunity to play this game for yourself, you can still watch this video, and when later you do find the opportunity to play this game, it won't harm your experience. This game has 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard and very hard. The classic God of War games happen in ancient Greek mythologies and you play as a man named Kratos. We start the game at the Aegean Sea. You can move with the left analog stick. With the right analog stick you can roll, which is useful for dodging. You can jump with the cross button. Tapping the cross button twice will result in a double jump. Pushing square will do a light attack. It can go up until a 6-hit combo. The triangle will do a heavy attack, which obviously does more damage than the light attack, but is slower as a result. At first you can't do any combos with it. With circle you can grab an enemy. After that you can do a few things with it. If you have grabbed an enemy, by pushing the circle button again you can hit the grabbed enemy a few times until it dies. If you push the cross button, it will cancel the grab. Pushing triangle will instantly kill the grabbed enemy, and with the square button you can throw the grabbed enemy at another enemy. You can also combine light attacks with the heavy attacks, which is much more effective because it helps you do the heavy attack faster and it also makes it even stronger. For example, one combo that has become a meme in this franchise is square triangle. Doing this will make the Kratos' blades glow and do a fire attack that is much more powerful than a regular heavy attack. This combo is called Plume of Prometheus. It has become a meme because in the easier difficulty levels, this move almost deals with everything, meaning you can finish the entire game by just spamming square triangle. But this is a misconception. Square triangle will always get the job done only in the easier difficulty levels. Try to finish the game on hard mode or very hard mode with only square triangle. It won't be easy. Although the combat of God of War games is nowhere near as deep as the likes of Devil May Cry, it is not as brain dead as some people say it is. On the hardest difficulty level, it actually requires you to think and use tactics in order to finish the game. On easy mode, yes, the game is pretty much just score triangle. But on very hard mode, it actually has a deep enough combat system. Most people would probably do score triangle on easy mode. But you know what is even cooler than score triangle? It is score triangle. So instead of 2 scores and 1 triangle, I like to do 5 scores and 1 triangle. So I basically do the 6-hit combo with the light attacks, but I would do a heavy attack instead of the final light attack. The combination of animation, sound design and the blood makes this combo very satisfying. Which makes me wonder why this combo doesn't have a name and is not featured on the moves list. Oh yeah, by pressing the start button, you will pause the game and see some menus. By default you see the power up menu, in which you can upgrade your moves and magics. You can change the menu by tapping L1 or R1. Another menu is called moves, which just like a fighting game shows the moves and the combos you can do. Some of them are locked, which will be unlocked by upgrading your stuff. Here you can see that the chain blades that Kratos uses is called the Blades of Chaos. By holding triangle you will send enemies to the sky. Hold it a little bit longer and as a result Kratos will ascend and reach the flying enemy. And then you can either do your light or heavy attacks in the air, or you can press circle and do a very satisfying grab attack. When the enemy is sent to the sky and you are on the floor, you can press circle, and in that case Kratos will grab it with his chain blade and hit them hard to the ground. You can also rotate it with the analog stick so that the enemy would hit another enemy. But I am not sure how exactly this ground to air grab works. It doesn't work for me most of times. But you should also note that I am not that much of a talented gamer, and I am not one of those type of people that can finish this game on very hard mode blindfolded. I might know more than a little bit than your average gamer for this game. But I'm not a pro either, I'm somewhere in between. The harder the difficulty level is, the harder the skin of the enemies become. So as a result, on the easy difficulty, if you throw an enemy to another, it won't do that much damage. But on very hard mode, it will pretty much kill the enemies. A proof that in harder difficulties you should think instead of rapidly mashing the buttons. You can block with the L1 button. Obviously the first type of enemies you see are the easiest to kill. The Goombas of the game basically. The Goombas of this game are called undead legionnaires, which are basically zombies with a sword, and they kinda have a light and heavy attack as well, but they are not any threat, and that's why they usually attack in groups. R2 is the interact button. For example, you can use it for opening doors or chests. Here you should press it to open this door. But for some cases like this, you should rapidly mash the R2 button to open the door. You should press and hold R2 to open chests. We have 7 types of chests in this game. Green ones that gives you health in the form of green orbs. On the top left of the screen, you can see the green health bar, the magic blue bar, which still isn't there yet at the moment because you still don't have any magic moves, and also a red bar that has a number next to it that shows how much experience point you have, which is used to upgrade your moves and magics. You can also see what magical power you have chosen, which is blank at the moment because again you don't have any magic attacks. There are blue chests that give you magic in the form of blue orbs, And there are also chests that change their color from green to blue or vice versa once in a few seconds, so you choose to increase your health or magic. The chests always completely fill your health or magic bar. There are red chests that give you experience points in the form of red orbs. You can also get red orbs by killing enemies. Also, when you are in combat, on the right of the screen, you will see a number that is your combo meter. The more you hit enemies, the higher the number goes. But if you get hit or don't hit any enemy for a while, it will go back to 0. There are a few specific numbers that when you reach them, they will directly add to your experience points without any red orbs. There are also 3 types of non-colored chests. Some of them gives you red orbs. Some of them gives you a Gorgon Eye that collecting 6 of them will increase your maximum amount of health, and some of them gives you a Phoenix Feather that collecting 6 of them will increase your maximum amount of magic. If you already have collected all the Gorgon Eyes and / or Phoenix Feathers, they will give you red orbs instead. There are some breakable objects that if you break them you will get some red orbs. A Hydra will attack you. Each time it moves its ear thingies, you have to hold the block button. When the Hydra receives enough amount of damage, it will be knocked out and then a circle appears above its head. If you press circle, it will start a quick time event. God of War is famous or infamous depending on the person for having QTEs. Even to this day, that barely any game has QTEs in it, God of War still has them. I think God of War and Sonic the Hedgehog are the only video game franchises that still have QTEs in them. The first QTE of this franchise is simple, because this one only has triangle, and it never changes. After that, we reach a platforming section. This game has lots of it. The first game is kinda an action platformer. Most people don't like it, but I actually like it because action platformers, or platformers in general, are my favorite video game genre. I actually don't like the fact that from the second game, we started seeing less and less platforming sections in each game. So much that eventually they completely removed the platforming from the franchise. Seriously, the modern games don't even have a jump button. I went through the 5 cycles of grief first time playing a modern God of War game. There are some narrow platforms that you should walk on. If you fall, Kratos will grab the edge of it, and you should press cross quickly to climb up back to where you fell from. But the first platforming section is safe. If you fall, you won't die, which is a good level design. Every game, each time it introduces a new gimmick, it should be in a safe place so that the player won't die. Because the player should first learn the mechanism in a non-stressful way that is not too punishing. When you have made sure that the player has learned the lesson, then feel free to make it difficult. After the platforming section, we see that a man doesn't want to be saved by you. Yeah, during the game, we see some people refer to Kratos as a monster, and also a few times we see that Kratos is doing some stuff that are not 100% heroic. God of War is one of, if not the, most famous series of games in which you are playing as an anti-hero instead of a 100% heroic character. Kratos is a morally grey character. Light grey in God of War 1, dark grey in God of War 2, and almost black in God of War 3. During the classic God of War saga, Kratos goes from chaotic good to chaotic evil. Some would say Kratos used to be a one-dimensional character that only knows anger. But this is another misconception. Kratos had always been a complicated character. He has done lots of bad things, but I won't say he is 100% evil or a one-dimensional character. The only game I say Kratos was 100% evil in it was God of War 3, But even in that game, he had his human moments. Kratos is not a monster. He is a human that have been through lots of things. Sometimes because of trauma and sometimes because of greed, he has done some messed up stuff. But there still is some humanity left in him. Some people think Kratos used to destroy everything in his way. But even from the first game, we see that there are some moments that he does not kill everyone who annoys him. And he pretty much has all sorts of feelings you can imagine. Then we see another type of enemies in the form of harpies. They are referred as half women, half bird beings. But to me they look like some weird looking bat creatures. And just like any bat in any game, they are annoying. But we haven't reached the most annoying versions yet. They can attack with their fangs and claws, and they sometimes dive into you. They aren't that much of a threat, but they also usually attack in groups, and they mostly exist to annoy you rather than kill you. The easiest way is to grab them, because Kratos will instantly kill them in that case. But unfortunately it doesn't give you red orbs, so use the blades if you are in need of red orbs. There are also a few humans here that killing them will give you green orbs. Kratos also grabs those innocent humans by default. You can say it proves that he's a monster, but I say these are just for gameplay reasons. Not everything that happens in gameplay happens in the lore and story. Then again, a Hydra shows up. It has a move in which it rotates that you can block it. It can also grab you. In that case, you should rapidly mash circle to escape. But don't tire yourself. You don't need to start pressing the exact moment it grabs you. Just start pressing when you see a circle on the screen. This is true in all the situations in which you should rapidly mash circle or any button. It can also hit the floor hard and you should dodge these ones. Blocking doesn't work. If you get too far, it can make you get near it by inhaling hard. It can also try to bite you, which can be blocked as well. After dealing with the Hydra for the second time, you should swim for a very short while. At the moment, you can't dive underwater, and you just can move on its surface with the left analog stick. In the first platforming section, you would fall in water if you fail. And it has a part that looks like there is something hidden under it, but there actually is no secret in it, because there is no new game plus mode in this game. In order to dive into water using the powers you will get later in the game at the beginning of it. There are some rumors about a remastered collection of all the classic God of War games for PS5, and even if it is just a rumor, why is it just a rumor? Sony, Santa Monica, don't you want to make a remastered collection? Do you hate money or something? And also don't just remaster the mainline trilogy. Also remaster the spin-off games as well. I wouldn't be mad if it was in a separated collection, but I would really appreciate if they are all in one collection. Also include the more obscure stuff like God of War Betrayal as well. Don't just give us the stuff in PS2, PS3 and PSP. There was also a text-based adventure game on Facebook or something, wasn't it? Find a way to include that as well. Also, you could go the Sonic Mega Collection Plus and Sonic Gems Collection way and include some extra stuff like the comics and the novelizations. One important thing that I would want in a God of War 1 remaster would be a New Game Plus. Then add something hidden here so that in a New Game Plus I would dive down and find it. After a very brief swimming section, we reach a climbing section. Again, you move with the left analog stick. You can press cross to move faster, and you can also do a light attack and heavy attack and also the grab in these situations, with less control and lack of combo moves of course. You will reach a glowing light, which is the save points of the game. You can save the game by pressing R2. Then you will reach the first puzzle section of the game, and it requires patience. By holding R2, you can hold a box and you should move it with the left analog stick. You can also hold cross to kick the box and make it move faster. But be careful because there are some undead archers that can destroy the box. They can also hit you with their bows if you get near them. Just like most archers in most games, they are pathetic when they are in low numbers. But in a high number on harder difficulties, they are quite annoying. You should reach the wall with the box in order to use it as a platform to jump higher and reach the rest of the game. You will see a locked door that requires a key. Then you will reach a rope. By jumping, Kratos will grab it and automatically go to another ship. Then you will get your first of the 4 magics of this game. You will see a hologram of Lord Poseidon's head. That is the way you will talk to the gods in this game. Poseidon tells Kratos that a Hydra is terrorizing his seas, so he gives us a power in order to kill the Hydra. The magic is called Poseidon's Rage. You can use it by pressing the right D-pad. You can activate your magical powers with the L2 button. It's kinda a screen nuke. When you use it, lightning will hit Kratos and it will damage all the enemies around him. It gives you a high combo. At first you can use this powerful move 3 times with a full magic meter. Then you will reach one of the only 3 boss fights of this game.
Back! Get them away from the ship! Why won't they die? It's the giant one! He keeps healing the others! No, God! We'll never get out of here! Doomed! We're doomed! We're off! Silent! Save me!
You will deal with the Hydras for the last time. There are 2 small Hydras and 1 big Hydra, and you should deal with the little ones first. The small ones act like the second Hydra encounter. When you deal enough damage to a Hydra, it will be knocked out, but the big Hydra will heal them, so you should trap them. The camera tells you that you should jump on the boxes next to the knocked out Hydra in order to jump on this platform, which will fall and stab the Hydra, and it will immobilize the Hydra. Do it fast before the Hydra gets up. After dealing with the small Hydra, you should climb to reach the big Hydra. The big Hydra can roar, which will send you down, but you won't fall if you are blocking. It can also bite you, but if you use the Poseidon's Rage when he does, you will avoid being damaged and also do a significant damage to the big Hydra. If you run out of magic, then dodge instead. After a while, it will be knocked out and you should grab him and then rapidly mash circle. It does heal itself, but don't worry. What you need to do is to use the Hydra's head to damage this stick, and you should repeat this cycle until the stick breaks. Then you should knock out the big Hydra one last time, and then with a QTE, stab the Hydra in the eye and kill it. Kratos is so strong that he can hold a being this big. By killing the big Hydra, the small Hydras die as well. Then we need to get inside the mouth of the big Hydra. We see that the boat captain that the Hydra tried to eat is still alive in his throat, but holding for dear life. Normally the protagonist will help people in need, but not in the case of Kratos. Some would use this cutscene to show what a monster Kratos is, even Kratos himself. In the Valhalla DLC of God of War Ragnarök, Kratos refers to this moment as one of his most monstrous moments. But did you guys pay attention to this door that is only locked from outside and the women that were trapped in it? This boat captain was transporting slaves. He wasn't a good guy, he deserved to die. Kratos receives the key to that door. Then again, the camera shows us where we should go. See? We don't need to use the UI or the color yellow to tell the player where he or she should go. Just using the camera is enough. Then we reach the first save point again. The first God of War game is one of those linear games that gives you the feeling of a Metroidvania game. The structure of the game is overall linear, but there are a few times that you will revisit some places, and with the new powers or items, you could go to some places that you couldn't go before. Some people won't like being lied to like this, but I myself, as a person who sucks at Metroidvania games and doesn't love that many open world games, really like this illusion of freedom and exploration. Kratos reaches the door and opens it, but it's too late. Kratos killed the undead soldiers, but only 2 of the women survived. This is something that kinda traumatizes Kratos. At the moment, Kratos is seeking redemption because in the flashbacks, we see that he used to kill innocents a lot. Then we reach one of those moments. The old God of War games are also known for these. Some would say this is treating women like objects, and some would say this is actually a storytelling technique because it shows that no matter how much Kratos drinks or plays a specific kind of minigame, he won't forget the terrible things he has done in the past, and the guilt will continue mentally torturing him. But what do I think? Well, for this case, I would say it is one of those very rare situations that they shouldn't do the whole show don't tell thing. I know that at least in the first game, this was just a tool for storytelling, and there wasn't any bad intentions behind it. They're just showing how it used to be in that times. But I also understand that some people would be offended by it. I think the best way would be giving the option to the player. The game could have 2 modes. One mode including those stuff, and one safe mode for people who would be offended by it, or for streaming and content creation purposes. I mean, look at the video right now. So yeah, don't censor it in the rumored remasters. Instead, have an optional save mode in order to satisfy both sides of the conversation. If you did a good job during the combats before this minigame, after successfully doing the minigame, you will receive enough amount of red orbs to upgrade the Blades of Chaos. I usually upgrade the blades to the max level and then start upgrading the magic attacks. After a while, you will reach the gates of Athens. Now you will see the cursed legionnaires. They are a more powerful version of the undead legionnaires, and also the most common type of enemies in this game, or at least the first half of it. They have a light attack and a heavy attack that does a significant amount of damage in harder difficulties, but fortunately they are very well telegraphed. It basically shouts at you to block his heavy attacks. So as a result, in very hard mode, their light attacks are more dangerous than their heavy attacks, because the light attacks aren't that much well telegraphed. They also attack in groups, and in very hard mode, if you don't pay attention, they can kill you in a few seconds. They can even grab you, and you can escape it by rapidly going left and right. This situation will happen with a few more enemies that can grab you. Also, in order to grab them, you should stun them first. The most effective way of dealing with them is to launch them in the air and then grab them in the air multiple times. When the blades reach level 2, you can unlock some new moves. Apollo's Ascension. Hold L1 and press cross to do an attack while you do a high jump. It is similar to when you hold triangle. It is faster than holding triangle, so I would use this move instead in order to launch enemies in the air. Apollo's Offensive which is Apollo's Ascension but for when you are in the air. You should use these moves together, they complete each other. Hermes Rush. By pressing R1, Kratos will jostle and it will do a small amount of damage. Hermes Stomp, which is Hermes Rush but in the air. I sometimes use this move to fix my jumps, but the one ability that I actually use for combat from this upgrade is the Rage of the Gods. It has a meter on the down right corner that when it is full, you can push both R3 and L3 to activate it. If just like me you live under a rock, L3 and R3 are the analog sticks. They are buttons as well. When you activate it, for a short while your attacks will become much more powerful and faster. Also, you won't be knocked back, but you will still take a little bit damage. You will later reach a level and by activating it, you will reach the Minotaur grunts. They are on-throw balls that wield axes with a light attack and heavy attack. You can deal with them in the same way you can deal with the Cursed Legionnaires. Killing them will give you red orbs, but if you stun them and then finish them off with a QTE, they will grant you green orbs instead. You will reach the Cyclops. All their attacks are slow but strong. The best way to deal with them is square triangle. Then you can finish them with QTEs. I should also mention that this game usually rewards exploration. Most of times there are hidden chests here and there. After dealing with the Cyclops, you will reach another puzzle section. You reach a room full of platforms. Some of them are on boxes and you should break them. Then you meet the goddess Aphrodite. She wants to give you another magical power, but first you have to earn this gift. She summons Medusa, the queen of the Gorgons. She asks us to kill her in order to get her powers. You can deal with her just like the Cursed Legionnaires and the Minotaurs. She can turn you into a stone in a few seconds. When it happens, you should rapidly go left and right to break free. And after that, guard fast to block her hits. Also, each time she dodges, you should guard as well because she will attack very soon. A well-timed block can also damage her a little bit. Also, she can't freeze you when you are rolling. And also don't jump if she is freezing you, because then you will fall as a statue and get shattered to pieces and instantly die. After a circle appears above her head, you should grab her and start a QTE. This one requires you to rotate the left analog stick. Do it successfully and Kratos will decapitate her. Now you can use her head as a magical weapon. The power is called Medusa's Gaze. You should press the left directional button to choose it, and then you should hold down L2 to aim an enemy and then hold down square to freeze them in a few seconds. Then you can easily break them. After killing a few enemies and climbing a ladder, you will reach a big bow. You can use it to shoot big arrows. You should pull a lever to change its direction and then use the bow and arrow to break a wall. But you can also shoot at left and right to reveal some hidden chests. During the climbing, when you reach the edge of the wall, you can press the jump button to go to the next wall. Then we see that Medusa is a regular enemy now. Some would consider the first Medusa encounter as a boss fight. Finishing them off with the QTE will yield blue orbs. While moving while hanging from the rope, if you press cross, Kratos will let it go. Pressing square will do a quick jab, triangle will do a long but slow swipe, and circle will grab and kill the enemy in one single slow move. Then we see a hologram of the Oracle of Athens. She tells us to go to her temple to find out how to kill Ares, the god of war. Yeah, that's the big mission of this game. For 10 years Kratos was serving the gods to be forgiven, and now killing Ares is his final task. Here I will upgrade my blades to level 3. You will unlock the Cyclone of Chaos that you can do both on floor and in the air. You should hold down L1 and then press square to do many hits to the enemies. This is my least favorite move in this game, because I don't find it that much useful, and also there are so many situations in which I died because of this move. Sometimes I just want to guard, but the timing of blocking and attacking isn't very accurate, and Kratos will do this move instead of blocking. So as a result I become vulnerable and die. Spirit of Hercules lets you do a 3-hit combo with your heavy attack. Valor of Hades is the same, except instead of the final triangle you press square. But again we have one very fun and useful power called Hades Revenge, which is the parry mechanism of the game. If you block the attack, the moment the enemy's weapon will hit you, you will go into parry mode for a second, and you can either press square or triangle or R1 to do a powerful attack. Each of them do a different animation. Triangle is my favorite and R1 is my least favorite. This is so fun that makes me wonder why we don't have the parry mechanic from the beginning of the game. Before getting this power, I want to do the parry a few times and I just forget that I don't have it yet. You will reach another puzzle section. There is a button that if you stand on it, a gate will open, but you obviously can't stand on it forever. So instead you should freeze an enemy on it and then cross the gate fast. Then you will reach a place full of chests, and you can easily reach all of them except for one, which requires you to use this box as a platform, but the minotaurs can break it. So I had to restart from the last checkpoint a few times to reach the chest. You can press the select button to pause the game, and then you have the option to continue or open the options menu or restart from the last checkpoint or quit the game. Then you find ropes that you can swing from by holding circle and jump to another rope by pressing cross. You can also rotate and go up and down with the left analog stick in order to find some hidden chests. Then you will see the Cyclops brutes. They use a gigantic bone as a weapon. They can also stomp Kratos or pick him up and throw him hard on the ground. Also, the grab here is annoying because sometimes Kratos will aim the people instead of the monsters. A woman is running away from Kratos. The woman will fall to her death while running away. You should reach her corpse and pick up her key, then go through the same way again. But this time you will see magic legionnaires. They are the undead soldiers, except they have a magical shield that you should first break them with square triangle and then kill them. Then you can open a door with the key. You will reach vines that you can climb. When you reach the top of it, you should pull back the left analog stick and double jump to reach the other wall. Then you will reach the wraith. They have blades instead of hands, and their lower body is ghost-like. They have light attacks, and also they can dig and go under the floor and become invulnerable. In that case, guard and start attacking when they are done attacking. In this game, the best way to kill them is to just grab them a few times. Yeah, that's simple. Before knowing this, they were annoying, but now even in very hard mode, they are not a threat, unless they are paired with Cyclops. In that case, they become a nightmare because the Wraith require you to stand still, but the Cyclops require you to move. You will reach another puzzle section, in which you should use a lever to rotate a movable big bow in order to break a door. Then you will meet Lord Zeus. He gives you the magical power Zeus's Fury. You can choose it by pressing the down directional button. Then you should hold L2 and then press square to do a projectile attack. You can also do it rapidly. There are some archers that you can't reach them and you should use this magic to kill them. You can swing on some ropes to find more chests. There are some archers to kill with projectiles, but they are so far that you can't receive their red orbs. This is a problem that should be fixed in a remaster. Then a lever needs to be pulled to make a bridge, but Kratos can't reach it. There is a guy next to it, but he doesn't do it because he is a coward. So you will need the Zeus's Fury. I usually get this power before reaching this guy, so it's even funnier in this case.
You! I must get across! Release the lever! Extend the bridge!
No! I won't let them get me. They won't get across. These monsters, they'll tear me apart.
Coward!
We see the Oracle being kidnapped. After following the Oracle, we reach an encounter with fire harpies. They are the most annoying enemies in the game. They are like regular harpies, but with one additional attack. They can go high out of reach and then aim and dive bomb into you and explode and do a significant amount of damage to you in very hard mode. Also, sometimes I want to roll to avoid this move, but they are so fast that they damage me anyway, and then Kratos decides to roll when there is no need for rolling and I just lose the opportunity to grab and kill the fire harpy. There are also Medusas to make the situation worse. Then you will see a gravedigger. He seems to be a Rafiki kind of character, but in later games they show that he is Zeus in disguise. Then we reach another puzzle section. There are some holes that harpies come out of them. You should cover them with statues. When I reached the next save point, I could upgrade the blades to level 4. Now we have the power Rising Helios. You should hold L1 and press triangle. It's kinda like L1 plus square. And also Falling Helios, which is Rising Helios but for when you are in the air. Hermes Fury, which allows you to do a 3-hit combo with R1. And finally Achilles Fleet, which allows you to press cross after rolling to do a fast attack. Then you reach another puzzle section in order to save the Oracle from falling to her death. You should put one statue on top of another one and then put them in a place to use them as a platform. Then you must do a short platforming section in order to save the Oracle. It's easy. After saving the Oracle, she will open a gigantic door for Kratos to start his journey to the Pandora's box, an object that Kratos needs to kill Ares. But before it, she reads Kratos' mind and sees his dark past. This annoys Kratos, but again, against what some people think, Kratos did not go rage mode to kill her. Now you are in a desert and can barely see anything, so you should rely on your ears. There are 3 sirens that you should find them by listening to their singing, which is relaxing and creepy at the same time. Killing all 3 of them will open a door. But the annoying thing is that the first siren is always in front of the door, so some backtracking is needed. I want the remaster to have all 3 of them available at the same time so that I could kill the one in front of the door the last. The sirens are very fast, so only use light attacks or projectiles to defeat them, and also be fast and ready to guard all the time. Also, some Minotaur would assist the second and third siren. Only focus on the sirens because the Minotaurs would keep respawning until the related siren dies. Then you will enter a hallway. You should carry a stone to use it as a platform, but the ground is moving backwards and also enemies attack. Destroy this thing to make the floor stop moving. Then you can use a trumpet to open the path to Kronos, the last titan. But before reaching him, you should fight multiple sirens. Then Kratos will climb Kronos in order to reach Pandora's temple. Yeah, a gigantic dungeon is built on Kronos' back. Kratos had to climb for 3 days. How didn't he die from thirst and hunger? After crossing a bridge, we can meet the body burner. He is the first person to attempt the temple and the first to die. And now as punishment, he is cursed to burn the body of the rest of the failed soldiers. He opens the door for you, but first you should kill a few Cyclops desert kings. They are like Cyclops brutes, but much more powerful. Then you can finally reach Pandora's temple. In it you see the desert wraith, which are just like regular wraith, but slightly stronger. Then you will enter a ring-shaped place called the Rings of Pandora. It has a hallway with traps that you could cross. Then pull a lever to disable the traps. Then pull another lever to create a beam of light, but a door with the shape of a skull on it is blocking it. So you should find its key. Go back and pull another lever. It rotates the stage in one direction and it leads to 4 hallways, but it moves very slowly. In a remaster, I want its speed to be doubled at least, and so should the speed of upgrading your stuff. That takes a long while as well. You should rotate the stage until a new power is revealed. You will meet the goddess Artemis. She gives you your secondary weapon called the Blade of Artemis. It is a sword, and if you press L1 and R1 at the same time, you can equip or unequip it. Kratos does it by combining his 2 blades. I used to like this weapon, but not anymore, because it is only useful in easy mode and maybe normal mode, but not on harder difficulties. On easy mode, yeah, I don't upgrade anything else and wait until I get this sword and then upgrade it to maximum. In that case, I can kill any type of enemies in just a few hits. But even on normal mode, I am helpless with it sometimes. So I just use the Blades of Chaos and I first upgrade them to the max level and then the magics, and when everything else is upgraded to the max level, then I start upgrading this one. And I recommend you to do the same thing, because this sword is basically useless, and also we get it too late in the game, so there is no time to experiment. When equipped, you can attack with square, circle or triangle. You can also hold L1 and press them or cross to do a slightly more powerful attack. You can also attack with R1. It does have variety, but it is nowhere near as varied as the Blades of Chaos. And here we see the fallen legionnaires, and for the rest of the game, they will become the most common enemy depending on the difficulty level. They are like the cursed legionnaires, but even stronger. Then you will reach a lever, pull it and then use the revealed rope to reach the lower section. After a rope encounter, you reach a shield that you should pick up. Then a trap will be activated and lots of enemies will attack. But they are in a way that you can easily kill them all without being interrupted and reach hundreds of combos. It's really satisfying. Then climb up the rope and enter the room. After killing the enemies, there is another puzzle. You should put a stone on a button to rotate a door. But the button is far from the door and you need to be next to the door. You can solve this puzzle by kicking the stone. There you can reach another shield that you should pick up. Then after opening the chests, jump down and put both shields on the gate to open it. You will reach a dangerous room. Go to the right for less backtracking. It will lead you to a timed combat encounter. If you are too slow, you will die. Winning the battle lets you pick up a handle. Now go back to the dangerous room and solve the puzzle. You should time it well and pull one lever after another and pass the door before it closes. You will reach another room with enemies in it. After dealing with them, put the handle where it belongs and rotate it. Also, don't forget to go behind the statue and open the chest to collect a Muse key. Later, it will reward you greatly. You will see a grave. Open it. There is a skeleton in it. Separate its head by rapidly mashing the interact button. Then another room will open that will make you revisit a room. Now you should use the skull to open the skull-shaped door. It will lead to a smaller ring-shaped place with a boulder following you. You should reach the stairs and walk on the boulder to reach a ladder and get rid of the boulder and continue your journey. You will see a new type of enemies. Cerberus seeds. They are demonic puppies that can bite you or curl into a fireball and throw themselves at you. Kill them as fast as you can, or else it will grow up and turn into a Cerberus breeder, which are giant three-headed dogs that can attack you with their sharp claws and also throw fireballs at you. And also create Cerberus seeds. We will reach a room with a lever in the middle of it. Pull it to slowly open your path. You will see some chests that if you want to open them, you should be as fast as possible or else you will die in the trap. Then you will see the Legionnaire Captains. They are the most dangerous type of undead soldiers. If you don't know their weakness, they will be the most challenging enemies. But in order to deal with them easier, you should launch them in the air and then grab them in the air. And also grab them on the floor when there is a circle above their head. But again, be careful. They are great at guarding and also their attacks are powerful yet fast enough. At this point, I will upgrade my blades to the max level, and the upgraded damage and the new moves help a lot. There is this power called Lanes of the Furies that can be done both on floor and in the air. You should hold L1 and press circle to dive down and do the attack. It's much more powerful if you hold circle instead. And it's the only L1 attack that I use because of how strong and how satisfying it is. Each time I fail at launching these guys to the air, and as a result only I am in the air, I use this power. And also there is a power called Might of Hercules. With this power, you only need to use square twice. Only tap it the first time, but hold it down the second time. It will automatically do multiple powerful attacks, and the final one throws the enemies. But one thing it doesn't show you is that if you tap a square twice instead of once before holding it, it will do it much faster. So instead of square hold a square, do square hold a square. Start practicing it from here. You will need it at the end of the game on harder difficulty levels. Also now you have infinite magic when the Rage of Gods is active. After killing the enemies, you should climb and go left. But first go right and open a chest and collect the second Muse key. Now you reach another hall. There are some soldiers trapped in cages hanging from the ceiling. You should enter a room and pick up a handle. Then go back and put the handle where it belongs. Rotate it so that one caged soldier would come down. You should carry the cage with the soldier in it to the room. Put it on a button and then pull a lever to burn the soldier to death. It is a sacrifice that is demanded in order to open a door. You could say that this sacrifice proves what a monster Kratos is, but if you ask me, it was a necessary sacrifice. He killed one person in order to save many more. Also on the way, legionnaire captains will attack. After this, you will reach a place with Poseidon's trident in it. Acquiring it lets you swim and breathe underwater. Yeah, it is not a weapon. While in water, press square to dive and press cross or triangle to surface. I like the underwater sections of this game because there is no need for combat underwater, so you won't feel limited, so you can relax and only focus on exploration. So as a result, I have fun with the underwater sections. There are some walls underwater that you should hold R1 for a short burst of speed that can also break these kind of walls. There are two Neods that are hiding behind walls, and by kissing them you will receive phoenix feathers. If you know what you are doing, you can receive the final phoenix feather. Not literally the last one, but the game won't give you more Gorgon eyes and Phoenix feather if you collect a certain count of them. You should use R1 to move faster and avoid being killed. I didn't used to pay enough attention, but now I know that there is a breakable wall here. The satisfaction of exploration is something that other forms of media don't have. Finding a new place that you were unaware of in a video game is like opening a portal to a new world. Then you will reach another puzzle, if you can call it that. There is a lever that will pull up big stairs. You may say it means that you should go up, but actually when the stairs go up, a hole will be revealed under them that you should enter. It is a very simple thing, yet smart at the same time. What is this situation called? Thinking outside of the box? Then you will reach the Ring of Pandora again. Now you can swim underwater so you can reach new places. But before that, rotate the ring until you see a golden door and then insert the two Muse keys into it to open the door. You may have collected all the Gorgon eyes and Phoenix feathers, but you can still increase your health bar and magic bar once more here. So yeah, when you have visited the Rings of Pandora for the third time, you will have maxed out both your health bar and magic bar. You will meet the Centaur. They are powerful yet fast foes that also have projectile attacks. There are two rings. You should kill 4 of them in each ring to do the challenge. They are very dangerous in very hard mode. So I have to spam Poseidon's rage, and when I run out of magic, I will launch them to the air. Then grab them in the air and make them hit the floor hard. And then hold L1 and circle to do a big damage. It takes you to a maze. It is full of different enemies. You should find and kill them all to open a door. It leads you to a button. Stand on it so that a statue of Hades would rise from a long hole full of blood. Dive into the blood and pull a lever. Then climb the statue and rotate its head to reveal your path. You will reach a hall in which fire boulders are rolling through. It is kinda a puzzle. There are multiple doors on left and right, and only one of them leads to exit. Then you will see the Minotaur tormentors. They are the most powerful version of the Minotaur, and also they can't be launched in the air. Then you will reach the second boss fight of this game, and it might be my favorite boss fight of the franchise. Pandora's Guardian. He is a gigantic Minotaur with a full armor. Even on normal mode he can be a challenge, unless you have a fully upgraded Blades of Chaos. On easier difficulties it's doable, but on very hard mode staying on the floor is pretty much a death sentence. So you should literally have the higher ground. Then you can spam square square hold square. But be careful because even with a fully upgraded health, he can kill you in 3 hits. Each time he uses his left hand, use Poseidon's Rage or dodge, or else he will send you back on the floor. And each time he uses his right hand or both of his hands, you should guard. Each time he receives enough damage, he will run back and then run forward. Double jump in this situation to avoid the fires. When he runs away for the 5th time, run towards him and grab him to start a QTE. Do it successfully to stun him, then run back and pull this lever to throw a log at him and break his armor. Then repeat this cycle until his armor is destroyed, and then throwing the log for the 3rd and last time will stab him to the door and kill him, and part of the door will break and let you pass. This is my favorite boss fight. At first it seems very hard, but the more you practice it, the better you get at it. The moment you get cocky, you will die. But if you are careful all the time and have faster reflexes, you are always at control. It's so satisfying that a boss that used to give you a hard time becomes totally helpless against you. I can just feel how angry he gets about the fact that he can't do anything to me. But again, even if for just a single moment you think that you are special and he is weak, he will shut your mouth. It gives you confidence, but it also keeps your ego in check. I love this type of a boss fight. Then you can go upstairs and get the 2nd skull. Then go back and receive the final magic from Lord Hades. It is called Army of Hades, and this one is also kinda a screen nuke. You can choose it by pressing the up directional button and then activate it by pressing L2. It will summon some souls that will assist you in battle. Now you can go back to the Rings of Pandora and use the 2nd skull to open the 2nd skull door. Now you should use the levers to rotate the rings in order to make both these crystals face each other. Now you should make that beam of light. And when the crystals are facing each other and you are approaching the specific lever, the camera is telling you well done without a single word. I don't need a text box to tell me good job. I don't need to get tons of experience points. I don't want to see a big number. Sometimes just a simple thing like this satisfies me the most. This game does wonders with the camera. This is something that the modern God of War games don't do. Now you will see the satyrs. These ones are one of the most dangerous enemies. Even one of them is enough to kill Kratos. They are very fast, and if you just blink, they will eat half of your health bar. I don't think they have a weakness, so square hold the square it is, or you could freeze them with Medusa's gaze. Also, don't attack them when they are in this pose. Also, you can grab them and rapidly mash circle to damage them, but here's a health tip. Don't do it. It will damage your hands and the controller more than the satyrs. Also, you can grab them in the air, but again it isn't very effective.
Kratos had been in service to the gods long enough to know the Harpy had been sent as a warning, a reminder from his former master of the decision that had cost Kratos everything. Had it been that long since he'd almost met his end at the hands of the barbarians? That long since he'd traded everything to save himself?
Ares!
The sky split apart, and the god of war stepped through. Descending from Olympus, he saw the makings of a god in a mere mortal. Ares would save Kratos. He would turn him into the perfect warrior, his servant on Earth. Only a simple pledge of loyalty was required.
My life is yours, Ares. From this day, I shall carry forth your will.
And his fate was sealed. As promised, Ares rescued his new disciple, bringing forth the power of a god. destroying those who would slaughter Kratos and his men. As for Kratos, no mere sword and shield would befit the newest servant of the god of war. The blades of chaos, forged in the foulest depths of Hades. Once attached, the chains remained so, chained and seared to the flesh, a part of the bearer's body, a permanent reminder of Kratos' pledge. In return, ultimate power. The rage of Ares exploded from within. But soon, he would learn the true cost of such power. A cost too high even for Kratos to pay.
Wretched beast! I know who it is you serve!
Return to your master! Tell the god of war I am his no longer. Tell him he is not safe while I walk the earth. I will find Pandora's box.
And I will use it to see him tremble and fall before me.
Then you reach a section that you should either go up or right. Go right for less backtracking. You will reach another hard encounter. If you want to use the army of Hades, be careful, because their first priority is with the enemy that is on the highest place. So first deal with them, so that the army of Hades would aim the enemies you want. It will lead you to a puzzle. You should carry a stone fast to this place and use it as a platform in order to reach and collect this red necklace. Do it fast if you don't want to die. Then use this rope and enter this cave to go and get the second necklace. Then you will reach this place that you should use the two necklaces. After an enemy gauntlet, you will reach another puzzle, which is basically a jigsaw puzzle made out of stones. Then you will reach another platforming section, which is kinda part of a big puzzle. There are 3 buttons that need to be held down, but of course you are only one person, so you need some heavy stuff. After killing the enemies, rotate this thing, pull this lever to break this, and then rotate it again and pull the lever to keep this button pressed. Then go down and put this statue on this button. Then you have to stay on this button for a few seconds so that all 3 layers of the door would be opened. Then pass the door fast but careful. Okay, now I should mention this dead guy over here. He is the architect that built this dungeon, so like 75% of the game. You can read his notes during the game at lots of places, and even though he is dead in the entire game, he has an arc. Through reading his notes and witnessing the madness of this dungeon that includes these corpses, we realize that he was chosen by the gods to make this temple, but the hardness of the job combined with the cruelty of the Greek gods drove him insane. As a result, he killed his wife and 2 sons and integrated their corpses into this dungeon, and even he himself died at the end. We should also decap his wife and use her head to open this gate and reach probably the most annoying enemy encounter. But a fully upgraded Blades of Chaos and Army of Hades will be a great help. After that, you will finally reach the Pandora's box.
After 1,000 years, Pandora's box was at last freed of its confines. Kratos had found the means to destroy the god of war. Far away in Athens, Ares knew Kratos had succeeded in his quest.
So, little Spartan, you've recovered Zeus's precious box, but you will not live long enough to see it opened. I will see to that. Goodbye, Spartan. You will rot in the depths of Hades for all eternity.
As the life began to leave Kratos, his thoughts returned to that fateful night. Even in death, the memories, the visions would not fade. For how could he forget spilling the blood of his own family? A cruel trick orchestrated by the god of war.
My wife, my child, how? They were left in Sparta.
You are becoming all I'd hoped you'd be, Kratos. Now, with your wife and child dead, nothing will hold you back. You'll become even stronger. You will become death itself.
But as the flames consumed the temple, Kratos realized his true enemy was the god who once saved his life. The same god who had now taken everything from him.
Ares!
From this night forward, the mark of your terrible deed will be visible to all. The ashes of your wife and child will remain fastened to your skin, never to be removed.
And with that curse, all would know him for the beast he had become. His skin white with the ash of his dead family. The ghost of Sparta had been born. In the end, in death, he had failed. As the minions of Ares claimed Pandora's box, Kratos' life faded, and his cursed soul was cast into the fires of Hades. And Kratos fell into the underworld, the river Styx beckoning below, the currents strong enough to carry even the strongest mortal to his eternal resting place. But Kratos had no intention of resting yet. He intended to live, to return to Earth and complete his quest.
Let go, fool! You won't drag me down to that cursed river!
There is a task left for me above. I will see it completed.
You again?
We are at the final level of the game, and it obviously is one of the hardest levels. The enemies of this section are made out of fire, meaning they are more powerful. But this level is hard mostly because of the platforming. Most people dislike it, but I actually like the challenge of this level. I'm a type of guy who loves platforming so much that I even like the challenge of Labyrinth Zone in Sonic 1. Yeah, I even like that level. When you reach the end of the level, a rope will be sent down and you need to climb it to escape. I should mention that this is one of the few moments in the game that you see a cutscene, then you hold forward a little bit and then another cutscene. I want these sections to be removed in the remasters, because they barely count as interactions. I would rather have one big cutscene instead of two small cutscenes that are separated by just holding forward. The rope was sent down by the Gravedigger. We see the enemies that we encountered at the beginning of the game to see how stronger we are now. After a short while, it's time to kill Ares.
Kratos had traversed the desert of lost souls, bested the deadly traps of Pandora's temple, and escaped Hades itself. There was but one task left.
Zeus! Do you see now what your son can do? You cast your favor on Athena, but her city lies in ruins before me. And now, even Pandora's box is mine! Would you have me use it against Olympus itself? Kratos returned even from the underworld. Is this the best you can do, father? You send a broken mortal to defeat me, the god of war?
After thousands of years, Pandora's box was finally opened. The power of the gods unleashed.
You You're still just a mortal. Every bit as weak as the day you begged me to save your life.
I am not the same man you found that day. The monster you've created has returned to kill you.
You have no idea what a true monster is, Kratos. Your final lesson is at hand.
This is the third and final boss fight in the game. On easy and normal mode it isn't a challenge, but on hard mode and especially very hard mode it is a difficulty spike. It has 3 phases. The first phase isn't that hard. His most dangerous attack is the non-blockable one that stuns you with his hammer. It takes a little health, but the dangerous move is the attack that he does after that, which will take around 90% of your health on very hard mode. He can also shoot fire from his hammer, which is easily blockable. He also punches and can use an axe. He can use his tentacles as a weapon as well. Again, all of them are easily blockable. The other dangerous move is when he goes to the sky and shoots lots of fireballs at you and you should dodge them. There isn't any strategy to it. You just need to be careful. Also, you can kinda cheese this part. The way I tackle this phase is like this. First I use the army of Hades once. Then I do square square hold square. But I will always be ready to dodge or block. When I can use Army of Hades again, I will activate the Rage of the Gods. Now that I have infinite magic, I will use Army of Hades and Poseidon's Rage as many times as I can. When I run out of Rage of Gods, I will stop using magic because I will need a full magic meter for the next phase. Then again, I will do square square hold square, but I will be careful to dodge or block when I need to. After a short while, a circle appears above Ares' head. Grab him and do the QTE to go to the next phase. Then I will get enough orbs to have a full health, magic and Rage of Gods. Also on very hard mode, after this phase I will get enough red orbs to even upgrade the Blade of Artemis to the max level. So yeah, after Ares phase 1 on very hard mode, I will have maxed out everything. But on the other 3 difficulty levels, I will max out everything except for the Blade of Artemis. I will be missing around 200 XPs or something. I don't know if it is because the final boss is more rewarding in this difficulty level, or is it because the enemies are more durable and thus I have to hit them more, so as a result I will have a higher combo and gain more XPs.
Flesh that burns, bones that break. But to break a man's spirit is to truly destroy him. Do you recognize this place, Spartan? The location of your greatest failure? Perhaps there is a chance you can undo the deeds of the past.
The nightmares that had haunted Kratos for the past 10 years had now taken form and substance. His past stood before him.
Kratos! What's happening? Where are we?
By the gods, can this be real?
There is nothing you can put in my way to stop me. I will save my family.
Then we reach the second phase, and it is figuratively and literally a nightmare. Kratos needs to save his wife and daughter from his clones. I consider this part a psychological horror, easily the scariest part of the entire God of War franchise. It is also stupidly hard. I know it is called very hard mode, but the problem is that this part is much harder than the rest. If the entire game was stupidly hard on very hard mode, it would be fine, but when only one part of the game is like that, it is bad. Again, totally doable in easy and normal mode, hard but still possible on hard mode, but on very hard mode I suffered a lot at the final boss. On easy and normal mode I would just deal with the clones, and each time a clone comes that uses a projectile, I will use the army of Hades. On hard mode I will use it each time my family takes too much damage, and then I will hug them to give health to them. On very hard mode I just hope I can make it. Each time I feel like my family is going to take too much damage, I use the army of Hades. When I run out of magic, I will use Rage of Gods so that I could spam army of Hades and Poseidon's Rage. Also, it will fill my magic bar as a result. Then I would again use more army of Hades. And when I run out of magic, I will kill clones either with the blades or grabbing to get blue orbs and use Zeus's fury to deal with the clones with projectiles. Remember when I said practice score hold the score like a decade ago? Here is where you need it. By this move, you can throw the clones away from your family, which should be your first priority. Don't let the clones even touch your family. At the beginning of this phase, even if they take a single hit, I would restart the phase. Also, I consider this part of the game one of the best cases of video game storytelling. Some would consider stuff like The Last of Us or God of War 2018 as the best video game stories. And although I agree that there are some really good stories, I won't consider them the best. I believe that the best video game stories are the ones that take advantage of the fact that the story is happening in a video game. Stuff like Undertale, for example. If you turn that game into a movie or something, it would still have a good story, but won't have a great story, because some of its storytelling techniques were executed with interaction in mind. Stuff like the story of The Last of Us could be easily told in another form of media. So no, even though these cinematic video games have great stories, they are not the best, because the best video game stories take advantage of the interactive nature of video games. This part of this game is one of those situations. Kratos is saving his family from himself, and also he needs to hug his family in order to restore their health. No other form of media could show guilt this horrifyingly, and no other form of media could show family love in a way that is as heartwarming as this. If all the God of War games were movies instead, then yeah, I would consider 2018 or Ragnarök as the best story of the series. But now that they are video games, I say that the first God of War game has the best story.
Kratos had done the impossible. He had saved his family.
Kratos, please take us home!
Do you see, God of War? You took them once, but you'll never have them again!
You cannot save them, Kratos. You gave them up in your quest for ultimate power. There is a price to pay for everything you gain.
Not that price. I didn't want them to die.
No price is too high for what I offered, and you rejected me. A god! Now, you will have no power, no magic. All that is left for you is death!
Oh, not again.
You should have joined me, Kratos. You should have been stronger.
by the gods.
The battle was not over. The gods, it seemed, had a final gift for Kratos.
I still have allies in Olympus, Ares. Now, you will see how strong I am.
Now we reach the final phase, which is the most annoying one. Kratos doesn't have any magic, and also the blades of chaos are gone now. So remember that giant sword that was a bridge? Now that Kratos is also giant, he uses that as a sword. On paper it is a cool idea, but in execution it is annoying. Some would blame the sword for it. They say it is unfair that you should learn to use a new weapon at the end. But I say the problem is not with the sword, because it is similar to the blade of Artemis. You have already learned how to use it before. The problem is the health bar here. If both Kratos and Ares had their own separated health bar, it would be fine. But they share the same health bar, so it is in a way that it could take you a long time to hit Ares multiple times and get close to killing him, but Ares would take it all back in just a few hits, and now you are close to death instead, and all of your efforts go to waste, and now you have to restart. Again, it's fine on easy and normal mode, but on harder difficulty levels it is very annoying and tiring. Sometimes even my hands are in pain as a result. The best way to deal with him is to spam square, but be careful. Sometimes he can teleport and create 4 mountains that will hit each other, and you should dodge and stay away from them. Each time he is running toward you, run away, or get a little bit close to him and then roll away from him. Or else he will stun you and then kill you with 1 hit. When you are attacking him, if you see he is guarding, again run away because he will stun you. Ares can also use the army of Hades now. If you hit Ares 3 times in a row, you will enter a QTE and should rapidly mash circle to do a relatively big damage to him. And yeah, that's the entire strategy. But what matters the most is to be patient but also have fast reflexes. You should be ready to guard or dodge at all times.
Remember, Kratos, it was I who saved you in your time of greatest need.
I haven't forgotten, Ares. I remember how you saved me.
That night, I was trying to make you a great warrior.
You succeeded.
Kratos had done me impossible. A mortal defeating a god. Ares was no more.
Now the gods will forgive his sins, but the cruel gods won't wipe out his memories of his traumas, but instead they will crown him the new god of war. Kratos the mortal is now a god. Now the blades of chaos is upgraded to the blades of Athena. You are now in Mount Olympus, and you should go upstairs to enter your throne room. Here there are 2 statues that, despite what it seems, are actually breakable. The harder the difficulty is, the longer it takes to break them. So I recommend you to do it on easy mode, but even then it will still take a long while to do it. Doing so will give you a phone number that by calling it, you can hear the voice of David Jaffe, the director of the game, and also Kratos himself, and they tell you good job. Then you can go and sit on your throne with the interact button.
And from that point forward, Throughout the rest of time, whenever men rode forth to battle for good cause or for evil, they did so under the watchful eye of the man who had defeated a god. They were driven forward by Kratos, the mortal who had become the new god of war.
If you finish the game on very hard mode, it will show you another phone number, and again by calling it, you can hear a good job from Kratos. I think when they were first making this game, they were not sure if they would make sequels to this game. So as you can see, they gave it some sort of a Greek tragedy ending. I am happy that we got sequels so we could play more good games. And it is cool that Kratos is probably the mascot of PlayStation now. I mean, it is either him or Ratchet & Clank at this point, because they are two of the few PlayStation franchises that consistently make good games and didn't have any long drought eras, and also have the face to be a mascot. I know they are probably trying to make Astrobot the new PlayStation mascot, but we need to wait and see. But in my heart, Crash Bandicoot will forever be the true PlayStation mascot. I don't care that he is owned by Xbox now. But you know what? Even if we lived in a timeline that God of War 1 didn't sell that much, and as a result it would only be a single game instead of a franchise, I would still be fine with it because this game had an ending that was perfect in its own way. But they knew that this game could be a success. So the last minute they added a Kratos will return message at the end to the end credits. At first, I wanted to say that the final boss on very hard mode was such a miserable experience that I won't play this game on very hard mode again anytime soon. But here is what happened. First time going through the 3 phases of the final boss took me 2.5 hours, and when I almost killed Ares, the game crashed and I had to do all 3 phases again. But this time I went through all of it in only 45 minutes, which means that I actually did get better at the game. So I am curious now. My easy mode footage is 7 hours long, but my very hard mode footage is 15 hours long. After making this video, I want to play it on very hard mode again to see how shorter it will become this time. Now I have replayed this game on very hard mode a few more times, and now I can do it in 10 hours. So yeah, even the final boss of it is now enjoyable in its own way. And yeah, I actually am satisfied that I finally overcame this challenge. And yeah, easy mode was only 7 hours, which means you can easily beat this game in a weekend or something. And also short length had never been a bad thing. If a game is short, it means you can replay it many times and see how much better you can get. But I can't say the same for long games, because I will get tired at the end and won't replay it. I will just beat it once and then I will never look back. Now let's have a look at the treasure section of the game. It has a few options. The making of God of War, which is a making of documentary of this game. You will unlock it by beating the game. God of War trailers and credits, which are self-explanatory. Deleted levels, which is a video that shows some deleted levels and ideas. Heroic possibilities, which shows us how the character of Kratos was created. Visions of ancient Greece, which shows some level concepts of the game. Monsters of Myth, which has the concept arts of the enemies. The Birth of the Beast, which shows an idea that they had for a sequel. They later used the idea of this video to make a spin-off. God mode, which is the very hard mode that will be unlocked after beating the game. Character graveyard, in which as Kratos you can see the 3D models that were created but never used in the final game. In-game movies, which are the cutscenes of the game. A secret reveal. This one is a video that reveals Zeus is Kratos' father. The fate of the Titan, which I think shows an idea that they had for a God of War spin-off. And finally Secret Messages 1 and 2, which are the phone numbers that I mentioned before. In the treasures menu, there is also a mode called the Challenge of the Gods. It has 10 challenges in it that you should make through all of them, and it doesn't save. So if you quit in the middle of it, you should start from the beginning later. It would be good if they fix this problem in the rumored remaster. Challenge 1. Knock 8 enemies off the platform before time runs out. This one is easy, just use the Blade of Artemis. Challenge 2. Kill all the enemies before time runs out. This one is hard. I don't have a strategy for it, just get good. Challenge 3. Break all the vases before time runs out. This one used to give me a hard time, but now thanks to hold the square, I can do it. Challenge 4. Kill 4 minotaurs without killing any undead soldier. This one is easy. Just launch the minotaurs in the air and jump and grab them. Challenge 5. Shoot all the undead soldiers without shooting the humans. This one is the worst because there is no combat talent involved. You should use this big bow. If it isn't a red flag already, let me tell you the problem. These bows are very slow and shooting an arrow with them takes a long time. So you can't really aim well or time your shots. You can try it, but Kratos moves in a way that I don't know when to stop if I don't want to shoot yet. But the soldiers are moving in a way that good timing is needed, which is not something you can do with this bow. So as a result, I just had to hope that I would get lucky. It took me many attempts to finally do it. Challenge 6. Reach the end before time runs out. This one is a platforming challenge, so even though I died more than a few times, I still enjoyed it because it is much more fair in comparison to most of other challenges and it is much less annoying. Challenge 7. Kill the enemies without getting hit. It is easy, you just need to be careful. Challenge 8. Kill all the enemies. Sounds simple, huh? It is actually one of the hardest ones. No strategy, just survive. Challenge 9. Kill 4 Cyclops before time runs out. This one is easy. Just spam square triangle on the Cyclops and be ready to block the satyrs at all times. Challenge 10. Kill enemies to make platform rise. Use it to reach the top platform. This one is also hard. For me, spamming L1 plus triangle with the Blade of Artemis worked the best. You will unlock costumes by beating the final challenge. Each of them have some advantages and disadvantages. Was it worth it though? I don't think so. The Challenge of the Gods took me 2.5 hours and at the end I was mostly happy that it was over than being satisfied that I did overcome the challenge. So that was the game, but what do I think about it? Well, it is one of my favorite games of all time. Both the gameplay and the story are amazing in my eyes. Gameplay wise, it is not the deepest thing ever, but it didn't need to be. Not every action games need to be like Devil May Cry, because not everyone have the talent to use every tool that exists in those games to create a perfect experience for themselves. In those games, you need to be really good at them to fully enjoy them. But God of War games are made in a way that both the pro and the noob can enjoy them. If you just want to play it on easy mode and only do square triangle, you can have fun with that. And if you want to play it on very hard mode and think and use every tool in the game to overcome the hard challenges, you can also have fun. It is made in a way that no matter if you are good at the game or bad at it, you will enjoy it a lot. The gameplay of God of War, including the combat and puzzles and exploration, is simple, but it is a beautiful simplicity. But what about the story?
God of War 1 is about a guy who puts everything aside for his ambition for work, and he loses his wife, and he loses his kid.
I also think this is the story of how greed can destroy everything, which is a good life lesson if you ask me, because one of the main things that is destroying this world is greed. Some people just can't be happy with what they have. Some of them don't have much, but even some people who do have everything they need still want more. Their life is totally fine, but they still want it to be better. They still want more money, they still want more power, they still want more fame. So they start ruining people's days or even people's lives to get them. And eventually, after ruining many lives, they will eventually ruin the life of their own and their family and friends. Kratos wanted his name to be known in history, and in the end it cost him the life of his wife and child. What is the best PS2 game? We could have lots of answers to that because the PS2 library is massive and there are lots of great games in there. But there is a chance that you would say the best PS2 game is God of War 2, which makes sense to me. After all, God of War 1 was one of the best action adventure games ever with a great gameplay, story, and graphics. So a sequel to that could be a candidate for the best PS2 game. And also the game was published when PS3 was out. So yeah, a long time has passed since PS2 was out, and by the time God of War 2 was published, they knew every single tips and tricks about how to make a PS2 game. The developers had to choose between PS2 or PS3 for a sequel to God of War. And they knew that if they chose PS3, they had to relearn lots of stuff. But if they chose to put it on PS2, then they didn't need to learn any new stuff. They had already done all the experiments. So all that mattered now was to make a great game. So let's talk about God of War 2 and see if it really is one of the best PS2 games ever made. After killing Ares, Kratos became the new God of War. But even as a god, he is helpless against his past. So he becomes cold. The only thing that is preventing him from becoming a heartless monster is his newfound family in the form of Sparta and its soldiers. But that won't be enough for him to let go of his newfound hatred for the cruel gods. So with the help of his Spartan soldiers, he starts a war against Olympus. And the way Kratos is shown in this opening makes you think about Ares. The game is telling you that Kratos is becoming the very thing he was fighting against in the first game. It seems that Athena has had enough and is not on Kratos' side anymore. She seemingly turns into an eagle and absorbs parts of Kratos' godly powers and gives it to a giant statue. The statue becomes alive and starts attacking Kratos, and now the game begins. The controls are similar to the first game, with a few differences that I will mention later in the video. The first enemies we encounter are human soldiers. Yes, humans. In the last game we would only fight mindless monsters, but here Kratos is becoming what most people think classic Kratos is. A heartless monster that destroys everything on his way with no remorse. Dealing with the human soldiers is pathetically easy. Just grab them. They are no threat. Kratos crushes them like bugs. Now instead of the interact button, you should mash circle to open doors, which saves you from feeling pain in your finger, unlike God of War 1. Climbing is also improved in this game. Now you can go faster by mashing cross. You should fight the giant statue alongside the soldiers. The best way to deal with it is to use your magic when it tries to punch you or crush you. Using magic is just like the previous game. At the moment, the only magic you have is Poseidon's Rage. When the statue becomes dizzy after being attacked, you should use a giant bow to throw a rock and then yourself at the statue, and will do your first finisher QTE. The statue will lose an eye, but you will be thrown away from the statue. You will be sent to a bathhouse in which you can play a certain type of a minigame. Pulling a lever will reveal a hook, and by holding R1 you can use your blades and swing from it. The giant statue is too ignorant to give up, and so is Kratos. It is time for round 2, and this time it will be harder. Usually I attack it with my blades and will use magic when it tries to crush me. And if I run out of magic, I will need a well-timed dodge. After a short while, the statue will again feel dizzy, and you need to swing in order to reach it and do a QTE. Repeat this cycle once to survive this round. You will see some human archers who are as pathetic as the rest. You should have fast reflexes to open a door, but by thinking outside of the box, you can find hidden items. One type of hidden items you can find in this game are the magic urns. There are 6 of them, and you can find 4 of them during the main campaign. They will give you special powers during bonus play. What is bonus play? It is a new game plus mode, but it is not like most modern games, in which you could play the game in normal mode and then play new game plus on hard mode. If you finish the game in normal mode, you can only play New Game Plus on normal mode. You want New Game Plus on hard mode, then you should earn it. You have to play hard mode in the developer intended way first, and I don't like it. I know the reason they did it was to prevent the players from choosing hard mode and very hard mode. But come on, that's what makes New Game Plus fun in the first place. The way this game handles New Game Plus feels incomplete to me.
Kratos.
I do not need your help, Zeus. I can take down this beast.
I offer you more than help, Kratos. I offer you power. I offer you the Blade of Olympus. It was this blade that ended the Great War and defeated the Titans. Drain your godly powers into the sword, Kratos. Only then will you reach your full potential.
Why do you aid me now?
What I do now, I do for the good of all Olympus.
The platforming is easier in this game. The narrow logs aren't very narrow in this game. When you reach the Blade of Olympus, the giant statue will attack you again. For 3 times, you should knock out the statue and put your powers into the blade. As a result, you will lose all your magic and red orbs, and your health bar will become short again. So yeah, don't go out of your way to open red chests, and don't go combo mad on the enemies before this section, because it will all be a waste of time. But on the bright side, you got a cool sword. It's basically what if the Blade of Artemis was actually good. Just like the Blade of Artemis, most of the buttons do a similar attack and there is not much variety in it, but it is powerful, much more powerful than the Blade of Artemis. Well, this blade does have one single different move, and that is the one that lets you shoot lasers from it. Using it, Kratos will enter the body of the giant statue. We will reach a platforming section, and here we should destroy the giant statue from the inside. Here you can see that while hanging from a rope, you can now press cross to move faster. No fear of accidentally letting go of the rope anymore. After solving a small puzzle, you will destroy the statue.
Do you see, gods of Olympus? Do you need more proof than this?
Placing all of his godly power into the weapon had rendered Kratos mortal, vulnerable to the arms of death. Bloodied and beaten, He knew that to have any hope of survival, he must retrieve the blade of Olympus. Humiliated before his Spartan army, Kratos dragged himself up from the dirt.
Here we realize that the eagle was actually Zeus in disguise and not Athena. Zeus planned to defeat Kratos because Athena refused to fight against him. Here the gameplay will be sacrificed for the story. We should fight Zeus as a gravely damaged Kratos. This is obviously a scripted event. I usually don't have problems with them, but I don't like this one. The God of War gameplay is so fun that being helpless for even a few seconds is miserable.
It did not have to be this way, my son. This path is of your choosing.
A choice from the gods is as useless as the gods themselves.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me? Everything you have ever known, Kratos, will now suffer because of your sacrilege. You will never be the ruler of Olympus. The cycle ends here.
Zeus. Be certain of that.
And then we will see an uncanny cutscene. Kratos will escape hell again, but this time he will do it with the help of the narrator. She has been telling the story of this series so far, but now she will stop being just a watcher. It's a really cool move. It actually made sense out of having a narrator and integrated it into the game. The narrator had been a character of this series all along. She is Gaia the Titan. I think she is the ancient Greece version of the Mother of Nature. After a short climbing section, Kratos will be back on the surface of Earth. All the Spartan soldiers are dead, all except for one.
My lord, I knew you could not be killed. I never lost faith.
Return to Sparta and prepare for battle.
But our brothers are dead.
You can still hold a sword. Spartans do not surrender. Do as your god commands.
And what of you, my lord?
I am going after Zeus. It seems I still have allies on Olympus. Turn back to Olympus, beast! I must face Zeus! You defy the god of war!
You are no longer a god, Kratos. Zeus, Olympus, and the blade which holds all your power will forevermore be out of reach. Your only hope is to find the Sisters of Fate and travel back through time to the moment Zeus betrayed you, for only then will he truly be vulnerable. Kratos, to succeed, you will need more help than I can give. My Titan brother slumbers deep inside his mountain prison. Go. It is time he was awakened.
Now we reach a section that I despise. Remember when I said I love the underwater sections of God of War 1 because they were only about exploration and didn't include any combat in it? Well, this game has flying sections, and they are the exact opposite of the underwater sections. You are controlling a flying horse. The movement control is inverted by default, but you can change it to normal in the options menu. And of course I changed it to normal mode. Seriously, I don't know why most games have inverted movement for flying sections. Yeah, I guess it feels more like flying an actual plane, but I don't want to fly an actual plane. I want to play a video game. But my main problem with this section is that there is no exploration and there is just a lesser version of the combat. It is not fun. I am okay with the lesser combat during the climbing sections because they were very short, but this one feels like it is dragging all the time, even though it is just a couple of minutes. We will reach a cavern with Typhon the Ice Titan living in it. He traps our flying horse, so we need to find a way to free it. The Harpies are the first enemies from God of War 1 to make a return here. The noticeable difference here is that this time they will give you red orbs if you kill them by grabbing them. You can also use your blades to hang from the ceiling, so another way of transporting. You will see an ice version of the Minotaur. They are similar to the regular ones. You can deal with them in the same way, but I think it's better to launch them to the air and then do a ground to air grab. We will witness one of the worst things Zeus has ever done.
God of War, you live.
I no longer walk with the gods. Who has placed you in this torment?
Zeus. My only crime was helping mankind. When I took the fires of Olympus to the mortals, Zeus considered it a betrayal. As punishment, he made me mortal and condemned me to be savagely consumed every day by this cursed bird. And then, with the fall of night, I am healed. How long have I been here? How long have I suffered this curse? I truly do not know. Please, Ghost of Sparta, release me from my torment!
We should kill this guy to get a power, and freeing him from this endless torture, of course. But Kratos' blades are not enough to do it, and we must obtain a ranged weapon to do it. So back to the cavern it is. Typhon tries to send you away by blowing. The intended way of surviving is to only move when he is not blowing and hide behind walls when he is blowing. But you can sometimes cheese this section by rolling. Destroying a wall will make a bridge, and through it you can reach Typhon and get your first magic by gouging out one of his eyes. This magic is actually a bow and arrow named Typhon's Bane. It works similar to Zeus's Fury. It can also help you open up new paths and reach places you couldn't reach before. Here I will have upgraded the blades to level 2. Before this, I just had the most basic attacks. But now we have a new attack called Rampage of the Furies that can be done on ground and in air. You can do it by holding L1 and pressing circle. Now you should go back and use the bow to kill this guy. Killing him will give you this game's version of Rage mode. This time it's called the Rage of the Titans, and I don't like it that much. In the first game it was overall a more powerful version of your regular attacks, but here it is different and I feel like it just doesn't have enough mobility and it doesn't feel as powerful. This time you don't need to wait for it to be 100% full to use it, but I usually use it when it is full because of how fast I run out of rage energy. It is time to re-enter the cave to free your flying horse. In order to do that you should use your rage to open a door, and if you didn't have rage energy, then let me introduce you to the yellow chest, which gives you rage energy in the form of yellow orbs. Now thanks to the rage, Kratos is powerful enough to free his horse from Typhon, which means another flying section that will lead you to the island of creation, where most of the game happens in, just like how most of God of War 1 happened in Pandora's temple. Then a small puzzle, and in true God of War fashion, you should use a corpse to solve it. Then in a cutscene, we see that Kronos is the father of Zeus. He was told that his children would turn against him, so he decided to eat them all. But Zeus was taken care of by his mother and Gaia. When Zeus grew up, he punished every single Titan because of the sins of one single Titan. He even punished Gaia, the one who took care of him. After a while, we meet the Siren Widows. Their gimmick is screaming really loud, which will stun you unless the distance between you and them is long enough that you won't see them on screen, or if you roll the exact moment they scream. Killing them with QTE will help you escape this room. We should cross a huge chain to reach the Seeds of Time. First time playing, it wows you with the camera work, but after that you just hold forward for a minute and it's not fun. You will reach a door that needs a key, so you should pull a lever and use the rope to get the key. It leads you to Theseus, who has the key, and you should kill him to get it. In the second boss fight, you should always be careful to not take a hit on higher difficulties, so be ready to guard all the time. I think the best way to deal with Theseus is to hold triangle long enough to launch him in the air, but short enough to keep Kratos on ground. If you did it successfully, then you should do the L1 plus circle move on him. After a while, Theseus will activate his ice powers, so you should be extra careful to not get stabbed by the icicles as well. Then he will jump on the walls, so you can only use your projectile attack. You will eventually run out of magic, so you should kill the ice minotaurs that Theseus summons to get magic. After a while, Theseus will be defeated and you will do a satisfying finisher on him. Here, on very hard mode, I was rapidly mashing circle as if my life depended on it, because I was dealing with Theseus for more than an hour, and as a result my anger was rivaling Kratos' level. Why it took that long? Because those icicles are instant kills on very hard mode. Now you have the key and you should go back to the first door to open it. You will get your second magic attack from Kronos. It is called Kronos' Rage and it's a lightning attack. It will spawn an electric ball that shocks the enemies nearby and damages and stuns them. You can have 3 of these balls at a time, and you can also attack while using them. At first I didn't like this power, but then I realized that having a fully upgraded version of this magic is essential on higher difficulties. Before reaching the save point, I will have upgraded the blades to level 3, which will bring back triple triangle, 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 square, and the Cyclone of Chaos, which thankfully won't get you killed many times like in God of War 1. You will reach a puzzle section. You should rotate 4 levers to reveal keyholes and then reach them as soon as possible to unlock them with the key. And of course there are harpies to annoy you. After QTE, we will see a cutscene that as a kid, I thought it was peak fiction. You will reach some explosive bugs that I like to call ancient Greek grenades, because that is literally what they become when you grab them on ground. Kratos literally uses them as if they are grenades. It's so funny. Then we should solve a puzzle using a new object that we obtained, the Amulet of the Fates. It can stop time for a short while, and the good thing is that it doesn't require magic because it has its own separated bar that will refill itself. But you can only use it in some specific places that have this glowing green light to be exact. After that, the Wraith will come back, alongside some weird spider bat thingies that, just like the Wraith, can easily be killed by grabbing them. Here you can stop time and make the fight easier if you don't destroy the head of the statue first. The Cyclops-typed enemies return here, alongside some warthogs that give you yellow orbs if you kill them with QTE. After solving another puzzle, it's time for the third boss fight.
By the gods, it is true. I have fought my way through the guardians of Hades and crawled my way out of the fires of torment to change my fate. And for my efforts, the sisters shine their light upon me, delivering the very object of my vengeance, Kratos. The servant of Ares. Do you remember that day, Spartan? I will never forget that day. This time, Ghost of Sparta, I will have your head.
At phase 1, you better prevent the barbarian king by kinda stun locking him. When his horse is not running, you should stand right in front of him and keep attacking while always being ready to guard. At phase 2, you should kill his soldiers by grabbing them while evading or cheesing his attacks, which also includes one of the funniest God of War moments.
No! Not you again!
Yes, I forgot to mention that this guy dying over and over again is a running gag in this franchise. Phase 3 is the hardest one, but if you spam rage mode and electricity on him, then it wouldn't be that hard. Phase 4 is easy, just be careful to block and dodge when you need to. If you messed up, don't worry, there is a checkpoint between phase 2 and 3, which prevents this boss fight from becoming miserable. I love how we use the Barbarian King's own hammer to kill him. It is probably the coolest weapon obtainment in God of War history. I was worried that just like the Blade of Artemis, I won't love the Barbarian Hammer as much as I used to. But thankfully, this weapon is still as fun as I remember. It is a slow but powerful weapon. It has light attacks and heavy attacks. You can also hold L1 and press square to do the move Crushing Defeat, which is basically the hammer version of the Cyclone of Chaos. L1 plus triangle will do the move Might of the King, which does a hit so powerful that it makes it my favorite. And you can also do this move on air by just pressing L1. When you reach a temple, go right to collect another key. You will see the Beast Lords, which are some fast attacking dwarves that can be easily dealt with by grabbing them. Then you should go left and use the key, but before that you should fight some skeletons. It's so fun to crush them. Next we see that the Beast Lords can summon Cyclops and ride them and make them fight more aggressively. So grab the Cyclops to get rid of the Beast Lords first. You can also prevent the Beast Lords from summoning Cyclops if you're fast enough. If you kill the Cyclops with QTE, you will collect its eye. Collecting 20 of them will reward you, but don't do it in the main campaign. There is a much easier way of doing it that I will say later. The hammer makes dealing with some enemies much easier, especially the raid. Then we see the Hades Fiends. They can summon fireballs and throw them at you, and if they receive enough damage, they will get near you and explode. In order to prevent that, grab them a few times. A ground to air grab is more effective. Then another puzzle, and of course there is a corpse involved. After the puzzle, you should pull levers to move some platforms in order to go to the next section, but some enemies will try to stop you. At this point, I have upgraded Kronos' Fury to level 2, so dealing with them is much easier. Then we reach a gigantic Minotaur made out of rocks. With Rage mode, they are easy to deal with, but without it you should stand next to him to avoid his attacks and rapidly hit it with the blades, unless it rotates, and in that case run away. Then we see a fast rotating gear that you should stop time to use it as a platform. Then a section that will petrify you if you are not careful. Then you will revisit a place, and now you can cause destruction to make a platform. Then we see how much more cruel Kratos has become.
God of War, Jason. That beast took him. All our men are dead. Jason has the fleece. You must save him. The fleece is the key to Medusa's temple.
Like, dude, you could have used a rock or something. Then a boss fight against the Mole Cerberus. He bites and has a few fire attacks, but you can't block all of them. So just use the blade and Kronos' rage and be careful. Killing him will give you the golden fleece, which gives you back the ability to parry, and you will use it to escape the room. Using it, you can finally give the Gorgons a taste of their own medicine. In the temple, the cursed legionnaires return, alongside the Hades Minotaurs. You cannot cheese them, but they are relatively easy to kill. They only have one unblockable attack. Killing them with QTE is very satisfying. Then a tight platforming section that is full of instant kill hazards on harder difficulties. You will reach Uriel the 5th boss fight. At first she can petrify you or hit you with her tail, and you can parry both of them. Then she will hang from a column, and you better do a Cyclone of Chaos in air to do the most damage. When she tries to petrify you here, it is much harder to parry or evade, but it is still easy to break free. Her final phase is the most dangerous one. She can still petrify, but her regular attacks are more dangerous because of how hard she hits. So spam magic and rage mode here. At the end, you will decapitate her, and just like the last game, him, use her head as a magical weapon and use it to freeze your enemies. It is superior to Medusa's head just because you can move while using this one. After killing Uriel, we enter a puzzle platforming section. You should pull a few levers, swim, and have fast enough reflexes to reach the next section, and it is fun. During it, we see the Hades juggernauts. They are also easy to deal with thanks to the hammer. Then you get back to Destiny's Atrium. You can use the parry to reach a new place, but before that go back to the Bog of the Forgotten to open 2 chests that you couldn't open before because of the boss fights and get lots of red orbs. This helps me max out Kronos' rage here. After that we meet the Wraith of Asphodel, who are really dangerous on very hard mode. They are much more powerful and durable and faster version of Wraith that can also throw their blades like boomerangs. And then we meet the High Priests of the Fates, who are one of the most annoying enemies in the series. They can summon minotaurs and teleport, prevent you from jumping, drain your magic, and more stuff probably. So yeah, kill them as fast as you can. Spam Kronos' rage on them or petrify them. Then an encounter with satyr champions. They are a more dangerous version of regular satyrs. Then you revisit a place and now you can go up and enter a new room that leads you to some sort of a puzzle. And after that, the 6th boss fight of the game, Perseus. He is a relatively easy boss fight. He is invisible, but this idiot is running on water, so you can guess where he is. He will hit you a few times in a row, then he will stop. That's when you can spam triangle on him with the hammer. And yeah, that's it. After killing him, we can use his shield to solve a puzzle and continue the game. You will receive the other secondary weapon of the game, the Spear of Destiny. It has a regular light attack, but the fun move is the heavy attack, which easily launches an enemy to the air and stabs it multiple times. It is spatially fun in 1v1 battles. You should rotate a statue to become capable of stopping time at the right time. Then another platforming section, and after that a gauntlet. I think what I will say here is a hot take, but here I had more fun with my secondary weapons than the blades. Here I keep switching between the hammer and the spear, and even though I kinda killed the flow by pausing many times, I still had a lot of fun. And if I could change my main weapon as well so that I could switch from spear to hammer without pausing, then I would have even more fun. Then we meet Icarus. We will kill him and use his wings as our own, which gives Kratos the ability to glide. After a little bit of platforming, we go inside the body of Atlas the Titan, the guy who is holding the entirety of the ancient Greek pantheon. We will see the 7th boss fight here, which is a stronger and more durable version of the Rock Minotaur. His attacks are almost the same. At the first phase, I spam Kronos' Fury and Rage of the Titan. At the middle phase, we should cling to a wall and dodge the rocks he throws at you. And at the final phase, I usually run out of rage and magic, so I will attack him with the blades, but I am ready to dodge all the time. When you defeat him, he explodes and only a piece of rock remains. You should use it as a platform. Then we reach a section with holes that steam comes out of them. If you use your wings, you will go up and reach higher places. Then you are hanging from the ceiling, and there are 2 holes that will get revealed by destroying some rocks. The first one has hidden chests in it, and the second one is the main path. But shouldn't it be the exact opposite? to encourage exploration. Then a section with legionnaire captains and harpies. I believe the best way to pass this section is to use the instant freeze ability on the captains and immediately destroy them with the hammer. After this, I upgrade the blades to level 4. It gives me a few new abilities. Hyperion Charge, which lets me run by holding square. Hyperion Rush, that lets you jostle by pressing square while running. Hyperion Rise, that is done by pressing triangle while running, which is similar to holding triangle. And Athena's Wrath, which is done by pressing triangle after rolling, that does a seemingly powerful attack that is similar to the hammer's L1 plus triangle attack. But I never use this one. We reach a climbing section in which we should work smarter, not harder. After putting one rock on another, we will reach another climbing section with falling rocks in it that are yet again instant kill in harder difficulties. After all this time, Atlas will just realize Kratos is here, and there is a section with unnecessary QTE. Then we see a cutscene that shows that they have met before, which is a nod to an upcoming PSP spin-off. During it, we get another magic, which is collected lamely. You just blink and bam, Kratos has it now. No cool cutscene or brutal death or anything. It's called Atlas Quake, and it's kinda like Poseidon's Rage, but nowhere near as satisfying. I barely ever use this one. Now you should enter a palace, but before you do, you should kill some beast lords, cyclops, and Hades fiends. You will enter a room that is a deadly puzzle, and you will be rewarded by taking more risks. But the important thing is to collect this handle before you use this rock to open the door. And of course there are spider bats to annoy you. With that handle and the time stopping ability, we go to the next part. Then you will reach the worst part of the game. Now, what makes this section so infamous? Well, Kratos doesn't know what to do. There is a book in front of him, but it is written in a language that he cannot speak. There is this guy in the next room who Kratos assumes can read it, but it won't be that simple, no. There is a 3-parted gauntlet and there is no checkpoints in between. At part 1 you just need to be careful, but on part 2 you better stay with the room with this guy with the door closed and spam L1 plus triangle with the hammer on the enemies until they all die. But be careful to not hit the translator because he has a health bar and will take damage from you. But part 3 is a nightmare. You can actually cheese the game to save your progress before this part, but even that won't be enough to make it easy. The translator will sit in the middle of the room and you can't move him. Lots of dogs and Fate's guardians and high priests of the Fates will try to kill the translator. Try to kill the priests first, but still keep an eye on the rest. The easiest way is to use a fully upgraded Kronos' Rage, but don't spam it. Use it once at a time, or twice if you are desperate. Also use Rage mode when you run out of magic. It may seem simple, but on very hard mode it is anything but. After the battle, we realize that we should sacrifice the translator to continue. Then a timed combat challenge. There are lots of Fate sentries and a few undead legionnaires, and you should kill them all before you collide with moving spiked walls. And again, it's much easier with a maxed out Kronos Rage. You will enter a room with 2 levers that activate fire trap. You should kill 3 siren widows with the fire to pass. The next room is a puzzle section in which you should use light and fire to melt ice and open the door. Then another hard battle. This one has Cerberus breeders and Hades juggernauts. Again, the strategy, rage mode and Kronos Rage. After the fight, I upgrade the blades to the max level and gain the power Tartarus Rage, which lets us do a powerful attack with L1 plus triangle. And I will also upgrade the hammer to level 2. Now we should sacrifice another translator, and this one one is an easy puzzle. We should just stop time to get him before he runs away, but be careful to open a hidden chest before that. Then another elevator section, except you should move the elevator and some skeletons will try to stop you. Oh, and also there is a spiked ceiling that slowly gets near to you. Then a platforming section in which using Typhon's Bane will make it easier and also reward you with a hidden chest. After that, a puzzle section that requires you to stop time to stay alive. And then another deadly section with fire, legionnaire captains and harpies. You should use a statue to open a gate, but it is better if you stay out of the room and kill the enemies from there first. Kratos will revive a phoenix, but he needs to do a few things before he can ride it to his destination. Here I will max out the hammer. With L1 plus circle, Kratos can now do a very powerful attack. But even without that, the hammer is now so strong that you can breeze through most enemies easily now, and it's really fun. I will also upgrade the spear to level 2. After a short while, it's time to fight the 8th boss fight, which is actually easy because he is just a mortal. Who is this mortal? Well...
You?
My lord?
I told you to return to Sparta! Why do you leave Sparta unprotected?
Sparta is no more.
What treachery is this?
Zeus. He came under the cloak of darkness into Sparta. Keep watch. The people cried out for you. They begged for their god to save them. But you did not come. I was left with no choice. I had to seek out the sisters to change the fate of our beloved Sparta. For I am all that is left. Now you are all that is left. I have faith that our brothers of Sparta will live on through the true God of War.
Face me, coward! I am through doing the bidding of the gods! Come down here and face me now, Zeus!
Then immediately the 9th boss fight, Kraken. At first Kratos refuses to listen to you and will just shout instead of attacking because he has lost hope, but Gaia won't have that.
sorry, my love. Can you ever forgive me?
All is not lost, Kratos. You must go on. There is much at stake here.
I cannot defeat the gods.
Victory favors you, Kratos. But you must grab hold of your destiny and command it. There is a war on the horizon, and we need you to lead us into battle.
To what end?
The death of Zeus. If you relent, Zeus will torment you still. He will not rest knowing you live. And when you die, his brother Hades will see that your soul is tortured for all eternity. You will have no rest until you destroy him. Take within you this fire that burned your beloved Sparta. Let it fuel your rage and hasten your steps towards destiny. The time to act is upon us, Kratos. This battle is just the beginning of a great war that is to come.
Now Kratos, with no humanity left in him, descends into madness, and as a result his rage mode gets upgraded. Now we should attack one of Kraken's tentacles a few times to reveal a button, and then put the corpse of the last Spartan on a button to activate steam, and then hit Kraken in the head until she attacks you with her tentacle, and then use this opportunity to cut it. Do it one more time until a lever gets revealed, and you should pull it to activate a bridge and stab Kraken in the mouth with it. Now you can ride the Phoenix to reach your goal. We should do one more puzzle before we reach the Sisters of Fate. With the time-stopping ability, we should do something to ring two giant bells at the same time to make the face of a statue crack, and then use something heavy to break it. I will max out the spear and upgrade Typhon's Bane to level 2, and then I will face the 10th boss fight, the Sisters of Fate. At phase 1, Lachesis fights you. She has a melee and a projectile attack, and both of them can be parried by good timing. I think using the blade is more effective here, but after a short while she will play Flori's Lava with you, and that's when you should use Typhon's Bane. At phase 2, Atropos will attack you. She sends you back in time during the Ares boss fight in order to break that giant sword and get you killed. You should use Cyclone of Chaos and Typhon's Bane to defeat her before she succeeds. And finally at phase 3, both sisters attack at the same time, and it is similar to phase 1. Again, use Typhon's Bane and Cyclone of Chaos until Lachesis feels dizzy, and use this opportunity to stop time and attack Atropos. Repeat this cycle 2 more times to kill them. Before we finish the game, we should go through another gauntlet, and this one on very hard mode, even on bonus blade that I have the Blade of Olympus, is a nightmare. At part 1 we should fight Juggernauts and Cursed Legionnaires. Use the hammer here. At parts 2, 4 and 6 we fight Cursed Legionnaires and Fate's Sentries. These parts are easy. At part 3, Sirens and Gorgons attack you. Use the parry mechanism to the fullest here. Part 5 has Satyrs and Minotaurs. Use the spear on the Satyrs and the hammer on the Minotaurs. But it can get really difficult, so don't be afraid to use Rage of the Titans and Kronos' Rage. At the 7th and final phase, Cyclops will attack you surrounded by many small enemies. Use all your magic to use Kronos' Rage, and also don't forget to use the Rage of the Titans. You should be careful at all 7 phases. Also, the entire hall will get separated to smaller parts with some magic walls. Take advantage of that. It's time to kill Clotho, the final sister of fate, so the 11th boss fight. But it is more of a puzzle than a boss fight. You should stun her arms and trap them to become capable of stabbing her in the head. As a result, Kratos kinda becomes a master of time. He can time travel to whenever he wants. So does he go back in time to stop himself from killing his family? No, he is so much driven by vengeance that now he just wants to kill Zeus. So he goes back to when he got stabbed with the blade of Olympus.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me? No matter. What? How can this be? The Sisters of Fate have aided you. Unexpected.
The sisters are dead.
I underestimated you. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Show the true power of a god.
Now it's time for the 12th and final boss fight, Zeus. You again have access to the Blade of Olympus now. Zeus will summon a few Siren Widows and you should immediately kill one of them with QTE to make Zeus punch the ground, and that's when you should attack his hand. Repeat this cycle twice to go to the next phase. But if you are not careful or fast enough, Zeus will make the ground shake so badly that it will gravely damage you. Phase 2 contains multiple parts. At part 1, you still have the Blade of Olympus. Here I will spawn one Kronos' Rage and then hit Zeus with the sword 4 times. And then repeat. This will keep Zeus stunned for almost the entirety of part 1. But still be careful because that is not guaranteed. At part 2, Zeus has the sword. Here I will activate Rage of the Titans and then I will spawn one Kronos' Rage and then attack Zeus with the blades, and when the electric ball explodes I will spawn another one and repeat until I can do a QTE and then hit him with a column. At part 3, again I have the sword, but since I am out of magic and rage, I will parry his electric attacks and then I will dodge his punch by rolling or jumping. It's actually much harder than what it seems. Also, this attack has a version that I can't parry. At part 4, again Zeus has the sword and you should activate rage mode to get rid of the particles around Zeus. After that, the fight is basically over. Just do a few QTEs and Zeus is defeated. But
you cannot do this, Kratos!
You dare stand against me, Athena?
I do not wish to fight you, Kratos, but I will defend Olympus!
Know this, my son. You have started a war you cannot possibly win. The fates have already deemed me victorious.
No, Kratos! Stop!
Athena! No! Why do you sacrifice yourself?
To save Olympus.
I do not seek to destroy Olympus, only Zeus.
Zeus is Olympus.
He brought this to himself.
Because of fear, Kratos. A fear felt by his father, Kronos. A fear that wrought the great war. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you. His own son.
His son?
Just as Zeus was compelled to destroy his father, Kronos, you are compelled to do the same. No son should destroy his own father.
No, I have no father.
God after God will deny you, Kratos. They will protect Zeus. Zeus must live so that Olympus will prevail.
If all on Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all on Olympus will die. I have lived in the shadow of the gods for long enough. The time of the gods has come to an end.
Remember, Kratos, you have the power to control time itself.
So now Kratos will now travel back to the Great War and recruit the Titans to destroy Olympus.
We have faced far worse than this one fallen mortal. But we are the gods. We whom the mortals worship. We who rule over this land. We who will not be swept aside by this petulant fool. Brothers, put aside the petty grievances that have splintered us for so long. We will unite, we will stand together, and I will wipe out this plague. Olympus will prevail.
Zeus, your son has returned! I bring the destruction of Olympus!
Yes, the game ends with a cliffhanger. At game 1, they weren't sure if they would do a sequel, so they gave it a conclusive ending. But at game 2, they are confident that they will make more games. Now we will have a look at the treasures menu. The first option is the challenge of the Titans. Just like the first game, we have multiple challenges, but this time there are 7 of them and they are all separated. You don't need to do them all in one sitting. Challenge 1. Blind Fury. Rip out the Cyclops' eye before time runs out. Achieve bonus point by stone shattering at least 2 enemies. It's easy. First stone shatter 2 beast lords and then get rid of the beast lord that is riding the Cyclops. Then attack the Cyclops with the rage of the Titans and then kill him with QTE. And also, just like the previous game, at the challenges you have everything maxed out, and here you also have the Blade of Olympus. Challenge 2. Death from Above. Kill 10 enemies in the air before time runs out. Achieve bonus point by killing at least 15 enemies in the air. It looks difficult until you remember that you have the Spear of Destiny. Challenge 3. Gorgon Graveyard. Stone shatter at least 25 enemies before time runs out. Achieve bonus point by stone shattering at least 35 enemies. This challenge has Medusas in it. When you grab them, they will try to petrify you, but you can petrify everyone around you by parrying their petrifier beams. So yeah, simple enough. Challenge 4. Protect the weak. Defend the translator. Achieve bonus point by keeping the translator's health above 50%. There is a ring that will move sometimes and you should keep the translator in it. You can always stop time here, so it's not that hard. Challenge 5. Reap the rewards. Collect at least 500 red orbs before time runs out. Achieve bonus point by collecting at least 600 red orbs. You have Kronos' rage, so it's pathetically easy. Challenge 6. Survival of the fittest. Kill all the enemies. Achieve bonus point by not using Rage of the Titans. This challenge is not hard, but it isn't easy either. The problem is how long this challenge is. I have the Blade of Olympus and Kronos' Rage, and with them, just being careful is enough. But I can't help but worry about losing minutes of progress because of how long it takes to win this one. Challenge 7. Perfection is divine. Kill all enemies without being hit. You achieve bonus point by not using magic. This one is really hard, like it took me an hour and I don't have any strategies for it. You know, you should just get good in it. Like the only strategy that I can say is that there is this rock minotaur, but he is asleep and won't wake up until you get near him. So, you know, at first kill all the enemies and then get near him. But overall, I have to say that the challenges in God of War 2 is superior to the God of War 1 challenges, you know. Both of them took me like 2 hours, but I enjoyed the God of War 2 challenges much more because only one of them is unfairly difficult. And also, you know, the fact that there is save point between each of them, it's also good. You can also get 2 rewards from this part. First is by achieving the bonuses in all 7 challenges, and the second one is achieved by getting the highest rank in the challenges. You know, in each challenge you will get a rank based on how you do, and the highest rank is Titan. But the good thing is that your overall ranking should be Titan. You know, you do not need to get Titan rank on all 7 of them. You know, just getting Titan rank in most of them is enough. Doing these challenges will give you a few extra outfits, and it will also open a training section. Here you can feel free to have any sort of enemy you want, and you know, you can choose to have infinite magic in it or infinite health, and you know, here you can experiment with everything about the combat of the game, and it's something that is really necessary in each of these games, and it's really fun. And you know, here you can put a few Cyclops in there and you know, kill them all with QTEs to collect their eyes. You know, it's really hard to do it in the main campaign, but here you can easily like put 20 of them here and kill them one by one, and again you will collect a bonus by collecting 20 Cyclops eyes. So that was the game. I think you expect me to say that this game is an improvement to the first game in every way, but I am not sure about that actually. Like, if you ask me which one is better, God of War 1 or God of War 2, I actually don't know the answer at the moment. I kinda love both of these games the same amount. In this year, I will replay both of these games a few more times to see if I can finally choose a favorite between these two, but at the moment I am not sure. The first thing about God of War 2 that I can say is actually inferior to God of War 1 is its story. You know, the story of the first God of War game was conclusive. You know, it told you all the stuff it needed you to say, and you know, it was a good life lesson, you know, to not be greedy, I think that's a really important lesson. And I kinda like the simplicity of that story. And also everything in that game kinda had a story purpose. But God of War 2 first, there are lots of people that you just meet and then just kill them, and you could have easily removed them from the story and nothing would have changed about it. And also the cliffhanger ending makes the story incomplete, so also there's that. And I don't really know what the story of God of War 2 is about. Most of the stuff that I can think about it, it was done better in God of War 1. So yeah, sometimes less is more. And also the moment you introduce time traveling to your plot, then everything will just fall apart. Kratos just becomes a master of time, and he just chooses to do the most stupid things ever. Like, if he could time travel, why didn't he just go back in time to stop himself from killing his own family? The sad thing is that this story could have easily happened without any time traveling shenanigans in it. You could have easily said that the Sisters of Fate won't let you kill Zeus, so when you go and kill them, their curse is gone now, so you can now go and kill Zeus. You could have easily done that. There was no need to travel in time. And yeah, that is also another negative part of it. So yeah, the story is inferior. The soundtrack is at the same level of the first game, they are both really good. And then the graphics, like the graphics of the game was really good, it's better than the first game. I played both of these games on the PCSX2 emulator, and I upscaled the quality up until 720p, and I've upscaled both of them the same amount, but God of War 2 looks much better. It actually looks so good that I had a few slowdown issues, and a few times the emulator just crashed on me because my laptop is getting old and it's not really capable of doing this smoothly. But God of War 1 was running smoothly, and yeah, from those things you can assume that God of War 2 looks much better. Then God of War 1 is slightly shorter, and I personally prefer shorter games over long ones. I could play God of War 1 in one sitting and don't get tired, but God of War 2 is a little bit longer. It can actually get tiring, so I would rather play it in 2 sittings instead of 1. Also, I know that everyone say the platforming is better in God of War 2, but again I prefer the platforming of God of War 1 because it was actual platforming. Even though it was hard, I really enjoyed overcoming that challenge. But the platforming in God of War 2 is kinda automated, it's mostly a glorified QTE really. But the main thing about these two games is the combat, the gameplay. If the combat of God of War 2 is superior, then it would become the superior game. And their combat system is not the same, but they are still similar enough. And at the moment I really can't put my finger to it. I am not sure which game is more fun to me. At some parts God of War 1 feels more satisfying, but at some other parts God of War 2 feels more satisfying. And at the moment I am not sure which game is better, but all that matters now is that both of these games are great games that I believe everyone should play them. But one thing that I can say about God of War 2 is that it's a great love letter to the PS2. It's a great swan song of this console. It was out, I think, around a year after PS3 was out. So again, all the tips and tricks had been learned, so they could do everything that they and other people have learned from developing games for this console, and made a game that pushes the PS2 console to its limits, and it looks much better than lots of PS3 games, and that is really impressive. So yeah, good game, play it. What was the first non-PlayStation release of God of War? You may say it was the PC release of God of War 4, but the answer actually goes back to the year 2007. A short while after God of War 2, the series got a spin-off on mobile devices. Yes, those old mobiles, before the Android and iOS days. Developed by Java Ground with the animation being done by WayForward, it was considered one of the best mobile games at the time. Phil Cohen, the director of the game, considered the development of the game an enjoyable yet challenging process. No wonder, making something that met Santa Monica Studio's high standards with only several hundred kilobytes seems like dark magic. Cohen noted that both David Jaffe and Cory Barlog, game directors of God of War and God of War 2 respectively, ensured the Betrayal development team captured the feel of the combat and visual style, and were helpful with feedback and positive support. The team also worked closely with Eric Williams, the console game's lead combat designer. In keeping the look and feel true to the franchise, the Betrayal development team played the original God of War extensively to study its pacing and tricks. The development team also worked closely with the writer of the Greek-based God of War console games, who used Betrayal to bridge the events between God of War and God of War 2, and to explain why the relationship between the gods and Kratos had changed. So yeah, they were actually taking this project seriously. They genuinely aimed to make a good game and not look down at it because it is a mobile game. I personally like and even love some mobile games. Yeah, console games are better, but there was a time in my life that I played mobile games a lot, so I can't really trash talk to mobile games like most people do. So yeah, I like God of War and I like mobile games. So let's check out the God of War mobile game, God of War Betrayal, to see if this game is bad or if it's actually good and most people just talk down to it because it's a mobile game. We can cycle through weapons and magics with the left soft key. Our first weapon is obviously the Blades of Athena. We only have one button for attacking, and that is the OK button. We can press it rapidly for combo attacks. I think at first it goes up until a 4-hit combo, and the result is similar to 3 squares and 1 triangle. Just like the console games, an icon will appear above an enemy's head when he or she is weakened, and that is when you can finish them off with a QTE. For doing it, you should get really close to them and then press down to grab. Then you can press OK to rip a soldier in half, or press left or right to throw him at another enemy. If you are not close to an enemy, by pressing down, Kratos will guard. You can jump and double jump with the up button. You can also attack in air. You can swing like God of War 2. When you get close to a glowing green light, you will be told with the UI that you can swing from it by pressing the up button. The red, green and blue chests also exist in this game, and you can open them by holding the down button. And you can also gain green orbs by breaking some vases or killing innocent civilians. Then we will fight Argos, who is kinda a boss fight that will attack you a few times during the game. I easily defeated him using the Blade of Artemis. In this game, this weapon actually requires magic, and it is worth it if you ask me. Actually, it is the only magic in this game that I use. Just like the previous games, you choose what happens to the smaller enemies, but for the bigger enemies, the game tells you what buttons to press. And it is relatively simple. The cases are always either up, down, left, right, or the OK button. Argos will survive the QTE, but he will run away. Pushing and pulling boxes also works in this game. When you run into a box or a statue, Kratos will automatically grab it, and he will push by going forward and pull by going backward. And this mechanism will be used for puzzle solving and platforming. Also, exploration is encouraged in this game. So yeah, this game is basically God of War on the go. Almost everything from the previous games exists in this one, but on a much smaller scale. Medusa's gaze returns from God of War 1, and it works similar to it, but I just used it once here during the tutorial because there is no need to use it. The melee weapons always get the job done. While hanging from a rope, you can only do the skewer attack. Just like the 3D games, there are sections that block your way with magic walls, and you need to kill enemies to continue. You will see how many you need to kill at the bottom of the screen. Army of Hades is the final magic coming back from the first game. And again, your blades breeze through the enemies already, so no need for it. After each level, you can upgrade your stuff. You can do it during the levels as well, but I just upgrade them after each level. Just like how I usually upgrade my things when I reach a save point in the 3D games. There are only 4 things to upgrade, but in a single playthrough I didn't even find enough red orbs to max out one of them. Not that I needed to upgrade anything, but I only upgraded Athena's blade if you're curious. I upgraded to level 2 after finishing level 1. At level 2, we will meet the Dead Rider, who like Argos doesn't look like a God of War enemy. I don't know, it's probably just because it is the only pixel art God of War game. And if they were in a 3D game, I wouldn't have said that. But here the exclusive enemies just look generic to me. The combo of the level 2 blades is like 4 squares and 1 triangle. There are some walls that you can break with the blades, which leads you to some hidden chests that give you Gorgon eyes or phoenix feathers. In this game, only one of them is enough to upgrade your health or magic, but as a result, it increases them just a little bit. This level is mostly a vertical level. After defeating Argos for the second time, you will enter a trap room, in which you need to be careful when you move, or else you will be fatally wounded. Sometimes enemies will attack you during it, which is annoying. In this game, the narrow platforms return, which is questionable because you know, the game is in 2D, you can only go left and right, so no way you could fall while walking. You can fall if you jump on them, but you can easily save yourself by pressing up. Sometimes you can choose 2 paths, and there is a chance that you would reach a locked door and you will realize you chose the wrong path. But this quote-unquote problem is something some other God of War games also have. At level 3, while climbing ladders, you should be careful to not get killed by the traps. There are also some traps in the middle of narrow blocks. This one is also a vertical level, but here you go from down to up, the opposite of level 2. In this level, you should put a box on a button, but it should go through a narrow place that Kratos can't go through. So you should just put it in the room as much as you can, and then pull the box from the other side. During it, we see the Minotaur, and it's funny that all the Spartan soldiers run away like cowards when they see them. Aren't they supposed to be fearless warriors or something? Killing the Minotaur with QTE, even with these quote-unquote inferior graphics, feels so satisfying. At the end of the level, we will fight Argos again, but this time there are other enemies around him. So there finally is a chance that you will die in combat. But when you die, you won't lose much progress, because the game saves some stuff, and as a result all the enemies are still damaged from the previous time, and all the dead enemies remain dead, which is a good thing if you ask me. At the end of this level, I upgrade the blades to level 3. We have reached level 4 and I already have ran out of important stuff to say. This level has a puzzle that requires you to pull levers in a specific pattern to reveal platforms. At level 5, I realized that a level 3 blade still has a 5 hit combo, but the 4th hit is different. It has also become so powerful that it cuts through the normal soldiers like hot knife through butter. After a puzzle, we fight Argos again. This time we will push him by attacking him until he falls into a pit and gets trapped. But Kratos is not the one to kill him. A mysterious assassin is the one who does. His identity and motivation is unknown, but seemingly his intention was to frame Kratos for this murder in order to turn all the gods against Kratos, which is dumb, because considering all the wars Kratos waged, all the gods sooner or later would fight against Kratos anyway. Through the rest of the game, we are chasing the assassin. At level 6, Cerberus breeders and undead legionnaires will return. But honestly, the blades are so powerful now that I barely did find anything unique about them. Now enemies can attack you while hanging from a rope, but I think Kratos' legs also gets upgraded with the blade, so 1 or 2 kicks was enough to kill each undead soldier. At level 7, the traps get much harder to survive and they require faster reflexes. After this level, I upgrade the blades to level 4. Now the blades go up until a 6 hit combo. I don't have anything to say about this level other than how relatively good the level looks. And level 9 is just more of the same. I guess there is this section that you should break a wall fast if you don't want to die. And now the 10th and final level. The final part of it is a boss fight against Syrinx, son of Hermes, and he is the worst boss fight of the franchise because he is unrealistically damage spongy. I don't know, maybe I am doing it wrong, but it took me so long to kill him. It looks like he is not taking damage at all, but he is. As a result, this level took me half an hour, unlike the other levels that take from 5 to 15 minutes. If it wasn't for the game saving the amount of damages I gave to him, it would have single-handedly killed the game for me, the only bad level of the game. And that was the game. You know, most people consider this the worst God of War game, but I say that really is an unfair comparison. I mean, yeah, of course it's not going to be as good as the console games, you know, they just had to fit all the game into just a few hundred kilobytes or something, so yeah, you know, it doesn't have the advantage that all the 3D games have. For what it is, you know, for a very old mobile game, it is actually really impressive. Like I say, it's unfair that people just say this game is bad. Yeah, I know by today's standards it isn't anything special, but sometimes we should consider the context as well. You know, this game was out during a time that, let's be honest, most mobile games were bad, and this one is actually quite impressive considering the platform it is on. Try to compare this game into other mobile games of the time and it's kind of night and day. Like, this game may not look very good by today's standards, but by the standards of the platform it is on, this game looks really beautiful. So yeah, even though maybe in an objective ranking this game would be probably the bottom of the list, I still consider God of War Betrayal a good game, a good mobile game to be exact. So yeah, if like me, you are a God of War fan and also have nostalgia for these old mobile games, check this game out. Hot Shots Golf Out of Bound. We start the video with one of the wildest ones. Golf is one of the calmest sports ever, and God of War is one of the most action-packed video game franchises. So of course it makes total sense to put Kratos in a golf video game. Their only connection is that the golf game Kratos is in is a PlayStation first party. Hot Shots Golf or Everybody's Golf is a series of golf games starting on the PS1 and it is still ongoing on the PS5. And even though having Kratos here makes no sense, they still went out of their way to keep the characterization of Kratos the same. I love how Kratos has a club that looks like as if it is fused with the blades of chaos. I also love how sometimes Kratos says,
I am the god of golf!
and also his evil laughs are amazing. Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword is an action-adventure hack-and-slash video game published by Sony. Some people call it a God of War clone. I can't confirm or debunk that because I haven't played the game yet, but all that matters is that it shares the same genre and publisher with God of War. So it makes enough sense to have a God of War cameo in Heavenly Sword. It is just a small reference. We can just see Kratos' armor and weapon in one part of the game. The Simpsons game. I mean, who doesn't have a cameo in The Simpsons? God of War is one of the biggest gaming franchises. Of course it will be referenced in The Simpsons. In this case twice actually. Once in a Simpsons game and once in an episode of the show. Little Big Planet games. Little Big Planet is a series of platformers that lets you create your own levels. It is also known for having lots of DLC costumes, and it being a PlayStation franchise, it has lots of packs for PlayStation IPs, God of War being one of them. Soul Calibur Broken Destiny. Soul Calibur is a fighting game series that is known for its wild guest characters. Sometimes it has a different guest character in each version of the same game. For example, in Soul Calibur 2, we have Link from Legend of Zelda in the GameCube version, and Heihachi Mishima from Tekken in the PS2 version, and of course for the Xbox version they had the mascot of Microsoft, Spawn. Wait, what? In a PSP spin-off of the series called Broken Destiny, Kratos is the guest character, and as you can guess from the cover art of the game, it was a big deal. Kratos is even bigger than the main characters. They wanted to sell this game to every God of War fan. Kratos plays similar to the God of War games, a little bit nerfed of course because he is overpowered already. He has some nice dialogues, and yes, you can win the game by just doing square triangle. Yes, I am really bad at fighting games. Mod Nation Racers. Kratos was a pre-order bonus for the game Mod Nation Racers, alongside Nathan Drake and Ratchet & Clank. The game is similar to the likes of Mario Kart and Crash Team Racing. Sackboy is also playable in this game, which means customization, which means with the Little Big Planet DLCs that you have downloaded, you can make this crossover even wilder. Mortal Kombat 9. Now the good one. Putting Kratos in Mortal Kombat makes so much sense. I mean, putting one of the most violent video game characters in one of the most violent video game series? Hell yeah! Just like Soul Calibur Broken Destiny, the moveset of Kratos is heavily based on his moveset in his own games, but this time even better and more accurate. This one is mostly based on God of War 3. I love how we can do the God of War style QTEs here. And also when he wins the first round and his opponent rises for the second round, I love the way he looks at him or her. He thinks the battle is over, so he walks away in the coolest way imaginable. But then he is like, wait, you're still alive? I'll finish you for good this time. We even see this crossover helped Kratos a little bit to seek redemption. Also, we should have modern Kratos in a Mortal Kombat game as well. They were really careful for making this crossover. They were trying to make Kratos as accurate as possible. So when someone tries to do a fatality on him, it is still relatively respectful. He does scream in pain sometimes, yes, but there are situations in which other characters would cower in fear, but Kratos still tries to fight back. And even when you do a babality on him, he still shows his violent side. So yeah, they did their best to be respectful. Meanwhile, in Fortnite, this stuff happens. Robot Chicken. Yes, Kratos was in another series that basically has everyone in it. It's a joke, and it actually is a funny joke about those specific minigames in the old God of War games. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Now the other big one. PlayStation's version of Smash Bros. And I say that as a compliment. In the past, Sony got ridiculed for doing this, but nowadays, instead of calling games like this a Smash clone, they are considered a subgenre, platform fighters, and I am happy about that. I said I am really bad at traditional fighting games, so having more games like the Smash series is good for me. Every company with a huge amount of lovable characters need to have a platform fighter. Why don't we have a Disney Smash again? Yes, I love the concept of a PlayStation version of Smash. And of course Kratos is in it. He is one of the main PlayStation characters. Not having him here is like not having Crash Bandicoot in it. Wait. Because platform fighters are relatively more adaptive than traditional fighters, Kratos plays like his own games the most here. Again, his moveset is mostly based on his God of War 3 version, but there are stuff from other games as well, even the PSP games. This game has a rival for each character, and the rival of Kratos is Sweet Tooth from the Twisted Metal series. I don't see much in common for them to see it coming. I mean, they both have fire, and the evilness of them rivaled each other at some point. And David Jaffe worked on God of War 1 and Twisted Metal Black, but still not enough similarities if you ask me. But the reason they start fighting is one of the few ones that actually makes sense. There is a story, but it just exists. They say before Kratos started his war against Zeus with the Titans, the events of this game happened. But the wildest thing about it is that it is canon. Mimir references this game in God of War Ragnarök.
Brother, I've heard my share of stories about your homeland, but I've also heard that you once fought in a tournament.
I fought in many contests.
But this particular one, I heard you did battle with beasts, scoundrels, princesses, the undead, automatons, and history's greatest musician. That's not true, is it?
I would not speak of this.
Fair enough, brother.
Shovel Knight. From another one that makes sense to another one that doesn't make sense at all, but it is still awesome. We have a boss fight against Kratos in the PS4 version of Shovel Knight. After downloading the content and going through a secret path, you can fight Kratos. I love how when Kratos is almost dying, he does the magic attack Poseidon's Rage to destroy some stuff and collect orbs to refill his health bar. When you defeat him, he gives you the Gravedigger's Shovel that can be turned into a cool armor that makes your attacks look Kratos-ish. And yes, this one is also canon to both franchises. The Order 1886. This one is a third-person shooter action-adventure game set in an 1886 alternative history steampunk London. It was a PS4 exclusive, so it has references to some PlayStation IPs. In one part of the game, you can see a poster that is a reference to God of War 4, Tearaway Unfolded Crafted Edition. This one is a platformer kinda like Sackboy. which means customization. It was published by Sony, so it included costumes of PlayStation characters like Kratos. Fortnite. Yes, Kratos is in the game that is probably the biggest crossover in history. Since every character is just a skin, there won't be much changes between each character, meaning Kratos will also do the Fortnite dances, and I don't know what to say. On one hand, it is really funny, on the other hand, my god, the disrespect. And no, this one is not canon, thanks God. World of Warcraft Battle for Azeroth. In World of Warcraft, there are two characters that are a reference to Kratos and Atreus in God of War 4. Guacamelee 2. In Guacamelee 2, we can see another poster that is a reference to God of War 4. It shows this version of Kratos and Atreus as a father and son wrestling duo. Gladihoppers. It is a very simple fighting game for mobile devices. Naming your character Kratos will let you use only one of the blades of chaos as your weapon. Katana Zero. In one of the few boss fights of this game, we fight a big man who wields an axe that can come back to him like a boomerang, which could be a reference to God of War. Borderlands 3. Kratos and Atreus had their references, and it is Mimir's turn now. In one part of Borderlands 3, we can see a boat with a head in it that could be a God of War reference. Death Stranding. This one has lots of cameos of real life people and video game characters. It has a God of War reference as well, but it is very small. Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima is another action-adventure Sony first party, so there is a God of War reference in it. That tree that Kratos was cutting down in God of War 4 is in this game, with the axe in it. You can also have a God of War themed armor, Horizon Forbidden West. The same tree can be found in Horizon Forbidden West as well. Aloy can also have a Kratos makeup, and you can find totems of Kratos, Atreus, Brock, and Sindri. High on Life. In a DLC of the game, at one part they make fun of the fact that God of War spoils the puzzles sometimes. Astrobot, the best game of 2024, is a 3D platformer and is a love letter to the entire PlayStation history. God of War characters are obviously referenced here, and Atreus and Kratos are named Boy and Dad of Boy, which is priceless. Secret Level is an anthology series based around various video game franchises. In episode 15, which was about the entire history of PlayStation, Kratos makes a very brief cameo. Temple of Helios. It is a browser game that was hosted on the official God of War website meant to promote God of War Chains of Olympus. It was taken down many years ago, so you can consider this one a lost media. Rise of the Warrior. This one is also a browser game on the official God of War website. This one was also meant to promote a game. The game being God of War Ascension this time. And this one is also taken down. Comic was part of the game. At each page of the comic, you can answer a question and get a reward, for example a cool image, if you get it right. Mimir's Vision. This one is an AR app for Android and iOS devices meant as a companion app to God of War 2018. It is basically an interactive map. You open your phone's camera and target a flat surface, and now you can see a map of Midgard. By touching different parts of it with a voice, image or video, Mimir tells you a fact or a story. A Call from the Wild. This one is a text-based adventure game on Facebook that is also taken down at the moment. It is a video game genre that goes back to the earliest days of PC gaming, many years before my time, which means I have no nostalgia attached to this one. I am not old enough to remember this type of games, but if you are, I guess you could have checked this game out when it was available. This one is a prequel to God of War 2018, back when Faye, mother of Atreus, was alive. You play as Atreus at most of the game and as Kratos as a small part of it. It is a very small game that can be completed in half an hour if you know what you are doing. How is the gameplay? Well, it is text-based as you can guess from the name. All actions happen as a result of what you type into the input. For navigation you type either north or south or east or west. You can see what tools you have by typing inventory. You can use them to solve puzzles. Usually you have a few choices to make and the game tells you what those choices are. You can get artworks by playing the game. Most of them get collected by default, but there are a few that you can only get by making the right choice. And yeah, that is the entire mechanism. The story is also simple. Atreus hears some voices in his head. He follows them and reaches a dying animal. It is too late and the animal dies. That's when two monsters show up. Atreus deals with one of them but gets injured while dealing with the second one. So he becomes angry and just like God of War 2018, as a result he gets knocked out. That is when Kratos shows up and kills the other monster, and at the end Kratos and Atreus go home. God of War, the card game. This one is a card game that tries to give you the experience of playing an RPG video game. I don't play card games, so check out this video from another channel to get more information about it. God of War 1 was a huge success, so not only they secured sequels to it, they also intended to make spin-offs. Some were midquels like God of War Betrayal and Ghosts of Sparta, and some were prequels like God of War Ascension and the topic of this video, Chains of Olympus. PS2 won the home console war of the 6th generation. But in the handheld console market, Nintendo was and still is the king. Sony also wanted to have a share in that market, so they introduced the gaming industry to their handheld console, PlayStation Portable. PSP aimed to be a handheld version of PS2, plus some extra features. Of course, people won't buy a PSP just because PS2 was a hit. They obviously needed games to sell their new console. So alongside new handheld experiences, they also contacted third parties to make PSP spin-offs to their franchises like Ratchet & Clank, Jak and Daxter, and of course God of War. Some of these games are infamous, despite the lower expectations. So let's look at this PSP God of War spin-off made by Ready at Dawn Studios to see if it is one of the disappointing ones or if it is worthy of being next to the Santa Monica titles. This game happens before the first game, during that 10 years that Kratos was serving the gods. Just like God of War 2, our first enemies are humans, and even on very hard mode, which is my main focus in this video, they are very easy to kill. The easiest way is to just grab them. The combat controls are similar to God of War 2, but not the same. For example, grabbing here is simplified. When you grab an enemy, Kratos will automatically attack it and it deals a considerable amount of damage, meaning it one hit kills the weak enemies. After firing back at a boat, the ceiling will break and you can enter the room. Some soldiers are on your side and of course you can kill them to get green orbs. Sometimes the QTEs are tiring in this game. For example, here I should mash circle and then just 1 second later I should again mash circle. Our first boss fight is similar to the first boss in God of War 1, meaning you will fight it a few times and the way it attacks is similar. Again, it has a light attack that can be blocked and a heavy attack that should be evaded or counter-attacked by magic. You should also finish it with a QTE, and again the first QTE is very simple. The chests here are barely ever hidden. Finding them is easy, unless there are some chests that are hidden so well that I have no idea they even exist. This time you will need 5 Gorgon Eyes or Phoenix Feathers to increase your maximum health or magic. And also here comes a nitpick. The saving process is much faster than the PS2 games, but it comes at the price of style. In those games, even the UI felt like God of War, but here the saving system feels generic to me. Since PSP has only one analog stick, rolling is relatively complicated. You should use the same analog stick that you use to walk while holding down L and R at the same time. And here comes a self-aware moment. There is a narrow log that you should walk through, and you may think it means you should get ready for more narrow logs. But no, this is the only one. I have even heard going through this single narrow log will give you a trophy for going through all the narrow logs of the game. Then it is time for another boss, and this one is even easier than the previous one. He usually stands there and doesn't do anything. A few soldiers are around him, but as I said, they are no threat. Sometimes the Persian king activates his fire powers and they can easily be evaded. After killing him, you will get his power called Efrit. Longest story short, it is a fire version of Poseidon's rage. Then you should throw a giant arrow at the basilisk, but the soldiers will use ladders to reach you. So you should kick off the ladders to do it without interruption. Then we see the Cyclops tyrants. Get near them and attack them, and always be ready to evade when they attack. Then a simple puzzle section. Do I even need to say there is a corpse involved? And then we should fight the basilisk for the last time. And this time it isn't fun. In very hard mode I die by 3 hits or something here. That is not my problem, because very hard mode should be very hard. But my problem is when it becomes unfair. A game can be very hard but still feel fair, but a game can be just a little bit hard but still feel unfair. My problem here is that each time I lose, I have to walk to the boss and upgrade my stuff and watch the cutscene again and again. That is the annoying part.
Fulfilling his commitment to the gods, Kratos defeated the basilisk brought forth by the Persians. But this small victory would not satisfy the man who had come to be known as the Ghost of Sparta.
Is this all you would have me do? Is there nothing else?
The sun plummet through the sky and the world plunge into darkness. Kratos knew this was not a sign from the gods.
What treachery is this?
Setting his sights on the glowing horizon, Kratos made his way toward the mysterious light. But there was more afoot than Kratos could possibly know.
Now we are introduced to the Shades. They are like undead legionnaires, but they are made out of smoke. They are much faster, and in very hard mode they can easily kill you in a second. so the safest way is to grab them a few times to kill them. They have an archer variant as well. Now there is a fog everywhere and they harm you. You should be around the fire to avoid being harmed. Kratos will see a banshee. Their body type is similar to Gorgons and their regular attacks are like the Gorgons as well, but their special attack is like the Siren Widows. You should close a gate to prevent spawning more of them. Then you should use fire to go through the fog. Then a Morpheus beast attacks you. They can attack with their claws and teeth, which is blockable, and can breathe smoke, which is unblockable. They can grab you, which can be countered by mashing L plus R. Finishing them with QTE requires the usage of the analog stick.
The temple on which Kratos stood was the sun chariot of Helios, the very chariot that the fire steeds pulled across the sky every day, allowing the brilliance of Helios to shine down on all mankind.
Kratos.
Athena, what madness has befallen us?
Kratos, there is not much time. Olympus needs you.
I grow tired of the gods' requests, Athena. I have given enough. Now take these nightmares from my head.
It is not for you to say when your servitude ends. You will earn your freedom in time. But for now, Olympus needs your unquestioning obedience. The god of the sun has been torn from the sky. This temple on which you stand is the chariot of Helios. Without their master to reign them, the fire steeds have driven the sun chariot into the earth. And without Helios, there is no one to keep Morpheus from seizing permanent power. Many of the gods have fallen into a deep slumber. Soon, all will succumb to the black grip of Morpheus.
What would you have me do?
You must find Helios and return him to the sky, lest the world of gods and man be lost forever. Only his light can release the grasp of Morpheus.
Athena! Athena!
Here we see the two-side satyrs. Just like any other form of satyrs, they are dangerous. Try launching them into the air and then grabbing them in the air. They also have a grenade throwing variant.
I am grateful you have come, Ghost of Sparta. The Titan Atlas has been freed from the pits of Tartarus and has taken my brother Helios from his rightful place in the sky.
What does Atlas want with the sun god?
Helios holds within him the power of the sun, a power so great it can destroy the world. It cannot be trusted in the hands of a Titan. Please, take the sun shield from his throne, walk through the gates of Olympus, and you will find me. Hurry, Kratos. Even now, my brother suffers at the hand of Atlas.
In the temple, Kratos sees the harplings, and they are like the harpies, but grabbing them is much more fun here. I love the way camera shakes when Kratos kills them. Then we see the fire guards. They are like a shade, but much faster and stronger, and are sun themed. They also have an attack that at the moment you can't block. Right now try square triangle and always be ready to evade their attacks. They also have a projectile version called the fire sentries, which do not need to be stunned in order to be grabbed. But be careful, because in this game on very hard mode, if you fail a QTE, 90% of times you will instantly die. And after that we get introduced to the Hyperion guards. They have a shield that you should break with square triangle, and they attack fast and hit hard and have a long range. Again, at the moment you can't block their attack, so square triangle and always being ready to evade it is. But soon we will find the remedy, the sun shield. which gives you the ability to parry, on the condition of upgrading it. If you don't upgrade it, it only blocks the attack with good timing and can't counter attack. The shield also works as a key and lets you go to new places in the temple. Then we have this puzzle section, and just like God of War 1, you should think outside of the box to solve it. The sun shield can reflect beams of light, which is used for puzzle solving. Using a portal, we reach a cavern. We find Triton's lance, and again like God of War 1, it looks like a weapon, but it actually only gives you the ability to swim underwater. After a swimming section, we see a Minotaur, and in this game they are much larger and much more powerful, as if they have been fused with a Cyclops or something. When you stick to them, they have a slightly less dangerous attack, so attack them while sticking to them and be ready to dodge all the time. You will reach the primordial fire. It gives you the ability to reflect projectile attacks. You can test it on these 3 statues that are animated in a way that I really like, but I can't point my finger to it. I don't know what makes their animation so appealing to me here. After destroying the 3 statues, you will acquire the magic Light of Dawn. It is a slower version of Zeus's Fury. You are vulnerable by using it, so in very hard mode I rather reflect the projectiles than using this magic. Now that the sun shield is upgraded with the light, you can go to even more places you couldn't go before. After solving a few more puzzles with the light beams, it is time to leave the temple. Now you can bring Helios's magic horses back to life, and they will take us to where he is captured in. Now we are in the underworld. While climbing the wall, some enemies will approach you, and I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or we really can't grab enemies while climbing. Then Gorgons will return, and they are almost the same as their PS2 version. Then a hard combat section that seems impossible at very hard mode, unless you know how to cheese it. Then we see the Death Knights, who are a slightly stronger version of the Hyperion Guards. Killing 2 of them will open a door for you here. After a while we meet Charon, who apparently is the person responsible for transporting the souls of the mortals to hell. This boss fight is actually a scripted event. You can't defeat him right now.
You chose your path. Host of Sparta!
But of course Kratos is too ignorant to just give up. He will break his chains and climb back to where he fell from. There are other tortured souls here, and you can kill them to free them from their eternal torture, of course. No, not for the green orbs, I swear. May Lord Zeus himself hit me with lightning if I lie. There are some rooms that only have enemies in them, and maybe one single green or blue chest in them. So on very hard mode, entering them would be a waste of time and health. There are some version of harpies that they are probably the most annoying version of harpies. I think the 3-hit combo with triangle is the best way to deal with them, but always be ready to evade. Here I will max out my health and magic, and now it is obvious how worthless the green orbs are. For completely refilling a maxed out health bar, you need to open 4 or 5 green chests, and opening each green chest can easily be undone by 1 hit from the most pathetic of enemies. Even with a maxed out health, you can die by 4 hits or something, and that is more annoying than challenging. After a while you will get your secondary weapon, the Gauntlet of Zeus, and it makes the game twice as fun. So fun that I played this game 4 times on bonus play so that I could play with it in the entire game. I love the sound it makes. It crunches the bones of the enemies. It has a light attack that holding it will break shields, and a heavy attack that holding it will send your enemies and yourself to the air. By upgrading it to level 2, you unlock the move Olympic Strike that can be done by pressing L plus square, which has a result similar to holding square, but it happens instantly and is stronger and can be done in the air. Just like the blades, after evading you can hold square or triangle to do a strong attack. With the gauntlet you can break some stuff that used to block your path. Thanks to the gauntlet, if you know what you are doing, your enemies will be helpless against you. From now on, the Cyclops and Minotaurs are armored and they can easily be broken with the gauntlet. But you should still be careful around them because they are still a threat. After that, I will max out the gauntlet. Now by pressing L plus triangle, you can do the move Olympic Thunder, which is the lightning version of L1 plus circle in God of War 1. Here by holding L plus circle, you can run. While running, you can press triangle to send enemies to the air, or square to do a satisfyingly powerful attack. Its air version is done by holding L plus circle in the air. Now do you want to hear something funny? The one time the game tried to have mercy on me, it ended up being at its most cruel point. So here is what happened. The game does not save the chests you have opened before reaching the next checkpoint. So sometimes I had to reopen a chest. But here there was a hidden room with lots of red orbs. I collected them and then upgraded one of my magics. Then I continued and died. The game apparently saves the opened hidden chests in order to prevent losing minutes of tedious walking. But one thing it does not account for is upgrading your stuff with the red orbs you collected from hidden chests. So it leveled down that magic that I had upgraded, but it did not give the used red orbs back to me. And because those hidden chests were still open, I lost 2,250 red orbs. By the way, look at this cool thing Kratos does. Now get ready for a rematch with Charon. This time you can defeat him thanks to the gauntlet. It is not that hard of a boss fight. Just be careful to guard or parry when needed. When you kill him for good, you will collect his mask, which is your third and final magic. It spawns a green aura that hurts and stuns the nearby enemies. It can also break their armors. Also, there is this theory that says the reason in God of War 1 the souls were falling into hell instead of being transported by a boat is because we killed this guy here.
Having defeated Charon, Kratos journeyed deeper into Hades and closer to his goal. For in the distance, the bright light of Helios illuminated all of the underworld. But something on the shore caught his attention. And to Kratos, it almost seemed an apparition.
Calliope!
Upon seeing his daughter, Kratos realized that all that he had been working for, all that he had wanted, was within reach. Years of service to the gods had not delivered him from his pain, never had it eased the burden of his past. And now, Calliope was found.
Calliope!
Now we reach the Temple of Persephone, and we are trying to reach Calliope. The combat encounters here are the hardest one. You should always be careful. Special dishonorable mention to this encounter that took an hour on very hard mode for me.
Calliope! Calliope, where are you?
Kratos looked, but his daughter was nowhere to be seen. In the middle of the room sat a graceful figure, a figure he recognized all too well. Persephone, wife of Hades, and queen of the undead.
Where is my daughter, witch?
Choose your words carefully, Ghost of Sparta. You address the goddess of the underworld. Your daughter is well. She lives among the pure souls in the Elysian fields.
Lead me to her!
Have you forgotten, Kratos? The Olympians need you. They slumber at the hand of Morpheus.
I have faithfully served the gods, yet they do not give me what I ask. I grow weary of their demands.
The gods on Olympus failed me too, Kratos. I was betrayed by Zeus and tricked by my husband Hades. Now I am to stay in the underworld as queen of the dead, to serve the fallen and care for them as my own children.
Persephone! I demand to see my daughter!
As you wish. If Calliope is your true desire, I can help you. But be warned, Ghost of Sparta. The world of man will suffer because of your choice.
I care little for the world and its suffering! Where is she?
If you are to see your daughter again, you must become worthy of Elysium. Cast your weapons at the Forsaken Tree, and let it release the evils of your past. Only then will you be free of your sins, and be granted passage through divine gates.
Calliope!
Father?
My child.
Why did you go?
I am here now, child, and I will not leave you again.
I have watched over you pathetic mortals for 1,000 years, and it is always the same. Serving yourself before the needs of others has always been your flaw. But no matter. For now you serve my purpose. It is time for all that came before to end. The Titan will fulfill his role and finish what I have started. I released Atlas.
You?
As you were pathetically disarming yourself, Atlas completed the task I set him out to do. With the power of the sun in his hands, it is only a matter of time before he destroys the pillar that holds the world. And Olympus with it.
But why?
Do you think it was my choice to wed a man I did not love? Live a life I did not choose? I was betrayed by the very gods that once saw me as their own. But no more. Once the pillar is destroyed, the world will revert into chaos.
And what is to become of you?
I will have my peace and be free from this miserable existence. I will perish, but it is my choice.
Father? What's happening? I'm scared.
In your selfish choice to be with your daughter, you have caused her ruin.
No.
Elysium falls too, Kratos. She will perish.
No! I will not let the gods take her from me again!
Father!
The choice was clear to him, yet impossible to make. To stay with his daughter meant the end of the world and the end of her. To stop Persephone and Atlas would mean forsaking his daughter forever. While his hatred and anger for the gods grew ever stronger, he knew there was but one thing to do.
Now we reach one of the best storytelling moments in gaming history. Just like God of War 1, they use the QTEs as a mean to tell a story. I know the whole press circle to abandon child is a meme now, but still it is a tragic moment that shows how much pressure Kratos is feeling at the moment. We need to mash circle so that Kratos would let go of his daughter. And it is the most demanding QTE of the game. It shows that this is the hardest thing Kratos is doing in this game. Physically it's not hard for him, but mentally this is harder than ripping monsters in half. The game is generous with the amount of red orbs it gives. Even on very hard mode, I managed to max out everything before reaching the final boss. At phase 1, just keep punching her, but always be ready to guard or evade.
Atlas!
At phase 2, at first don't pay attention to this fire circle at the moment. Don't stay in it right now. Just keep moving until she throws a projectile at you, and then keep sending them back to her until she's hanging from a column, and at that time go near her and do L plus circle with the blades in air. Repeat this cycle until she falls on the floor, then enter the fire circle and do the QTE to kill him. Now let's look at the treasure section of this game. Challenge 1. Burn 50 soldiers with the Efreet. If they die by other means, you will lose. The main problem are the Cyclops that can kill the soldiers before you. You can also run out of magic, so be extra careful. Challenge 2. Kill 20 fire guards without being hit. This one took a long time, but at the end I realized that this challenge had made me better at the parrying in this game. Challenge 3. Kill all your enemies. This one also took a long time because in this one you are automatically losing health by each second that passes. Challenge 4. Break all the objects before time runs out. Use square, hold the square with the blades for the objects in the middle of the room, and then mash square with the gauntlet for the rest. I like this one more than the God of War 1 version. Challenge 5. Kill all your enemies. This time it actually is relatively simple. It is not like the PS2 games that the mission that looks simple is actually the hardest one. This time we only had 5 challenges, and I like these ones more than the challenges of the PS2 games because they are less annoying, and also they help me get better at the game. We have 3 costumes in this game. We can also see the pre-rendered cutscenes and some concept art and behind the scenes stuff here. So that was the game. It had some annoying moments, but overall a very fun game. I guess the only complaint that I haven't mentioned is how weird Kratos looks in the pre-rendered cutscenes, but that's just a nitpick. Both the gameplay and the story of this game is good. Of course the gameplay is not as good as the PS2 games. It also isn't as open as those games, as this game is full of invisible walls. And it also is half their length, which isn't a bad thing actually. This game was supposed to be played in short bursts, but even on long sections it is fun. I can complete this game twice in one day without getting tired. And yeah, that's it. If you ask me, this game is worthy of being in the same talk as the PS2 games. Now, it's time to talk about one of my favorite games of all time. It is not my number 1, but definitely in the top 10. You guys are probably aware of the fact that every mainline God of War game is directed by a different person. Usually that would result in a franchise with an identity crisis. That could result in a franchise in which every game is so different from the rest that you would find it hard to believe they are from the same series. In another timeline, the different ideologies of the different directors would make the God of War franchise a mess. But one thing that turned this threat into an opportunity was communication. Yes, different people worked on this series, but they were more than a group. They were a team. They all had different opinions, but they respected each other. There was ego, yes, but it never was to a point that no one would take feedback. Every director brought something new to the table. In a way, they were brainstorming. And at this point, all the bad ideas were omitted, all the flawed ideas were fixed, and all the good ideas were perfected. They had learned everything they needed, and now all that was left was to use their entire knowledge and experience to make the best game they can. They were not competing against each other, they were competing alongside each other. It was like a group athlete. They were running in turn. After running, David gave the piece of wood to Corey, and he, after running, gave the piece of wood to Stig, and he ran and reached the goal. And that goal was making a game that was almost perfect. Each director gave all the needed instructions to the team before leaving. Each director built upon the foundation made by the previous directors. But of course, this was not just the job of the directors. Tens or even hundreds of people were involved in making these games. The directors may come and go, but most of the rest of the team stayed. They knew what they were doing. They were not clueless. They knew the general directions. They could make a functional and maybe even a good enough game. But the director had to make sure that the games were more than just good enough. Each person as an individual had his or her strengths and weaknesses, but as a team, they could take their strengths into a good use and could fix their weaknesses. The passionate arguments during the making of these games made them even better. Now, let's see what they have cooked. This game was originally released on PS3. I have been emulating the original versions of the previous games, but this time I played the PS4 remaster of this game on a PS5. I don't know how it used to look on a PS3, but on a PS5 this game looks really good. I mean, just look at it, my god, those details on Kratos' face. You can read his entire backstory from his eyes. Look how angry he is. He is ready to finish his revenge arc. Look at that transition and that beautiful blue fire. From the darkest depths of Hades to the highest heights of Mount Olympus, we see the chaos that Kratos and the Titans have brought. A beautiful world that is slowly becoming an ugly post-apocalyptic one. While witnessing the destruction, we hear a speech from Zeus. This time, Zeus's voice actor is doing an even greater job. Now it is so enjoyable to just listen to him. The gods look down from Mount Olympus to see what is happening, and the situation seems to be much worse than what they expected. And their design is amazing. I especially love how Poseidon and Hades look. Well, Helios is the only one whose design looks generic to me. He looks like a regular soldier next to the rest of the gods. He flies with his magic horses. Hermes, with his super speed, runs down the mountain. Hades uses his weapon to jump down the mountain. Zeus gives a signal to Hercules so that he would tell the soldiers to attack their enemies. Everyone goes down to fight while Zeus, the king of the gods, and Poseidon, his second in command, watch from the above. The camera zooms in on Gaia and goes through a jungle to see Kratos on her right shoulder. He shows the blade of Olympus, and I love how it is glowing, as if it is burning with a blue fire. The animation and the sound design of this game is god tier. Using the chain blades had never been this fun. The way blood comes out of the enemies each time I hit them is beautiful. The Titans are slowly reaching Zeus, so Poseidon joins the battle and he is single-handedly turning the table against the Titans. He jumps down and he does it so fast that he stabs a Titan with the velocity of his body and sends it down into water, killing it. Poseidon comes out of water in a new form. He is a giant water monster now, but we can't see his full body yet. With his giant tentacles he gets Gaia. While she is asking for help from Kratos, we see Poseidon take down another Titan. With R2 we can use magic, and at the moment we only have one magic that makes a gigantic tornado and damages all the enemies around him. We see another Titan trying to approach Zeus. A part of Poseidon's new body reveals itself. A giant water monster that is half horse and half lobster. Again, the first boss has a few mini bosses before it. I do my favorite move on it until it shoots a giant water laser, and at that exact moment I use my magic because yet again it comes with invisible frames and I love it for it. Gaia is struggling, and as a result we go to different fighting states. Now we are hanging from her hand and we should continue the fight like that. Now I like to do square triangle and we'll press cross to move quickly and evade the attacks. Then we are clinging to Gaia's hand as if it is a wall, and here I like to mash square or triangle while going up, and again move fast with cross to evade the attacks. Then again we are on foot and sometimes it tries to crush us. The tutorial of this game feels like a final boss. That's a new level of awesomeness. When the monster is knocked out, you should grab it to start the finisher QTE. This time each button is on the same direction it is on the controller, so even when you panic, you will still know where to press. Don't collect red orbs right now, it will be a waste of time. There are some parts in which we are slowly moving on narrow places, but they are few and far between. Gaia is still helpless against Poseidon. By parrying, you can also send projectiles back to their senders. A fire titan falls down because of Helios. Poseidon hits Gaia so hard that there is a hole in her chest now. By holding cross we can glide. We still have the wings of Icarus. We enter a temple and a centaur captain tries to stab us in the back, which can be countered by moving the left analog stick in the way game tells you. You can make him helpless by square triangle. Its finisher QTE is so brutal, I love it. We can see the giant corpse of Ares in the ice, the guy who started this whole madness. It really gives you a feel of finality to the game. You should pull a lever to make a platform near you and you should reach it before it goes back. Again, the save system is not stylized at all. And this time I can't even show it to you because PS5 doesn't record its own save system. But it was interesting to see a game that had manual save on a system that always saves automatically. Like Chains of Olympus, there are moments that we have two demanding QTEs in a row. We fight another water monster. This time alongside the heavy attacks, it has a light attack that I can block. At the end of first round, I make a big hole in its belly and cut off one of its legs. At round 2, I run out of magic, so I have to evade instead. I will open its wound and stab it with the leg that I have cut. Gaia is free now, but she needs a time to rest. So we enter her body to continue. Oh look, going through a very narrow hall, one of modern gaming's favorites. Second only to the color yellow. We can see Gaia's heart, and these titans has an interesting anatomy. We should move a platform to continue the game, but before you do, use it to pick up Zeus's eagle. It is one of the secret items in the game that lets you have a spatial advantage or disadvantage after you beat the game on very hard mode. We can hold an object with R1 and move it with the left analog stick, but here we can also rotate it with the right analog stick. If you are pushing it forward, Kratos will run and move it much faster. Now when you grab an enemy, you can press cross to throw it at another, circle to hit it until it dies, triangle to rip it in half, and new to this game, press square to run and hit the rest with the grabbed enemy, and then throw it or crush it. Most people love this line from Poseidon.
You challenge me, mortal? A god of Olympus?
And yeah, it is cool and menacing. But you know what is even more cool and menacing? What Kratos says in return.
A true warrior does not hide, Poseidon! Leave the sea and face me!
I think his voice actor was a little bit too close to the microphone, but it makes the voice even cooler here. I can feel all the anger from his voice. I enjoyed this line so much that I think it is finally time to talk about the voice acting in this series. Everyone does a great job with the voice acting in these games, especially the voice of classic Kratos, T.C. Carson. In a recent interview, he said that when he was the voice of Kratos, he was in a part of his life in which he was very angry at his life. So the reason that he did such a great job as Kratos was that the anger in his voice was real. Voice acting as Kratos became something like a therapy session for him. Here, let the legend say it for himself.
At the time, I was very angry. There were a lot of things going on that had me in a real nasty place. And Kratos allowed me to do that. He allowed me to be able to vent all of that anger. He allowed me to be able to vent all of that rage. And I think that's the thing that people resonate with because it was real. Those were real moments for me to be able to do that and be able to get that out. So it was like going to therapy, really. Because I would always leave the session like,
Also, it was cute to see both voice actors of Kratos being in the same panel. I love how much Christopher Judge respects him. Sony and Santa Monica were kinda a jerk to him by secretly replacing him, but the new voice of Kratos has nothing but respect for the old voice of Kratos. Like, he's the first person to stand up for him and cheer for him, and by doing so, he indirectly tells the rest to do it as well. The only other time I saw something like this was when both of the previous voice actors of Sonic the Hedgehog were on the same panel. Okay, let's continue. First, we should free Gaia's hand by attacking this lobster leg. Sometimes the floor below Kratos will get electrified, which means you should leave that place if you don't want to lose at least 50% of a full health bar. Sometimes he will attack you with his tentacles, and again you should run away from it if you don't want to die. When you free Gaia's hand, she will hold Poseidon. We jump on her hand to engage into a direct combat with Poseidon. I guard when he attacks with his hand and evade or use magic when he uses his spear. We will destroy his breastplate with a QTE. Then we jump back on Gaia's head to free her. We free her hand while jumping on it, and Gaia punches Poseidon with all her might. It sends Kratos into Poseidon's monster form and he takes his real form out of it and it looks way past cool. Poseidon is defeated, but the gods of Olympus are egomaniacs, so he still keeps trash talking to Kratos. And Kratos have answers so savage I can't help but love it. Now we have to finish him, but be careful because on very hard mode, Poseidon even in this weak state can kill you if you fail the QTE. This is one of the most brutal deaths in the series. Poseidon tries to run away, but when you start a fight with Kratos, you have to finish it. It is too late to back down. By the death of Poseidon, the balance between the water and the land is destroyed, so the water level goes much higher than what it should be. And Athens, the city that we worked so hard to save it in the first game, goes completely underwater. And the other cities like Sparta probably share the same fate, and that is a tragedy. Gaia and Kratos reach Zeus that at the moment they are no match for him. Gaia betrays Kratos and it is probably the dumbest betrayal in the entire history of video games. I am not saying why did she betray him, I ask why did she betray him now? You should betray your allies when you have the upper hand, not when you still need them. If it weren't for Kratos, Poseidon would have single-handedly killed all the Titans. I know why Gaia wanted to get rid of all the gods, because I am aware of the ironies of the ancient Greek stories. Gaia has become petty. Zeus punished all the Titans because of the sins of one Titan, even the Titan that was a mother figure to him. And now Gaia wants to punish all the gods because of the sins of one god, even the god that helped her and in another timeline would have been a great ally or even a friend to her. There is a dark yet beautiful irony in it. What if she wanted to kill Kratos? Wouldn't it be much smarter if she waited for Kratos to kill Zeus and the rest of the gods and then kill him when he becomes tired and wounded? She looked smart but turned out that she was actually stupid. Then we see a cutscene that, just like the awesome cutscene you see the moment you open up the game, is very stylized. Have you seen those videos in which they tell a story with just soil and light? I think they aim to capture the feeling of those stuff with these animations, and I love it. Now Kratos is in River Styx in the underworld, and I don't know, did he just fall into it or did he die for the third time if I'm not mistaken? There are some souls in the river and they attack us and take almost everything we had from this game and the second game. Yeah, they did a Metroid again and this time it's a little bit anticlimactic to me. Kratos sees the spirit of Athena and we realize that he still regrets killing her. After a short while, he tries to look uninterested, but his reaction to seeing her ghost says it all. Yeah, Athena annoys him a lot, but for a time she was all he had. She was the only person he could talk to. She was the only familiar face in a horrible world in which all his loved ones were dead. But Athena acts suspicious now. Once she sacrificed her life to save Zeus, but now because of vague reasons she tells Kratos how to kill Zeus and even upgrades the blades of Athena into the blades of exile. You have lost all the red orbs you obtained, so you should start over again. There are some zombie-like creatures that you should grab them to get red orbs. Killing them with the blades won't give you any. And yet there are still breakable objects that you can get red orbs from. No nonsense like not getting red orbs from objects and chests from like how it was in God of War 2. The chests that give you Gorgon eyes or Phoenix feathers are much bigger here, which makes them stand out more. This time you only need 3 of each to upgrade. I will say the reason later. You can hold L1 and then press circle to do Scorpion's get over here move, but in this game you go there. Wow, that music is so beautiful. It is sad but also very relaxing. I think I should also talk about the soundtracks because I haven't talked about them in the previous videos. The soundtracks of the God of War series is good. Some would even say stuff like it is one of the best soundtracks ever or it is in my workout list, but I won't go that far. I enjoy them in the games, but it is not like the soundtracks of, for example, Sonic the Hedgehog video games that I would listen to them even outside of those games. But I have to say that the soundtrack of God of War 3 is at that level. Some soundtracks are new and some are from the previous games, but they have been tweaked and now they went from king tier to god tier. But of course your enjoyment of music is totally subjective and I know nothing about music, so I will stop there. Even the pause menu is super stylized. It is actually Pandora's box and each page of the menu is a side of it. Just the way this menu moves is awesome. The menu! There was no need to work that much on the menu. It shows how passionate the developers were. We reached the gate to the Temple of Hades, but we can't open it right now. So Hades starts telepathically trash talking to Kratos. And again, what a great voice acting. This time again we have 4 magic attacks. The first one we have is Army of Sparta, which is like what we had at the start of the game, but less powerful. By doing this magic, the souls of Kratos' Spartan brothers will come and help him. In this game there are some white chests that they always give you red orbs, but sometimes they will give another colored orb as well, which is sometimes blue and sometimes green. Have I mentioned that even the chests are more beautiful in this game? Then again 2 demanding cuties in a row. But this time it is one of those in which you should rapidly alternate between L1 and R1. Have I said how bad this one is before? Mashing 1 button at a time? Fine, but don't make me mash 2 buttons. It's so tiring. The Gorgons return and they are similar to the previous versions. Decapitating them gives you blue orbs, but this time it will also petrify the nearby enemies because we don't have a Gorgon head in this game. We will get another way of freezing enemies, but we don't have it yet. Some branches have blocked our path, so we go to the left. Someone tells us to free him and get his bow in return. But it is Kratos that we are talking about. Asking help from him is not that much different from a death wish. We reach the first puzzle of the game, and of course we should kill a person in it. But this time we mentally torture him before that. There is a small cage with the same branches in it that has blocked our path and has trapped this man. There is a Cerberus behind some bars. You should put that cage in front of it to set it on fire, and with the smoke it creates, you can reach higher places to free that Cerberus. It can shoot fireballs at you that you can't block at the moment, and it can bite or attack you with its claws, which you can block. When you do the QT on it, you will ride it, and for a short while you can use its powers for yourself. With the fireballs that it can shoot, we kill all the enemies and burn that wooden cage, killing the man in it. For this horrible act, we get rewarded with the bow of Apollo. It is like Typhon's Bane, but instead of magic, it takes energy. Now we have a red bar below the green and blue bars, which is for energy. Each arrow you shoot drains from it, but it will automatically refill itself. So unlike God of War 2, you have infinite arrows, but it takes a few seconds to charge itself. Hold L2 to draw the bow and press square to fire. If you hold the square, when you release it, it will shoot a fiery arrow, which burns the aimed enemy and the enemies next to it. With it, you can also burn those branches. This bow is the reason we only need 3 eyes or feathers to upgrade health and magic. Because in this game we also need to collect 3 Minotaur horns to increase your energy meter. Also, am I the only one? Or using your red orbs really sound like peeing? Then we find a note from a random person that sums up the music you can hear at the moment perfectly. The voice sings of pain and loss. These things I know too well, but still can bear. It is when the voice sings of hope that I learn true anguish, a longing for that which I can never have. Wow, that was dark and beautiful at the same time, just like the music itself. I was surprised when I found this note because it is similar to the feeling I first got from hearing this music for the first time. It was depressing yet hopeful. It's interesting how the tortured souls in this game are similar to how they have been described in some books related to religious things and stuff about the life after death. Some souls regret what they have done, but it's too late, and some souls blame their friends for corrupting them, but at the end of the day, it is their own fault for listening to them. Then the harpies return. Of course the bat-like creatures will come in hell. That is where they belong. L1 plus circle makes dealing with them easier. By doing that, you can go to the air and grab them. We reach the 3 judges. I think they decide if you should stay in hell or go to heaven. But before they judge you, you should do 3 challenges. These challenges actually add to the lore of God of War. In the first challenge, we see people falling from above and the hands of Hades come from below. You should destroy them all. If those hands grab a human, it will turn it into a zombie. In the second challenge, we see a zombie that reaches the end of the line and transforms into a minotaur as a result. So now we know where all those enemies that we have been fighting throughout the games come from. They are the bad people that died and turned into monsters as punishment for the sins that they have committed. This could also be a reference to chess. You should kill the zombies before they become a threat. It is a shame that in each game we have to gain or regain the ability to parry. Fighting a minotaur without it feels wrong. Just see how many times I am in a perfect opportunity to parry, but I just didn't have the ability yet. But you can always parry the petrifying beams, if your reaction is fast enough, that is. A minotaur can launch you in the air, and yes, killing them with a QTE still gives you green orbs. At challenge 3, we should kill all the enemies.
By the gods of Olympus and Order of Zeus, we are the 3 judges. Face your final judgment, mortal. King Aeacus has found you wanting. King Rhadamanthus has found you worthy. It falls to me, King Minos, to make the final decision. Your future is cloaked in shadow. The realm of the afterlife is not yet ready for you. Beyond that door waits your destiny.
Don't they work for Zeus? Why are they aiding us then? There are some oil pots that if you shoot an arrow at them, they will explode and injure the enemies nearby. Is Kratos' redemption a result of her sacrifice? Is this why the judges gave Kratos another chance? Is Kratos' mother secretly one of the most underrated mothers in gaming? Some statues that wield giant hammers come to life and attack you, while Hades trash talks to you. Again, the lack of parry makes it harder, but being careful is enough. It just takes longer than what it should. With QTE, Kratos will shatter them with their own hammers. Now we meet Hephaestus, the Smith god.
Leave me be! I tell you, I have paid the price.
Calm yourself, Smith God.
Ghost of Sparta. It is you. Well, well, well. I thought Zeus would have killed you by now.
I thought you would have escaped this cavern by now.
Zeus may have imprisoned me here, but you are the reason I live in torment.
I did you no wrong, Hephaestus. I pursue only one Olympian.
Well, as long as it's only one Olympian.
I seek the flame of Olympus. Do you know of it?
For what purpose, Spartan?
For the purpose I have chosen. Now tell me, do you know of the flame?
All true children of Olympus know of it. We've all come to respect its power, but don't be fooled by its enticing glow. Neither god nor man can touch its lethal flame.
I only need to find it.
If you can find your way out of the underworld, I'm sure you can find your way to the flame of Olympus.
You have been truly helpful, Hephaestus.
Again, as opposed to what most people think of classic Kratos, he did not kill him just because he annoyed him. Also, you guys know when the game makes a loud sound when you upgrade something? That sound is 10 times louder in this game, and it comes from the controller. First time I almost got a heart attack from it. Like previous games, the level 2 blades give you the Cyclone of Chaos and the parry ability. You should rotate a lever to go reach 2 new places. This sword is actually the rage mode here. And just like God of War 2, I am not a big fan of it. It is probably the worst even. Because even in its tutorial section, it is not enough to kill all the enemies. Now with the bow, we can open the gate to the Temple of Hades. But before that, we should deal with 2 Cerberuses. They can be a real threat. Then a huge gate that... Okay, I get it. It's big. Opening it should be hard. But come on, do you want to kill me? Now we enter the Palace of Hades. We should solve a puzzle in order to fight him, and it is one of my favorite puzzles. It also has a corpse involved, but this corpse is actually the wife of Hades, the final boss of Chains of Olympus. Now it is time to fight Hades, and before it he says some cool stuff. By our resistance, the fight begins. He can attack with his weapon, which you can parry by a well-timed guard. He can try to stomp you, which should be evaded. After a short while, he will jump. I would shoot arrows at him when he goes up and will jump when he goes down, so that I won't take damage from the energy he creates by jumping. You can also do a Cyclone of Chaos in the air if he is close to you. Then he will rotate his weapon and you may think you should jump over it, but the easier way is to roll through it actually. And I don't know if that's a bug or a feature. Sometimes he will use both his weapons at the same time, which should be evaded. Sometimes he will try to grab you, but it is so telegraphed that you will always know when to evade. By winning the QTE, you will cut a piece of his flesh and throw it away. That piece of flesh will try to come back to Hades, so destroy it before it does. But be careful for the hands of Hades. Sometimes the entire floor will be covered in a black goo, except for one part that you should go in it to be safe from a significant damage. Then he will try to dig a piece of the floor and you should parry his attacks to prevent it. Also, he will try to capture your soul again, which can be stopped by a QTE. He can also throw projectiles at you and you should parry it. At his final phase, he will put his weapon underground. This is a dangerous phase, so I will use rage and spam skewer on him. When we defeat him, we can have his weapon as our own, which is called the Claws of Hades. They look as if Kratos' chain blades have been fused with a scythe or something. I love its design and coloring. Its purple light looks the most beautiful in darkness. In the hands of a master, it is a tool for reaching greatness, but in the hands of a casual, it looks like a worse version of the Blades of Exile. I am somewhere in between. I agree that it is a unique enough weapon, but I still haven't gotten good enough to put it into a good use. You will have 4 weapons in this game, but unlike God of War 2, you have an easy access to all of them. I also said before that we have 4 magic attacks in the game, which is the same count as our weapon. That is because each magic is tied to a weapon, so you choose your magic by choosing the related weapon. Just like God of War 1, you choose your magic with the D-pad, which means you can also choose your weapon with the D-pad, so no need for using the pause menu to change weapon. The color of the light of the PS5 controller changes depending on which weapon you have equipped. It's a beautiful purple when you have the claws. Just like the chain blades, it has square for light attack and triangle for heavy attack. I usually spam triangle with it. By each hit of it, souls will come out, which is a cool VFX. Then Hades will come back, and now get ready for round 2, in which we use his own weapon against him. Before this he talked in a relatively calm and very cool way, but now he talks in an angry and desperate way, and the voice acting is top notch at both of these states. Sometimes he will shoot a giant laser beam, and you should swing to the other side at those moments. With the claws, we give Hades a taste of his own medicine and capture his soul, and as a result chaos ensues. All the souls he has observed will come out of his body and roam freely in the water or in the sky. Now thanks to the claws, you can easily swim in river Styx without losing progress, because I think the souls are afraid of those weapons. Army of Sparta was the magic of the Blades of Exile, and the magic of the Claws of Hades is Soul Summon, which is a unique mechanic in comparison to the rest of the magic attacks. As you can guess from the name, it summons a soul. But what soul? Well, these souls are some of the enemies that you have been fighting throughout the trilogy. You can choose a specific soul by pressing triangle in the pause menu. I have seen videos of people using different souls to do some god tier combo mat stuff, but I am nowhere near as good as them, so I barely ever use it. Now we should get back to that level rotating section, but this time the statues that were around you will come to life. Now that you have a soul of a god, you can activate a portal and reach new places.
You live, Spartan. The blood of Kronos serves you well. Quickly, you must help me.
Help you?
Yes, child. Quickly. I suffer greatly. I tried to return to battle, but...
Without me?
You know I had no choice. You must help me. Kratos, do I mean nothing to you?
You were a means to an end, Gaia. Nothing more.
But I must face Zeus. The Titans must take down Olympus.
No! This is my war, not yours.
Then a bunch of cursed legionnaires attack you, and you should kill them all to open a door. Some harpies will show up, and with L+ circle you can ride them and reach higher places. If they are far, then shoot an arrow at them so that they would come near you. You should use this ability to open these chests up here. Then more cursed legionnaires show up. Like a coward, I killed the first 3 with the bow and arrow from afar. Then another centaur captain showed up, and they can command the cursed legionnaires to do a powerful attack that they couldn't do on their own. And you should jump over the energy beams they create with that attack. It is a hard encounter. Be extra careful. Then another hard encounter. We have a cool introduction to a new enemy. It is a combination of a snake and a lion and an antelope. At first the snake is at charge. It can pour acid on you, so do square triangle and always be ready to evade. When you kill the snake part, the lion part will be in charge. From now on it will throw fire at you. Again square triangle, but be extra ready. Then the antelope part will be in charge, and now be ultra extra ready. Try to stay away and shoot arrows at it. Helios and the Fire Titan are still fighting each other. By using a big bow, we throw Helios in the hands of the Titan, and he does the job for us. Then a hull full of enemies. Bringing an oil pot helps a lot. We will reach Helios, who is dying. So no boss fight or anything? Man, he is pathetic. In the both games that he exists, he is nothing but a guy in distress, always needing to be saved by others. Some legionnaires with spears and shields come to protect him. At the moment we don't have a direct way of breaking those shields. A Cyclops will show up. By doing a QTE on it, we can ride it, and by doing so we can break the shields. Now Helios is alone and helpless, in the mercy of Kratos. Oh wait. What mercy? We kill Helios brutally, and as a result the sun is gone. Just like God of War 1 and 2, we have a decapitated head as part of our arsenal. But this time, instead of a beam that petrifies, we have a beam of light. I love how edgy God of War used to be. In other games we would use a flashlight or a torch, but in God of War, decapitated head. It can also make some walls invisible and intangible, so that we could continue the game. By using L plus triangle, you can stun enemies with the light, which can make them shiny as well. Here I upgrade the Blades of Exile to level 3, and again I unlock triple triangle, triangle, square, and also Army of Sparta is stronger now. The Wraiths will return, and this time their weakness is L1 plus circle. I liked it better in God of War 1 that you could simply grab them, because right now it takes more than an ideal time to kill them. Then more of them will appear, with some archers far away next to some oil pots. You know what to do. Now we are in a flying section and we should move to avoid getting hit. Then we kill that fire titan. And after that a platforming section in which you should avoid getting hit by meteors. After another flying section, we reach the caverns. After a while, we reach a section that annoys me because of how long it is and because it doesn't have checkpoints in the middle of it. First, some undead legionnaires attack, and the fastest way is to throw them out. Then Minotaur attack, and they will break a chain to kill you. So do L1 plus circle on them. Then they repeat it, but this time there are some archers. Then a Cerberus shows up and you can ride it to kill the rest of the enemies. Then we reach Hermes and it basically confirms that God of War Betrayal isn't canon, because in that game we killed his son, but there is no mention of it here.
Pandora's box. What is the meaning of this?
Your eyes do not deceive you, Kratos. It is the same box you opened years ago. The power to kill a god still rests inside.
I released those powers when I killed Ares.
No. Trapped inside that box, there is a stronger power. It has been missing from the world. It all began when Zeus triumphed over the Titans in the Great War. Zeus understood that the evils born from that battle, if left free, would destroy the world of man and gods. To contain these evils, Zeus commissioned Hephaestus to build a vessel strong enough to hold them. Fear, greed, hate. He locked them all away in the box in hopes that they would never again infect his reign. When you opened the box to kill Ares, you drew from the forbidden powers. After witnessing your victory, fear gripped Zeus.
But the flame is deadly. How can I recover the box?
With its namesake, Kratos.
Pandora?
She is the key to destroying the flame. The key to our revenge. This will be difficult, Spartan.
A simple child will not trouble me, Athena.
I hope you are right, Ghost of Sparta.
During this cutscene, Athena revealed that God of War 2 happened a few years after God of War 1. Also, I feel like this cutscene has led to some misconceptions. Some say that Zeus became evil because of the darkness that possessed him after opening Pandora's box, and he never was evil by choice. There is an unused line in the game in which Zeus would beg for forgiveness from Kratos before he was blind. And some people use this line to confirm it. But I have to say that line was removed for a reason. And that reason is that they realized Zeus had done some horrible stuff even before opening the box. So don't say that Zeus is a bad villain because he's evil as a result of being mind controlled. That darkness just made him an even worse person. He already was evil before that. If this didn't happen, Zeus would still choose to do more bad things. But he may have done that later rather than when he actually did it in that case. It is the same argument as saying Scar being evil because of a snake's venom is lame. Dude, Scar was evil even before the snake bite. He had his eyes on the throne even before that event. Back to God of War 3. We are chasing Hermes now. We will engage in battle with him, and it is a pathetically easy boss fight. Some people say he's so annoying and pathetic that it makes him the worst character of the franchise. I say he is the second worst character in the franchise because at least he tried to kill Kratos. The actual worst character is Helios because he didn't even try. He was just whining like a baby and he always needs to be rescued by everyone. By killing Hermes, we collect his boots, which lets us run fast with L2 plus cross. So fast that we can run on the walls with it and reach new places. It can be used in combat as well, but it just sucks at combat. Wouldn't have expected more than that from Hermes. We see some sirens that can turn invisible. Do L2 plus triangle to reveal them. The easiest way is to launch them in the air and then grab them a few times there. Then we have a mini game that have been ridiculed before because of kinda breaking the fourth wall. But I say sometimes video games have to be silly to become more fun. So I actually like it. I will upgrade the Blades of Exile to level 4, which makes Cyclone of Chaos stronger and gives back Tartarus Rage. The shield building enemies come back and this time we should take advantage of Gorgons to kill them. You should kill 6 soldiers and the game will continue spawning Gorgons until you do so. Hercules wants to kill Kratos because of jealousy. Kratos told him that he doesn't want to kill him, but Hercules won't have any of it. Okay, have it your way. Don't say he didn't warn you. At first you should kill some soldiers, but try to kill the archers first. Then Hercules joins the fight, and he does it when the music is at its peak.
I'll take care of it.
You have heard this music in the previous games, but here it is perfected. When he takes enough damage, with a QT you can grab him and take him into a spiked wall and destroy his shoulder armor. Repeat this cycle to destroy his helmet as well. That's when he says,
"Armor is for weak."
Then why were you wearing it, bro? You are so bad at making it look normal. After a while we get his weapon and wow, this is such a fun weapon. It might be even my favorite in the franchise. I mean, it is either this or the Blades of Exile. This weapon is like a magical metal boxing glove. You punch with this weapon and man, what a punch it is. Each punch is like an explosion. Again, you have light attacks with square and heavy attacks with triangle. You can do square triangle, and yes, it is overpowered. It is a powerful weapon, but don't think that you are unstoppable now. You should still be ready to guard or evade all the time. After a while, Hercules will be defeated, and yes, it is a brutal death. At the end of it, nothing will be left of his face. This new weapon is named the Nemean Cestus. The magic of the Cestus is a powerful slam that creates an energy beam and damages the enemies in front of Kratos. It's a good magic, but Army of Sparta is better. There are some blue crystals that can only be broken with the Cestus. The blue shields are made from these crystals, so you can finally have a direct mean of breaking them. Now we are at Poseidon's chamber. Then some new statues come to life. You should kill these ones fast because how they work is that each time you hit them, their body will get overheat, and when time passes, their body will cool down and it will heal itself. You should hit them until they overheat so much that you can kill them with their own weapon. Killing them will give you yellow orbs, which is for rage energy. I have been a fanboy of this game, but now we reach something in the game that I do not enjoy and I will not defend. This thing shouldn't have existed in the game. No ands, ifs or buts. There is this gear that should be held up so that Kratos can go through a gate. And instead of putting a piece of rock under it or something, he makes an innocent woman hold the gear for him, which leads to a brutal death. If you wanted to show his cruelty, we already knew how cruel he can be. And if you did this as a dark comedy thing, then I don't know what to say. I didn't find it funny. There are some movable bridges, but some of them are broken. Then I met Aphrodite. She offered me to play a minigame.
I told her no. Obviously.
Good.
Aphrodite, I knew you would return to me. Kratos. Tell me, has Aphrodite conquered another god of war?
That is a question you should ask your wife. I seek the labyrinth.
I thought you sought only the flame. What could you possibly want in... No! Stay away from her! Stay away from Pandora, Kratos! You are the reason she is in the labyrinth! The reason I live here in hell!
I have done you no wrong, Hephaestus.
Oh, but you have, Spartan. You opened the box.
I did what had to be done.
Clearly you don't understand. The evils of the Great War cannot easily be contained. I forged the box in a power greater than the gods themselves. The flame of Olympus. As the raw metal took shape, I realized the flame was the safest place to protect it. The lock was set. All that was needed was a key, a way to retrieve the box. Created from the very heart of the flame, the key took on a life of its own. Pandora. A child, neither living nor dead. I grew to love her, Spartan, and she grew to love me as her father. When Zeus came to take the box, I hid Pandora away. I told him that storing the box on the back of Kronos would be the safest place. After all, who could best the Titan? I lied. I did it to save my child. Surely you can understand that. It was your triumph using the box that revealed my deceit. Zeus tortured me until I confessed the truth of my beloved Pandora. He took her away, leaving me alone in my torment. Don't you understand? If you take her to the flame...
Understand this, Smith God. I will stop at nothing to destroy Zeus.
But if you... You're right, Spartan. If it means the death of Zeus, I'd be happy to help you. Perhaps... Yes, of course. We'll need the Olympus stone. With it, I'll make you a weapon.
I have weapons.
Ah, but not like this. This weapon will give you the retribution you so rightly deserve. The stone rests in the pit of Tartarus. Bring it to me and I will help you.
Man, you can't look more suspicious even if you tried. After a few combat encounters and a puzzle, we see the return of the cursed remains.
Kronos! I know it was you who killed her, Spartan. Who else could? I live in torment because of you. After you took the box from Pandora's temple, Zeus was consumed with fear. He banished me to the pits of Tartarus.
I was tasked by the gods to kill Ares.
Killed Ares out of your need for vengeance. But this time, retribution finally comes to me, Spartan.
Then we meet Kronos. In the first game, we were on his back, but now we are going to fight him. This place that exploring it took hours for us in the first game, now takes only a few minutes. Still hard to believe this guy is Kratos' grandfather. He is less like a boss fight and more like a level. There are enemies on and in his body, and we fight them while avoiding being crushed by Kronos. The way we harm and kill him is the most disgusting so far. Everyone keeps betraying Kratos, and now it is the turn of Hephaestus. But I have to say I don't blame him. There was no evil intention behind it. He was just protecting his child.
Kratos?
You sent me to my death?
No, calm yourself, Kratos. I knew you were up to the challenge. I truly needed the Olympus stone, you'll see.
Make it quick, old man.
A weapon such as this can't be rushed. This will be worth the wait. A fine weapon like no other. As I promised. Here is your retribution! My beautiful Pandora. Please, spare her. Pandora, forgive me.
We get the final weapon of the game, the Nemesis Whip. Again, it has square for light attack and triangle for heavy attack. This weapon is electric themed and is the fastest weapon in God of War history. It is a very fun weapon, but again I didn't use it much because the Cestus is still much more fun, and also we get this weapon late in the game. If the Cestus didn't exist, then yeah, I would use this weapon a lot. I said it is a good weapon, but too bad we have a much better weapon here. Now I max out the Blades of Exile. Tartarus Rage becomes stronger, and now while using Army of Sparta, you can mash circles so that it would be raining arrows and it would do massive damage. But don't do it immediately. Wait for the game to tell you and then mash circle to do more damage. Now I meet Aphrodite again, and now that I have killed her husband, it means there is no affair involved. So I did play with her. I'm such a good guy. The magic of the whip is similar to the electric magic in God of War 2. With the whip, you can activate those bridges now. Then a puzzle that is full of chests.
You! I told him to kill you. I told him the day you were born to kill you. But he would not have it. My stupid husband took pity. And now look what you have wrought. Look at this. Look at it. They're dying because of you. Everything is dying because of you. The sun is gone. The ocean swallowed the land. Disease infects what remains. I am doing all I can to keep them alive. But your ruthless murdering of the gods has caused all of this. Ah! You think this garden is not protected? Your brute strength may have bested Hercules. But your simple mind will never find a way out. I look forward to watching you die here, as an old man.
Now we should escape this maze. We find Herod's chalice. Then I upgrade the cestus to level 2, which lets me attack with L plus square, and yes, it is similar to Cyclone of Chaos. And then to level 3, that lets me press triangle after evading, and also it makes its magic stronger. In this maze, we see the satyrs, and they are probably at their most dangerous form in this game. There is an easy way to deal with them, but I still don't have the ability. I can actually have it on the easier difficulties, but not on very hard mode, because the game isn't that generous with the red orbs. The green gem on the chalice turns vision error into reality when this button is pressed. So puzzle time. As far as I know, this puzzle is rather infamous, but if you ask me, it isn't hard at all. Hera keeps insulting Kratos, but he ignores her. But when she insults Pandora, Kratos kills her. Because of her similarity to Calliope, Kratos has started to care about her as if she is his own daughter. By killing Hera, all plants die and you can burn them with the bow to solve the puzzle. Then we will open a gate to enter a dark place. If you know what you are doing, you will have maxed out your health, magic and energy bars by now. I will also upgrade the cestus to level 4 that lets me do L1 plus triangle with it. We will see some scorpions and you should grab them fast to kill them before they kill you by just a few stings. Then we will have a hard encounter with many cyclops. I will max out the cestus and I will need it, because after a while you will meet Scorpius. It will grab you and you should do a demanding QT to escape. A QT that doesn't hurt it at all. It will also try to punch you. You should attack its crystallized legs. L1 plus square in the air is the best way. Sometimes it will try to sting you and you should either evade or grab one of the small scorpions it spawns to get a few seconds of invisible frames. It can rotate sometimes to evade your attacks. When you shatter 3 of its legs, it will be knocked out. That's when I will use rage mode to reach its head and attack. Then I will grab it to remove one of its teeth with a QTE. Then it will run away, but it will come back soon for round 2. It may seem simple, but on very hard mode all of its attacks can kill you with 1 or 2 hits, and there is no checkpoint in between. As a result, this part took me an hour. This fight could have been saved by only one single checkpoint in the middle of it, but I guess even the best game of the series should have that one moment. By killing it, we will get the Boreas Ice Storm, which helps us navigate the labyrinth.
Who's there? My son! My beautiful Icarus! Ah, good, good. You have the Ice Storm. The Scorpion must be defeated. The Ice Storm. That is the secret of the labyrinth. To escape it, we must assemble it. Oh, good. You've already started. I've seen the cubes moving into place. Now, once inside, you must use the gift of Boreas. It is the catalyst that drives the labyrinth. You're not... But you... What have you done with my child? My boy! Where is my boy?
Your son is dead, Daedalus.
My boy, my child, no! I took the gift of Hades, the liquid fire, and the ice storm to create the power of the labyrinth. Create the power! The power to create, the power to destroy. The king of the gods has forsaken me. He said that if I built the labyrinth, I would see the return of my son. He said He said that if I took the liquid fire... Oh, my boy. Oh, my child. Don't do it, Sparta!
After a bunch of puzzles and combat sections, I will reach Pandora.
Pandora? What has he done?
He told me to never talk to you again. He told me if I did, he would hurt you the way he hurt my father.
He won't.
He told me he would kill you.
He can't. We must leave this place.
Come, I can show you the way.
I know why Kratos cares about her so much, but I don't know why she cares about him. I guess that's how she is. The incarnation of light. The kindest thing you could ever imagine. A cream the rabbit of some sort. And it is interesting how she will be with us for the remaining parts of the game. Kratos got a sidekick. If you wonder how the new God of War games would have been if they didn't drastically change the gameplay, the answer would probably be this section. In a way, they were tiptoeing in the water with Pandora before diving into water with Atreus.
Thank you, Kratos.
Our journey is far from over, Pandora. By its end, you will not be thanking me.
I know I look it, but I'm not a child, Kratos. I've seen many terrible things. I'm not afraid. I understand what lies ahead. I saw Zeus torture my father. I saw him beaten because of me. I should have helped him, but I was afraid.
Hephaestus did what every father should do. Protect his child.
Is that regret I hear in your voice, Kratos? Now you realize you shouldn't have killed him, huh?
No. It's all my fault. I failed him because of fear. Fear is its own kind of darkness. In that darkness, I heard what the gods said about me. They called me a monster.
Words mean nothing.
Perhaps. But in their words, I heard fear. The fear of an ash-covered warrior. The fear of you. As the fear in the gods rose, mine was replaced by hope.
Hope is for the weak, Pandora.
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
This is what hope delivers, child. You should learn that now.
After a few more puzzles and combat encounters, we enter a gauntlet that at first looked impossible, but one YouTube video later and it becomes my favorite combat encounter in God of War history. It is a hard challenge, but surviving it made me feel so accomplished. This battle is a puzzle in a way. You have a problem and you have all the tools you need to solve it. First, there are 3 sirens. At this point, you know what their weakness is, and you know that when the first time a circle appears above their head, it's for giving them a huge damage, and when the circle appears above them for the second time, it is for killing it. So you should do the QT on each of them once, and then start killing them. Because the next wave of enemies will spawn depending on how many enemies you have killed. So you will have an easier time if the previous enemies are closer to death. Second wave is 6 shield guys. I killed the remaining sirens before dealing with them. During the entire fight, Pandora does a great job with distracting some of the enemies, so you can focus on a specific enemy easier because the other enemies will interrupt you less often. Then I will break all the shields before killing any soldiers. You can use the magic with the cestus to break them easier. The best way of killing them is to grab them and then triangle. But be careful not to grab Pandora accidentally. I killed only 2 enemies because then I had to focus on a wraith that got spawned. You know L1 plus circle with the blades of exile is their weakness. Then I killed 1 more soldier and then focused on the next siren and then the second wraith. Then 3 more shield guys came. First, I killed the remaining soldiers from wave 2 and then I killed one of the new soldiers. Then 2 Minotaurs showed up, and by equipping the whip and then holding or mashing triangle, they will become helpless against you. Sometimes I had to break shields or kill soldiers to avoid interrupting ripping Minotaurs in half. Then the rest is basically the same. Different combinations of shield guys, sirens, wraiths, and minotaurs. Finish a minotaur with QT to get green orbs, and finish a siren with QT to get blue orbs. And yeah, take all this knowledge into good use, and that combined with a calm mind and fast reflexes will lead you to your success. After more than a few deaths, of course. I had my doubts, but this section made me sure that this game is my favorite in the series. I think a good gameplay of this section could make some people discover the underappreciated depth of the old God of War combat. You know what could have easily ruined this section? Giving Pandora a health bar. If you had to take care of her as well, then it would be unfair. But she can take care of herself. She can even help you by distracting some enemies. So if they completely removed her from this combat encounter, then again it would become unfairly hard. Pandora's AI may not be the best, but it definitely is a very competent one.
The chain, Kratos. My father once told me it maintains the balance of power within Olympus. Break the chain to raise the labyrinth.
Wait here.
Then we go from one long but enjoyable section to a short but annoying one. It is another flying section, but this time it is too fast, so there is little time to avoid the hazards. And by the hazards, I don't mean those meteors, no. They damage you only a little bit. Weirdly enough, those pieces of wood are the ones that can kill you with 3 hits. No, seriously, if you get hit by wood 3 times, you die. Even with a completely full and maxed out health bar. After that, we reach the semi-final boss fight. Some people say it is not a boss fight, but look. If there is a big guy involved and it takes an hour to kill it, then it is a boss fight. Before you reach this fight, equip the claws and in the pause menu press triangle and in the soul select list select the serpent. We have a gigantic Cerberus here. Spam arrows on it and evade while having the claws equipped because you can evade faster with that. Sometimes it will spawn dogs and you should grab them to throw them back at the big Cerberus. It can also throw fireballs at you and you should evade those. When you decapitate its first head, a satyr will show up and that is the problem. Summon a serpent to freeze it and instantly kill it if you don't want it to become a threat. When you decapitate the second head, 2 satyrs will show up. And you may say not a big deal, I just summon 2 more serpents and freeze both of them and instantly kill them all. But here's the problem. you can only summon it one more time. That's because the serpent takes so much magic that even with a full and maxed out magic bar, you can only use it twice. If it costed just a little bit less, I could have done it, but life is not supposed to be perfect, right? You should be really lucky in order to freeze both of them with only one serpent. Sometimes I can't even freeze one of them because of how fast they move. So I have to rely on Rage Mode and Army of Sparta. From now on, the chests will respawn. With the cestus, we will destroy some crystals that include this giant chain. Then another flying section, and this one is pathetically easy. Now that the 3 judges aren't holding the chain anymore, we can rotate that lever. And couldn't we have triggered that cutscene immediately? Did we really have to tediously rotate it for one full cycle?
There it is! I can see it, Kratos. In the darkness, the fires of hope will set us free.
Pandora, no!
You know why I'm here. You brought me here to do this.
I will find another way.
No, Kratos. There is no other way. Let me go!
No, child!
I am not a child! You're hurting me! Kratos, help!
Put her down, Zeus!
Your obsession with this thing has become somewhat of a nuisance, my son.
Release the girl, Zeus!
Don't confuse this object, this construction of Hephaestus with your own flesh and blood. But perhaps you already have, Spartan. Your quest for Pandora, your pathetic attempt for atonement from the family you slaughtered, has caused nothing but havoc on Olympus. Look around at what you have done.
I see only what I have come to destroy.
Taking pity on you has been my greatest mistake, Kratos. Just as taking pity on this thing will prove to be your greatest mistake.
This has nothing to do with her!
It has everything to do with her!
Put her down!
As you wish.
Doing so will lead us to the final boss. Phase 1 is basically a fighting game. Since I'm the literal incarnation of the word noob when it comes to fighting games, I just mash buttons. Square, square, triangle, and being ready to parry all the time is enough.
Pandora! Pandora, no!
Stop her, Kratos! Do not let her into the flame!
This is what I am meant to do! You know that! Please!
Hush!
Kratos, you know this is the only way!
Don't listen to her, Kratos. For once in your pathetic life, don't fail. Don't fail her like you failed your family.
Zeus, didn't you want Kratos to stop Pandora from sacrificing herself? Then why are you insulting Kratos? The level of the ego of the Greek gods are unbelievable.
Pandora! Power to kill a god.
After all you have sought, after all you have sacrificed, it ends in another stunning failure.
I know it's a sad scene, but the funny faces Kratos makes when he is angry ruins it for me.
Such chaos. I will have much to do after I kill him.
Face me, father. It is time to end this.
Yes, my son. It is time.
Phase 2 is time-based. Just survive until you reach Phase 3. That's when Gaia shows up. She fell from Mount Olympus 3 times and she's still alive. That's impressive.
The reign of Olympus ends now.
Gaia! You live?
My world, it bleeds because of you. I never sought your deaths, Father. Yet you have left me no choice.
During this cutscene, Zeus says a line that is a reference to a spin-off that would be released later that year.
Your pawn has failed you, Gaia. Perhaps you should have chosen the other one.
Enough! Father and son will die together.
We are back in Gaia's heart, and man, her screams of pain is horrifying. I know she is dumb, but she did not deserve a death that is this slow and painful. Her durability was a curse disguised as a blessing. Now the real fight begins. Zeus can throw projectiles that can be sent back to him by parrying. He can also throw one of his clones at you that can be blocked. He does the same 3-hit combo he could do in phase 1 and 2. And again you can block the first two but not the third one. Then he will try to absorb health and power from Gaia's heart. You can't stop it first time, but from the second time you can. I usually spam arrows on him to do so. He can create copies of himself that help him. They can only do the 3-hit combo and can easily be killed for a green orb. He can fly up and then hit the ground hard, and you should jump to avoid being hurt. Sometimes he will do it with a few of his clones, and you can just stay away from the clones and jump when the real one hits the ground. When there are more than a few clones around, I will activate the magic of the cestus and then rage mode when I run out of magic. Even on very hard mode, it is a relatively easy fight. My main attack was square triangle with the cestus, and I just had to be careful when to parry and when to evade. That's it more or less. So yeah, you may say, why even the final boss isn't that hard? Isn't that actually a negative point? Doesn't that make this game the most square triangle of all the God of War games? Well, let's look at it this way. The other games on very hard mode had a few sections that were just misery. It was not a fair challenge. You didn't need to be smart in it. You just had to be lucky in them. And those are not enjoyable really. In the other games, on very hard mode, you have to get really good at the game to enjoy it. But here, you don't need to. But the thing is, you always have the option to deal with it in the professional way. Here, being cool is optional. My footage might not look very interesting, but just look up a few combo mat videos for this game. You will see some people that do some god tier stuff and they look like the coolest thing ever. So yeah, this one is actually deeper than the rest of the games, but it's up to you to reach that deepness. So as a result, we have a game that even on very hard mode doesn't have any miserable places. Well, the Scorpius boss battle is a miserable one, but that's literally the only one. There were a few other sections that I have complained about, but during the making of this video I played this game many more times, and yes, even those parts are not that hard anymore. So yeah, it's a very fun game. And you know what? If you want to do the same hard things that you needed to do in the previous games, you can do them and the result is much more beautiful than the previous ones. We will do a QTE and at the end of it, Kratos will stab both Zeus and Gaia's heart at the same time with the blade of Olympus. Gaia is dead, but Zeus, just like Kratos, is too angry to die. Zeus will grab Kratos and take away everything he gained in this game. Yes, they did a Metroid twice in this game.
Nothing but darkness lies ahead, Kratos.
Stay close, Calliope.
Mother, I'm scared. Are they coming to get us?
Your father will protect us.
Man this village! Burn it to the ground!
Daddy? Kratos! No!
in Sparta.
Ares!
Kratos! Come, I can show you the way.
There is a price to pay for everything.
Hurry! I can help Kratos! Kratos, in the darkness, the fires of hope will set us free.
You can see the light. It is changing you. It is time to lay your fears to rest. The light reveals the truth. The power of forgiveness comes from within. To be forgiven, you must find the power to forgive yourself.
Kratos! Stop!
Athena! No!
Kratos! Fear drove Zeus to kill his father Kronos. The same fear that brought the Great War. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you, his own son. Zeus uses fear to keep you in the dark. Confront your demons and lay them to rest.
Come, I can show you the way. Kratos, please. I need you to free me.
Don't listen to her, Kratos. For once in your pathetic life, don't fail. Don't fail her when you fail your family.
It's all right, Kratos. Kratos, you know this is the only way! As the fear in the gods rose, mine was replaced by hope.
Power to kill a god.
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
Done well, Kratos. Freed from the bondage of Olympus and cleansed in chaos, mankind is now ready to hear my message.
Look around you, Athena. The world stands in ruin. What good is your message?
Go if you must. But first, I insist you give me the power from inside the box.
The box was empty.
That can't be true. I can see it in your eyes. You used my power to kill Zeus. You still have it as we speak. Don't you understand? When Zeus gathered all the evils and placed them in the box, I dreaded what would happen if it was opened again. And so, I summoned the most powerful weapon in the world, and I placed it in the box.
I told you, it was empty. Pandora was sacrificed in vain. She died because of my need for vengeance.
You must be mistaken. You used my power to kill Zeus. I saw you do it. Unless... Of course. When you opened the box, you released the evils to the gods. Infected them. Changed them. Zeus himself fell prey to the dark evils. This is why he became so enraged and obsessed with your death. He was consumed by the evil, fear. I thought the power I placed in the box was never released. All these years, I assumed you drew from the evils inside to destroy Ares. But I was wrong. The power you took from the box is mine. From it, you gained the strength that Zeus could never destroy. A strength great enough to overcome fear. Locked deep inside of you, Kratos, is hope. It has remained buried, trapped by your guilt and the failures of your past. When you killed Zeus, you must have allowed something to awaken it. What was it, Kratos?
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
What was it, Kratos?
All I remember is what I have lost.
That is why you should give me the power. I understand its true meaning and where it belongs. I trust you to do the right thing, Kratos.
You shouldn't.
You owe me this, Kratos.
I owe you nothing.
I made you a god. I sheltered you from the wrath of Olympus. I delivered you revenge on Zeus.
It is over, Athena.
You would dare strike me down? Again?
My vengeance ends now.
You can't! You fool! What have you done? You disappoint me, Spartan.
The power of hope is given to the remaining people. What I and some other people have theorized is that by doing this act, this world becomes normal. Before this, everything happened because of the cruel gods. The sun would go up by the gods, the water would go down by the gods. Their world functioned because the gods allowed it. But when the remaining people start rebuilding this world, it will function like our world. The sun would work normally, the water level would go down, and eventually it would become a functional world like ours. After all the horrible stuff Kratos has done, now he chooses to do one heroic sacrifice and saves the remaining people. I'm happy that God of War continued, but even if it ended here, I would be satisfied. Now, what was this game about? It looks like a revenge story, but there is something deep hidden behind it. A few characters talked about hope in this game, and that is a word that have been absent from God of War and Greek tragedies in general. But it was always there deep within. It was hope that kept Kratos alive. It was hope that helped Kratos go through all the impossible challenges. And it was because of hope that he could defeat evil forces like Ares and Zeus. All the characters did all they did because they were hoping for a better future for themselves. God of War is about hope, and it is also about bravery and forgiveness. And also this series is about change. It's never too late to become a better person. You may ask, is it enough though? Will I ever be forgiven considering all the bad things I have done? And my answer to that is, does it even matter? Do you need a reason to do good things for once in your life? The more you prevent yourself from changing, the more you drown yourself in darkness. If Kratos of all people can become a better person, if this heartless monster can become a hero, then what's stopping you from changing for the better? Are you worse than him? So let go of your hatred for others and forgive yourself. Become a better person. Be hopeful and do the best you can for a better future. The first comic I will talk about is a 6-issued mini-series that happens in the classic God of War era. Most of it happens in flashbacks, in the days that Kratos' wife and daughter were alive, and those are the parts that I will focus on in this video. This comic is criticized for looking ugly, but I say this ugliness does a great job with setting the dark tone. It is an ugly world and it makes sure you will feel it. This comic is even darker than the classic game, so if you don't think you can take it, just skip to the next section. The timestamps are down there. From the beginning of the comic, we see one of the darkest God of War moments, where Kratos lives in does not welcome weakness. Weakness is hated so much that if a baby is born weak, he or she will be thrown off a cliff. Oh, that is not dark enough? Okay, what if I say they force kids to do this horrifying act? Look at that line. They will kill multiple babies per month. They basically want to turn their soldiers into heartless murder machines. So in order to do that, they force the kids that are strong enough to be worthy of being alive to kill the weak babies. They are forced to do it again and again until they won't feel bad about it anymore. And somehow they did not expect that at least one of these kids would grow up to become a psychopath and burn down their entire world. The amount of mental torture Kratos went through, no wonder he was a monster for a long while. But they did succeed in making Kratos a great warrior. Kratos, even as a teenager, could easily defeat adults. Just like anyone his age, he was forced to live in the wild for a year without anything to become a man. After that, Kratos became so good at fighting that he caught the attention of his superiors. We also see that at first Kratos wasn't the type of person to demand attention for himself, as he tells a woman to stop kneeling before him. This woman is named Lysandra, who would marry Kratos. Or maybe Kratos does like the attention and he just told Lysandra to stand up because he fell in love at first sight. Kratos for once in his life felt happy. Being around her made him feel complete. And then we immediately see the birth of their daughter, Calliope. And she looks weak and ugly because of a plague that had infected many babies, which means she will be thrown off the cliff. But Kratos will have none of that. He hears about Ambrosia of Asclepius, the god of healing. It is said that it can cure any illness. He needs to find a healer who knows where the cure is. But the law is the law and they are commanded to kill Calliope. Since using feelings won't work on these monsters, Kratos and Lysandra use logic on them. They tell them that by finding this cure, no one will die to illness anymore. No more baby killing, and as a result their armies will grow in number. They agree, but Kratos will have just a few days to do it. And if he fails to come back in time, Calliope will be killed. Then we see a few gods betting: Ares, Hades, Poseidon, Helios, Hermes and Artemis. Each of them will choose a champion, and the god whose champion will survive a battle to death will win the bet. Ares has chosen Kratos and Hades has chosen Alric. But for the moment the other four gods refuse to say who their champion is because they don't trust Ares and fear that he might kill their champion by cheating. We realize that Ares had his eyes on Kratos a long time before Kratos made a pact with him. And who is Alric, you must ask? He is the barbarian king boss fight from God of War 2. The same person that almost killed Kratos in the past and forced him to serve Ares. Their fates were twisted to each other long before we knew. But they won't agree to become a pawn in the gods' game willingly. So the cruel gods used messed up ways. Calliope is sick because Ares has cursed her. And also at the time Alric is just a prince and Hades has cursed his father to become ill, and now Alric also seeks that magic cure to save his father. Kratos finds the healer. The healer gives Kratos Apollo's flame, which seemingly will work as a compass and help Kratos find the cure. On his journey, Kratos will fight a phoenix. It was a hard fight, but his love for his wife and daughter helps him win the battle. Then one of his captains named Nikos shows up alongside his army. The king commanded them to find Kratos and go with him so that he makes sure the cure will be used for the good of all Sparta and not just a single infant. Kratos agrees. We see Alric start his journey as well, and we also see Poseidon's champion, Herodias of Thera, whose entire island is infected with a plague. Can one god use a method other than an illness? Herodias and Kratos and their armies will fight each other. The Spartans destroy their enemy and their war will end with a Kratos and Herodias 1v1. And I love how savage Kratos is here. Herodias tells Kratos that his loved ones will die because of him. Kratos says then join them as he attacks him. Herodias counterattacks and Kratos falls on the ground. He calls Kratos selfish because he only seeks to save one person while he aims to save many more. He tells Kratos that he gains power from the love of his people. That's when Kratos stabs him in the head and says, then you have failed them. The Spartans win, but their captain is injured, so Kratos becomes the temporary captain. They take the ship of their enemy. Poseidon loses the bet and in a rage he destroys the ship with many waves and takes them away with a whirlpool. In the water, a giant snake attacks them and Kratos stabs it in the eye. It gasps for air, which means it is not a sea monster, which means there must be a land down there. So they swim deep into the ocean and reach a cavern. Nikos tells Kratos to lead them with wisdom. They continue their journey on foot, but after a while they become tired. Kratos wants to continue, but Nikos tells him that a good leader puts the need of his men before his own. So he agrees to sit down and rest a little bit. We get introduced to Artemis's champion, Hothia, leader of a women-only army. Their tribe is also infected with a plague, so they will fight the Spartans to get the cure. So they start a war against Kratos. We also see Danaus, champion of Hermes. Their animals are dying because of the plague, so they must also find a cure to avoid starvation. Danaus and his army gets destroyed by the barbarian army. Meanwhile, the Spartans destroy Pothia's army. At the end, she tries to trick Kratos by seducing him, but it does not work and Kratos kills her. Then they reach a desert and now Hades sends a few big fireballs at them and kills a few of them, including Nikos. Kratos wants to continue, but he remembers the wise words of Captain Nikos, so he tells the rest that they will continue at night. They will eventually reach a tree called the Tree of Life and find a cure, and that's when Helios's champion shows up. He has fire powers and is fast, which makes the battle hard for Kratos. But when they both fall into water, Kratos gets the upper hand and kills him. Now they want to go back to Sparta, but they should fight the barbarians before that. This battle is the most bloody. With the decapitated head of Danaus, Alric can now control animals. So while Kratos and his army is busy, Alric will run away with the cure. Now even the hands of Hades attack the Spartan soldiers, and this is where Kratos stops being a good leader and only acts to save his daughter. He saves himself and goes to the sky to face Alric, while his army die to the hands of Hades. A little bit of the cure spills on Kratos and Alric, which helps both of them survive fatal injuries. But at the end, Kratos gets the head of Danaus, and using it he defeats Alric and flies back to Sparta. But he is late and Calliope is being thrown off the cliff. Kratos catches her in the air and saves her. The king still wants to kill Calliope because Kratos is too late, but again they use logic to convince him. Lysandra tells the king that Kratos came back with the cure as promised, and in order to prove that it can save a life, they will give a sip of it to Calliope, and if it cures her, then she will be saved and the king can have the cure. But if it doesn't work, then they can kill Calliope. The king agrees. The cure works and Calliope is saved. The king gets the cure and Kratos becomes a captain as a reward. Alric is dead, but Hades revived him, so that one day he would kill Kratos. Alric has failed his mission and now his father is dead. So he becomes the new barbarian king, and he swears to make Kratos pay for it. And the rest is history. So yeah, this guy got revived twice. These were all the flashback story. But in its present time story, which happens between the story of God of War 1 and 2, Kratos will go back to the Tree of Life to destroy it and prevent the revival of Ares by doing it. On the way, he will also fight some undead soldiers who are the same soldiers that he left to die while saving his daughter. This one has a God of War manga in it. Yes, a manga. It is just a few pages and it's an abridged version of the story of God of War 1, but still it is a God of War manga, and just the fact that it exists is interesting. Now a digital prequel comic to God of War Ascension. The story of this one is not about Kratos, and as a result I don't care about it. The story is fine, but I just don't find anything special about it. But if you are really curious about it, then I guess you can read it for yourself. Now a God of War comic called The Fallen God. It shows events between the Greek era and the Norse era, but it does not try to connect the two eras together. It is mostly a filler episode. But whatever, let's get into it. Kratos is trying to get rid of the blades. But whenever he sleeps or gets knocked out, the blade will be next to him when he wakes up. So he sails to somewhere far, far away and reaches Egypt. Yes, Norse is actually the third mythology that Kratos enters in, and he had gone to Egypt before starting a new family. At first, people run away from him. When Kratos realizes how the blades work, he refuses to sleep, which leads him into madness, and some stuff happens that we don't know if it's real or not. In his dream, Kratos sees Athena, and during this comic, she, alongside many more, talk about destiny to him, and Kratos wants none of that. He enters the city for the second time, and this time people beg him to kill a monster. Kratos reluctantly agrees. He succeeds, but then a bigger monster shows up. This time Kratos gets knocked out, but then he wakes up with the blade beside him, and he uses it to slay the big monster. Now this one is a prequel to God of War 4. This is in the time that Faye, Kratos' second wife, was still alive. Each day Kratos goes into the woods to learn to control his anger. How does he do that? He will wait until wolves show up and they attack him, but he will refuse to fight back. But once a bunch of trolls attack him, and this time he loses to his anger. Atreus, Kratos' son, hears about it from Faye and is impressed that his father killed the trolls with his bare hands. But Kratos tells him that he may have defeated his enemies, but he lost the battle against himself, the one that mattered. Later, Kratos sees a bear that is attacking a man. Kratos tries to stop the bear without killing it, but he fails and kills the bear in a rage. Later, when Faye is not home, a few men come to their home. They talk in a language that Kratos doesn't understand, but Atreus tells him that one of them says he killed his brother. They turn into bears and start attacking them. Kratos kills them, but their leader runs away. Kratos wants to know more about these beast men, so Atreus takes him to a seer. She tells Kratos that these beast men are called the Berserkers, and they can turn into animals because of a totem that feels their rage. Kratos asks her where this totem is. She says she can perform a ritual, but it will take time, and later Kratos must pay a price for it. He agrees. At sunrise, she finds out where the Berserkers are. She agrees to take care of Atreus while Kratos is gone, but before that she tells him that he should face them with wisdom and not with rage, or else he will fail. Kratos reaches the Berserkers. When they are asleep, he tries to destroy the totem, but the Berserkers wake up and turn into bears and attack him. At first, the totem fuels his rage, so he starts killing. But then he controls himself and destroys the totem instead. Now the Berserkers hold no threat, but yet again, Kratos loses control of his anger and kills them all. And he curses himself for it. While he was gone, the leader of the Berserkers found Atreus and the seer and attacked them. Kratos comes back soon enough to save Atreus, but it's too late for the seer. With her dying breath, she tells Kratos that the price he had to pay was to see to her remains. And she also tells Kratos that there is an enemy for him that is left to conquer, and that enemy is himself. The start of the story is Shakespearean. The first cutscene of the game in the book version is narrated in a way that scared me a little bit. In the book we see the events of the game from the god's point of view sometimes. For example, here when Kratos is falling to his death, Hermes is bringing Athena up to speed. We see the dynamic of the gods between each other. Hermes is the annoying brother and Athena is the sister that is trying her best not to murder him. Here we will flash back a little bit before where we start in the game. In the game we see Kratos on a shipwreck, but here we see him getting on that boat. The way we see the flashback is a little bit more interesting. Kratos also shares my hatred for the Harpies as he sees them before the undead soldiers. Apparently Hades and Hephaestus also had a hand in creating the Blades of Chaos. Kratos is even more of an egomaniac here. He kills the Harpies with his bare hands and complains about the challenge being too easy. He lifts a cowering man who is running away from the Harpies and says the only monster you should fear is me. He forces the crew to take him to a bigger boat. They say they can't catch up, but Kratos says they will. They will end up in the graveyard of ships, which is the God of War version of the Bermuda Triangle. After a few days they reach it, but they are really thirsty. Kratos is willing to trade something for water, but the boat captain runs away when he sees the Hydra, which gives Kratos the excuse to kill him. All of Kratos' crew die one by one. That's when we see the first gameplay section of the game. We see the dynamic of Zeus and Athena. She is his favorite child, and as a result Athena can be sassy sometimes. She can manipulate Zeus sometimes. Athena will admit that she cares more about Kratos, but she doesn't like admitting it. Zeus admits that Kratos' suffering is entertaining to him. He also admits that he is his favorite mortal. They say some cool lines here and there. For example, Athena asks Zeus if he would break a puppet if its dancing is offending, and Zeus will say that depends on the puppet and the puppeteer. They will also say that justice is something that the weak came up with in order to shackle the strong, which shows how evil the gods are. We realize that the Hydra is a monster of Ares and not just a random monster in the wrong time and wrong place. Zeus will try to talk to Ares about it, but when he ignores him, he will let Athena take Kratos on his journey to stop Ares. Athena will say she has some plans for Kratos. Zeus sees how mad Ares has become, but he still says that his decree about gods not killing each other won't change. If Ares should be destroyed, it shouldn't be by the hand of any god. At first they don't plan to kill Ares, only to humiliate him by helping Kratos the mortal defeat him. So Zeus asks Poseidon to let Athena talk to him. Poseidon has a grudge against Athena because he wanted the city of Athens to be called Poseidio after him, but it was named after Athena. That's why Zeus had to interfere. Athena tells Poseidon that the people of her city have nothing but respect for him, so Poseidon agrees to listen to her. She tells him that Ares has sent a Hydra to his seas, so he agrees to give the ability Poseidon's Rage to Kratos, so that he would kill that Hydra. The action moments are narrated in an enjoyable way, and very few times in a funny way. Kratos respects Poseidon, but not that much. Poseidon also tells Kratos how to kill the Hydra, by killing the Masterhead. The book confirms that the ship that the Hydra attacked was transporting slaves. Some slaves beg Kratos to save them, meanwhile one of them would rather die than to be saved by him. In the game Kratos would only pass him by, but here he kills him, so you could argue that he is more evil in the book. One person would mistake Kratos for a god god and asks for his help. He asks them where the captain is. He sees that the captain is on his knees. They tell him that he is not begging but actually praying to Poseidon to save the ship. Kratos says his praise is answered. They ask him if he is going to save them. He answers that he is going to save the ship. Kratos will feel a godly powers but also feel like his entire body is burning while using the rage of Poseidon. Later, Ares tells Poseidon that the Hydra was sent by Athena to manipulate him into giving a part of his powers to Kratos. Poseidon doesn't know which one of the children of his brother is lying to him, and neither do I. It would be cool if Ares was actually telling the truth here, considering the theory that Athena was secretly the real big bad. Athena will talk to Artemis, who is the twin sister of Apollo according to this book. Athena tells herself that the tongue of Artemis is as sharp as her arrows. Athena tells her that the army of Ares is destroying jungles and killing animals, which will result in Artemis helping Kratos because she is the goddess of animals as well. She will send some of her animals to aid Kratos and later gives her blade to Kratos, which according to Zeus is one of the most powerful weapons in creation. In the book it is much easier to guess Kratos has lost his wife and daughter. The hints aren't subtle enough. In the book more than only 2 slaves survive. He tells them that they will serve him and help him reach Athens, and in return he will set them free. Also, those 2 girls we could play with in the game, unlike the rest of the slaves, are enslaved willingly. The book actually focuses much more on them than I expected. In the book they are identical twins named Laura and Zora. They are apparently so beautiful that they have gotten some of the crew killed. That's why they have been locked in a room and its door was closed with a magic. They say that the boat was set to go to Attica before Kratos set it to go to Athens. They are really into Kratos and being punished. You can guess what they are into. Also later it will be revealed that they are actually daughters of Aphrodite. Kratos admits that quote unquote spending time with them helped him put his mind at ease, only a little bit. Kratos as an Spartan considers Athenians as cowards, but there was one single Athenian that he respected on sight, an archer that fought the monsters till his last breath, and even in his death he was thinking about protecting his city, as he tells Kratos to use his bow to save the city before he dies. Kratos will use the bow a few times before getting Zeus's thunderbolts. The animals of Artemis will tear through the army of Ares for a while, wolves tearing undead soldiers apart and vipers poisoning Cyclops so that eagles would have an easier time slashing at their eyes. Ares will grab an animal, but before he kills it, Artemis will use her bow and arrows to kill tens of undead soldiers in a few seconds so that he would let it go. Artemis would agree to tell her animals to retreat, and Ares will agree to stop destroying forest and its inhabitants. Later, Athena will talk to Aphrodite and we realize that she has a complicated connection to the family tree of the Greek gods. She is Zeus's daughter-in-law, but also his sister and also his aunt. She is all of these and also none of these at the same time. What even is Kratos' family tree? Again, Athena will manipulate. She will tell Aphrodite that Medusa has plans for her beloved Hermes. Yes, Hermes is a regular customer of Aphrodite. It doesn't work on Aphrodite because she doesn't mind sharing. So she tells her that the plan might get Hermes killed. That's the lie that triggers Aphrodite. She will make Kratos kill Medusa. When Kratos sees the 2 soldiers that are running away from the Minotaur, he tells them that Spartans run towards their enemies, not away from them. He will see the centaurs much sooner in the book, in the city of Athens to be exact. It's funny how much more respect Kratos has for Aphrodite, much much more than the amount of respect he has for Poseidon, for obvious reasons. Aphrodite will teleport Kratos to another place in order to kill Medusa, which makes more sense than the game version in which Medusa was just on the way like a regular enemy. Kratos will go on a mini adventure to kill Medusa. She has a few slaves and she also eats babies, which infuriates Kratos, so he now has a personal reason to kill Medusa. After killing her, Aphrodite tells Kratos that he can use the severed head of Medusa as a magical weapon. She says that now that Medusa is dead, her magic is temporarily. It will turn enemies into stone for only 10 seconds. The book also tells us how the head will only show up when we need it, and the answer is magic. Well, some explanation is better than no explanation. She also tells Kratos to give the head to Athena after his mission is done. That explains losing one of the magics in God of War 2. Kratos isn't fond of this new ability at first, but later he will realize how useful it is and will apologize and thank Aphrodite. Kratos will also question why there are more than a few Minotaurs and Gorgons, when in the OG mythology there is only one Minotaur and 3 Gorgons. But we will never get the answer. He will also try to attack the hologram of the Oracle because that's part of his identity. He will attack when he is afraid. I just love how this book plays with the words. A harpy will take a baby from a mother and will throw the poor thing to its death. Kratos tries to save the baby but fails. The brutal death of the baby multiplies his trauma. Zeus and Athena look over Kratos' entire adventure. The Oracle apparently knows some stuff that even the gods don't know. Athena tells Zeus that perhaps it's for the best. As an answer, Zeus says yes, but best for whom? We see that even for his favorite daughter, Zeus is selfish, as we see that he is indifferent to the destruction of Athens, but he gets angry when only one of his worshippers die. When Athena tells Zeus that Kratos had killed around 400 monsters, Zeus isn't impressed, so he thinks about giving a little bit of his powers to Kratos so that he would kill much more. Kratos will see a big rock and says that this will need 3 or 4 men to move it, or one single ghost of Sparta. When Kratos gets the power of Zeus, he claims that his other magics are also upgraded and he has also been healed. It's not a game anymore, so there has to be a way other than XPs to upgrade magics. These magics helped Kratos a lot. Now I have to say that sometimes less is more. In the game there was some scenes that were short but satisfying. For example, the part where Kratos uses thunderbolts to pull a lever. In the game it can be funny, but in the book it's dragging to make the book 300 pages. It feels like explaining a joke. It's not funny anymore. Or the moment with the gravedigger. In the game Kratos just considers him a weirdo, so he doesn't question him a lot and continues. But in the book he talks to him more, which makes him less mysterious and less enjoyable as a result. And the moment with the body burner. In the game you can feel the been there done that energy in him. He has seen this tragedy so many times that he doesn't really question him and opens the gate for him. But in the book they will talk for far too long and will bring up some questions but won't answer all of them. The game version is overall better because it is short but effective. In the book Kratos will talk to the Oracle a little bit before Harpies capture her, and Kratos is a little bit of a simp in the book. Sometimes the story focuses more than enough on how hot the female characters are in the mind of Kratos. Meanwhile in the game he is mostly indifferent. Hermes tells Zeus that he knows he kinda broke his own rule by giving a magic to Kratos, but he will close his mouth when Zeus tells him to send a message to Ares. They all know that Ares would just kill Hermes, so Zeus takes it back. We see an interesting adaptation of the Desert of the Lost Souls part. Here all 3 sirens attack him at the same time. They kinda hypnotize Kratos with their beautiful voice and quote-unquote beautiful face and start biting him. But 3 factors saves him from them. First is his memories of his wife. The trauma never lets him completely enter the realms of dreams. Second is that the Sirens argued and they all want Kratos for themselves. And third is the Thunderbolts. In the game he uses them because it is their weakness, but in the book he does it so that the loud sound of the Thunderbolts will deafen Kratos for a short while so that they wouldn't continue hypnotizing him with their voice. That's so creative, I love it. Later Zeus would find out that Kratos is going to find Pandora's box. At first he isn't sure about it, but when Athena tells Zeus that Ares plans to overthrow him, he agrees with killing Ares. When Zeus asks, Athena says that she had been planning on killing Ares since the night Kratos was tricked into killing his family. Zeus will say that if Kratos succeeds, he will be forgiven and will even become a god as a reward. But he will never wipe out his memories because to kill your own family is too big of a sin. In the book, Kratos will also think that he has to use Poseidon's trident as a weapon. Here there are some enemies underwater, and when Kratos holds the trident to kill them, he realizes that he can't breathe in water when the trident is in his hands. In the book, the Naiads tell Kratos how to solve one of the puzzles in order to free them. Here Kratos won't get any magic from Hades, which fixes a problem in the games. There Kratos killed Hades' wife, but he was fine with Kratos in God of War 1 and he only had problems with him in God of War 3. Another difference is that in the game Kratos killed many harpies to reach the box, but in the book he will hallucinate and see a vision of Ares and Kratos has to do some mental training to reach it. Also, the Cliffs of Madness don't exist in the book version of the story. Just before Kratos can claim the box, he has to do one more challenge. He will see a steampunk robot. Yes, a robot. It gives a few answers to Kratos so that he would solve the final puzzle. The robot claims to be the final creation of the architect, but Kratos thinks that this mechanical being is too smart to be a mechanical being and realizes that it is actually the architect in disguise who had been alive for thousands of years. So he will sever his head and insert it to the keyhole and reaches the box. When Ares is going to kill Kratos, Athena begs Zeus to let her teleport Kratos and the box to Athens, but Zeus has plans of his own. The book directly tells the readers that the gravedigger is Zeus in disguise. Death of Kratos' family is narrated in a more dramatic way. While everybody else was cowering in fear or running away, his wife and daughter were the only ones who didn't beg, because they thought he was there to save them, not to kill them. Instead, it was Kratos that was begging and cowering, wishing that what he has done is only a nightmare and not real. Some of the enemies he will fight in the underworld are the same ones that he killed during the book. It claims that his battle in the underworld is much longer than how much it lasted in the game. When Kratos wants to start fighting Ares, he senses a little bit of fear in his eyes. Phase 2 of the battle is less horrifying, because there are very fewer clones of Kratos in it. In the end, Kratos will see the actual Athena instead of her statue. When Kratos is reaching his throne, he sees the same visions from the future that we saw in the end of the game. And again, it is narrated in a cool way. Kratos sees modern stuff like airplanes, and although he doesn't know the name of some stuff he sees, he understands them because now he is the new god of war. The book version starts with a nightmare in which Kratos murders his own family again. When he wakes up, he realizes that he almost broke the neck of one of his slaves while asleep. Though she mostly feels sorry for Kratos than herself, which infuriates him. Some people say these two women are the same women from that God of War 1 minigame. The book doesn't refer to them as Laura and Zora, but they name drop Aphrodite, which indirectly confirms it. We realize that almost all the gods disliked Kratos from the beginning, annoying, and the rest started hating him when he waged war on their worshippers. The Spartan army of Kratos has conquered the other cities, and Rhodes is the last one. That's why Zeus attacked him now, because the fall of this city would mean the fall of Olympus. Hades and Poseidon don't get along well, and when they are alongside Athena, they act as if they are the young troublemakers and Athena is the adult. Meanwhile, in reality, they are her uncles and she is much younger than them. The book version of God of War 1 was released in 2010, so most of the other extended stuff of God of War were either in development or relatively new, so they couldn't add much to it. But the book version of God of War 2 was out in 2013, so they could reference stuff like the 2010 comic and the PSP games. They will even mention other mythologies. For example, according to this book, the cursed legionnaires are Greek soldiers that joined King Zahak from the Persian mythologies, and Zeus cursed them for their betrayal. Just like God of War 1 book, we see the events from the gods' point of view, but here we also see it from the point of the Sisters of Fate. I thought Atropos was the more playful sister of the three, but turns out that actually Lachesis is the one that has gotten bored with the rules and wants some adventure. She is also fascinated with Kratos, and when she starts playing with his threat, she dooms herself and her sisters. Here we realize that Kratos didn't fully trust Zeus, but he agreed to put his godly powers into the blade of Olympus because it was the only way to save his soldiers from the living Colossus. A Rhodes soldier accuses Kratos for just pretending to be a god because he sees that Kratos can bleed. Kratos easily kills him. Hades is mad that Kratos has escaped him. He wants to kill Kratos, but Zeus won't let it. Hades thinks that Athena had something to do with it. As an answer, she says that with an imagination like that, he should become a poet. Athena tries to reason with Zeus and wants him to wipe Kratos' memory, but Zeus won't have it. He thinks that Kratos wants to overthrow him. The sisters are so cruel that they casually murder an entire country just to have fun. The reason Zeus had to trick Kratos in order to kill him is that if he killed him in a fair battle, he would have broken his own rule. So he had to turn Kratos back to a mortal so that he wouldn't have killed the god. When Kratos comes back to life thanks to Gaia, the sisters freak out because that was not his destiny. Hades is very angry that Kratos escaped him for the second time. Now he accuses Zeus of helping him, but he will shut up when Zeus just looks at him menacingly. Yeah, even Poseidon and Hades don't dare to do anything against Zeus. When Atropos realizes Lachesis had been playing around the destinies, she also starts having fun in her own way. So she tries to change the fate of Iris, the goddess of rainbow, who sometimes works as the messenger of the gods like Hermes. When Hermes wants to warn Zeus about Kratos, Iris shows up and tells Zeus that Hermes is lying, and Kratos is actually dead, and the ignorant Zeus believes it. So he banishes Hermes and replaces him with Iris. And Iris is so annoying, she makes Hermes look like a good character because all she does is lying and turning gods against each other, meanwhile acting like the biggest supporter of Zeus. She is like Hermes but much worse in every single aspect. Now you might ask, why didn't Typhon the Ice Titan help Kratos when he was on the side of his mother Gaia? Well, in the book Kratos tries to reason with him, but he will not have it because if he does anything against Zeus, he will kill his family. Again, I feel conflicted about some parts of the book because it won't accept that sometimes less is more. Theseus cries out his tragic backstory before fighting Kratos. I don't mind tragic backstories, but here it makes Theseus less cool. Sometimes the sisters make a competition out of who can make the greatest change in the future by the smallest change in the present. for example, they had something to do with the Trojan War. Poseidon tells Zeus that a Titan has attacked his realm. Zeus tells him to deal with it himself, which is exactly what he wanted to hear, because now he has the excuse to be as brutal as possible. When Kratos meets Ulrich, he asks him how many times must he kill him. Then they reference the comic. I like the reference, but I feel like making it smaller would be better. The first thing Kratos said to Ulrich already made a nod to the comic, and if instead of telling the readers about the event, just after Ulrich's defeat one of the sisters said how did Kratos kill Ulrich for the third time, then it would be in a way that people who have read the comic would have the missing link, and people who haven't read the comic would be encouraged to do so. In the book, Ulrich does not revive the boat captain, so another joke is ruined by the books. Kratos is really satisfied when he kills Ulrich, because this time he didn't need to sell his soul to the devil in order to win. The more time passes, the more people praise the Titans instead of the gods. Here Jason is actually alive but has lost an arm. He is against using the fleece to kill Zeus, so Kratos kills him. Euryale refers to Kratos as murderer of her children instead of just children, which makes it less cool because now it is just personal, instead of the game version in which she wanted to make Kratos less focused by making him remember the death of his daughter. Now that the throne of God of War is empty again, everything is going down. The gods are kinda like gears of a machine, and when only one of them is removed, the machine malfunctions. Zeus, Hades and Poseidon realize it and try to choose a new God of War, but they can't agree with each other. They do consider Hercules as one of the candidates, but they don't say why they weren't sure about it. Kratos will interact with Perseus before fighting him. He asks him how come he's trapped here, a question that every player might ask, but again we don't get the answer. I guess Perseus really is just an idiot in God of War series. Also, he got his magic helmet from Hermes. Icarus tells Kratos that his wings are the creation of his father. When Kratos gets his wings, he realizes he can summon them by clapping. When Atlas gives Kratos his power, at first his limb shakes without any control, and it takes him a while to learn how to use it. Athena tells Zeus that everything he does is overkill. For example, the fact that he punished Gaia, who had been a mother figure to him. Zeus won't listen. He decides to go and destroy Sparta. Athena begs him not to do it, but it does not work, so she sets a single tear, fearing how Kratos will feel and what he will do in return. Iris lies to Poseidon that the reason Zeus told him to deal with the Titan himself is because he trusts him, which makes him send his Kraken to kill Kratos in order to help Zeus. The last Spartan tells Kratos that a giant eagle took him to the island of creation. Still would love to see a spin-off game to show this guy's adventure. A 2D Metroidvania would be interesting. When Gaia talks to Kratos in the form of his wife, Kratos realizes Gaia is taking advantage of him, but he is fine with living in this beautiful life for a short while. During the events of the book, we see the community of the gods slowly descending into chaos, and when they are going to break, Hermes is the one that comes to the rescue. He tells Zeus where Kratos is and also fixes the broken bonds of the gods with his speech. Turns out that Hermes is smarter than how he looks. Zeus will realize his mistake, and once again he makes him his messenger and banishes Iris. Now what Zeus said about the gods being apart makes more sense. During God of War 2 they were slowly distancing themselves more and more, and they were getting suspicious of each other more and more. But during God of War 3 they will reunite once again to defeat Kratos. This book makes Kratos look even more OP. The sisters had control over everything, but Kratos refuses to do what they said for him. The story from their point of view gets scarier and scarier the more time passes. I felt their anxiety, which shows this book is well written. At first they are calm, but slowly they panic more and more, and slowly they realize they have no control over him anymore. They try to cut his thread, but it had been twisted around many other threads. So what they said to Kratos Kratos when he reached their temple was a facade. At first I was happy to see it. I thought what God of War Ragnarök had to say about fate was actually said by the God of War 2 book years before. But no, the Sisters of Fate really are that OP, and the reason they have no control over Kratos anymore is Pandora's box. The moment he opened that box, everything stopped working normally, which is kinda a wasted potential. You may think, how did Kratos find his threat? Well, according to the book, the Spear of Destiny is the tool that helped him. With it, he kept cutting threads until he felt a change in himself, which means he cut his threat, and now as a result he is unleashed. Another wasted potential is that they never fixed an inconsistency. According to God of War 2, Kratos heard from Athena that Zeus is his father, but in Ghost of Sparta he heard it from his mother. Here in the book they could say that his mother turned into a monster before telling the truth, so he wouldn't find it out until God of War 2. But despite mentioning Ghost of Sparta, this book never tried to fix that problem. The book ends exactly like the game. So yeah, I enjoyed both of these books. When it was time to novelize God of War 3, we might have been in the Norse Saga already. So probably that's the reason we never got a book version of God of War 3. Which is a shame, because although these books aren't perfect, they were an interesting way of revisiting those games. God of War 4 also got a novelization, but Ragnarök didn't. I won't cover it because I haven't completed God of War 4 yet. If I see something in the book that I haven't encountered in the game, I wouldn't know if that is a book exclusive thing or if it's a side quest. This one has an official audio version narrated by the voice of Mimir, so it makes it the most enjoyable to listen to. It would have been cute if they also made an official audiobook version of God of War 1 and 2 narrated by the voice of Gaia, but whatever. Just know that a book version of God of War 4 also exists. This one is silly, aka awesome in my opinion. Its description is an ABCD book for adults. So you know, kinda a parody. Those kiddie books that go like A apple, B ball, C cat, but each alphabet stands for a word related to the game. I have seen YouTube videos like that, but to see an official book like it is amazing. This one is a book written as if it was written by Atreus after the events of God of War 4, but before the events of God of War Ragnarök. So let me mention a few stuff that I found interesting in it. Atreus can hear feelings. He is so good at it that if he said he can hear the feelings of a piece of rock, I would believe it. But even he cannot figure out what Kratos feels and what is going on in his mind. But at least he knows that his father is actually kind and caring. He doesn't talk to him a lot, but that's because he is a man of a few words. Atreus named his bow the Talon bow because it is like an eagle that can hunt animals. Kratos would usually be away from home hunting and Faye would do the cooking and stuff. She is the one that spends time with Atreus most of the times. She has taught him everything he knows and encourages him to write down everything he learns. Both good memories and bad memories, and also everything that goes on in his mind. She is always happy and tells exciting stories to him all the time, except one time that she felt sick and tired, and because of her voice, that one time he fell asleep during it. That was when she was telling the story of Ymir, the first giant who is the actual Allfather according to Faye, because he is the one that created this world. For a while Kratos and Faye changed places. For a while Faye was the one that was gone for a few days and Kratos would do the cooking and stuff. I think this is because of an illness that slowly killed Faye, but that's just guessing on my part. I am not sure about it. The rest of the book, as its name tells us, is lore and legends. It is basically a lore book and tells information about about the Norse God of War universe. So if you want to know more about the modern God of War universe, read this book. Yes, God of War has a cookbook, and I thought Sonic having one was goofy, but man, this one is a whole new level of goofiness. I love it. This book tells you how to cook different foods from the 9 realms, and it is written in a way as if Tyr has written the book. Just like the Sonic cookbook, but that one was written by multiple Sonic characters, not just one. Wait, Pokemon has a cookbook, Final Fantasy has a cookbook, Fallout has a cookbook, Horizon has a cookbook, Halo has a cookbook, Street Fighter has a cookbook. Was this thing common this whole time? This one is a package that includes 2 books, one about the development of the Greek God of War trilogy and one about the development of the Norse God of War duology. So was that it? Well, no. Each of the 8 main God of War games have guidebooks and art books, but I don't know what more to say about them. It's obvious what they are, you can guess from their name. Now we are finished. Do not play this game on very hard mode. Just don't. I tried it and I think I've gone mad. So look at this video and just witness my descent into madness. Again, like God of War 1, we start the game on a boat and the combat is similar to Chains of Olympus. The grab is still simplified, but we have an alternate grab that is similar to the OG grab from the PS2 games. You can hold the L button and then press circle. In that case, Kratos will run and grab the enemy he reaches. Then you can mash square to do fast but weak attacks, or triangle to do strong but slow attacks, or circle to throw the enemy at another. I was doing this move a lot, assuming that just like the PS2 games, it was the best way to deal with simple enemies on very hard mode. But now that I look at the footage, I am not sure if this really is the best way. It takes a long time, but I guess it makes you less vulnerable. The first enemies we encounter are the Triton soldiers. They can attack with their spears, which is blockable. They can also grab you that if you fail to parry it, they will try to choke you to death, and you should rapidly alternate between the L and R button to escape. Killing them with circle results in Kratos stabbing them with their own spear, and it looks cool. If you are not careful, even they can be a threat. On the other side of the boat, a sea monster is attacking, which means another boss fight similar to the first boss of God of War 1, alongside some spider monsters called Scylla Brood. They can bite or throw acid, or jump on Kratos and start biting rapidly again and again, and again you should do a quick time event to escape. They can easily be killed by a single grab. Dealing with the sea monster isn't that hard. Just be ready to guard all the time. All the boats will sink, but the sea monster is still at it. He can bite or attack with his hands or tentacles, or spawn Scylla Brood. And as I said, just being careful to when to grab is enough. We should finish the fight with a QTE, and again the first one is easy. Here it is just circle. The chests for upgrading your health or magic are the God of War 3 versions. I went down a rope and opened a chest in the water, which takes the longest time in this game, and then saved the game, and yes, again the save system is not stylized. The platforming is less like God of War and more like Uncharted. This game is full of moments in which you are hanging from a wall and slowly going left and right or jumping up or down. And it is even worse than God of War 2. Because yeah, the platforming in that game was also kinda automated, but at least there it looked cool. But here it is just boring. After killing more Tritons and breaking a wall and swinging with my blades, I reached a Minotaur, and they are more like their PS2 counterparts. They are not dangerous like their Chains of Olympus versions. Here we should deal with the sea monster again. Then you should pull a lever to open a door but look around for hidden chests. A few of Kratos' soldiers are alive and they are useless, so feel free to kill them for green orbs. After climbing a few walls, I saw the Triton assassins, and the only menacing thing about them is their name. They are projectile enemies, but you can easily kill them by your own hands or throwing their projectiles back at them by parrying. You should put a stone cube on a button. Like God of War 3, if you are pushing a box forward, Kratos will move the box faster. But here, in order to use this ability more, the game doesn't allow us to hold R to kick the box, which makes this process tedious. If God of War 3 did it, I would be fine with it because it is much faster there, but it is not that fast here. There are usually hidden chests in water, so don't try to jump over water holes. I saw a gate that I couldn't reach at the moment, so I should revisit this place later. I went up thanks to an elevator and reached a sliding section, which is a very simplified QTE. Just be ready to press cross when the game tells you. Then I reach a Cyclops and it is just like the previous versions. I will enter a temple and enter another water hole that takes me to a few hidden chests. After that I will reach the temple of Poseidon. Kratos will relive a memory and then meet Callisto, his mother.
How I have missed you, Kratos.
What treachery is this? Another trick of the gods?
No, my son. It is me. Your father brought me here. I have waited so long.
My father?
We do not have much time, Kratos. Your brother does not have much time.
Deimos?
He lives, trapped in torment, deep in death's domain.
But he's gone. You told me that he was—
I'm sorry. I had no choice but to lie. You must listen now. The temple of Ares in Sparta holds the secret that will lead to your brother. The road will not be easy, but you must help him. You must, Kratos. He needs you.
This cannot be. Why? Why would you do this?
Your father forbid me to tell you.
My father? Who is my father?
By telling Kratos who his father is, she gets cursed and turns into a monster, and now Kratos has to fight his own mother. The boss fight only holds story value and no gameplay value because she's basically a glorified Cyclops, just with more QTEs.
Finally, I am free. Find your brother, Kratos. Go to Sparta. Find Deimos. He needs you.
Mother! What have I done?
With her last breath, she released the weight of her burden and finally found the peace she had long sought. But for Kratos, the rage was almost palpable. Fate had once again pushed him to the brink of madness.
After killing Callisto, you will get her armlet, which lets you automatically win the QTEs on bonus play. And after that you will receive the first magic of this game, Eye of Atlantis. It is another lightning attack, but it is nowhere near as satisfying as the previous versions. Then another encounter with the sea monster that took me to a volcano. I did not expect to see a fire themed level in Atlantis. I don't know, maybe there really is a volcano in there, but I am already way behind the schedule, so no time for research. There are again some places that you are hanging from the ceiling and there are hazards and enemies in them. For example, the fire variants of the Skilabrudes that are called a cursed wretch. Then there are some fire harpies and dealing with them is relatively easier because they are slightly slower. Then I reached a fire door that I can't open at the moment. Then I go through a gate. Through it, I reach Thera the Titan. Just like that Ice Titan from God of War 2, we get a new ability through torturing the poor thing. Like God of War 2 and 3, there is a third bar for the energy for one specific ability. That specific ability being Thera's Bane. Now by holding the R button, Kratos' chain blades will become even more fiery, which is essential for enemies like the automaton. It has an attack that should be blocked and a couple that should be evaded. I love the concept of giving elemental powers to your weapons, but I don't think it is executed perfectly here. Holding the R button for a long while is painful, and sometimes I feel like it is less powerful than regular attacks. By destroying the automaton, you will collect a gear which is a one-use only key actually. After destroying a few gears, I revisit that fire door, and now thanks to Thera's Bane, it can be opened with a QTE. It would be better if we could open it with a regular attack like square triangle or something, because it is not the only fire door of the game, and opening them takes more than a few seconds, which can be a pace breaker. Then there is a section that you should stay on a moving platform on the lava, and some cursed wretches will attack you during it. At the end of it, it seems there is something hidden on the left, but no, just go right and continue. After going through more sections of moving in a slow and tedious way, we will fight the sea monster for the last time. Then a climbing section with falling rocks in it that are instant kill. Kratos caused so much destruction that now Atlantis is sinking. Yeah, one interesting thing about this version of Atlantis is that it was not underwater. It went underwater when Kratos destroyed it. Now we see the return of going through narrow log sections. What happened here? In the last PSP game they made fun of it, but here it is back. But it is not a big deal because I never was against these sections. Also, it is improved here. When you fall, you can instantly get back up by pressing cross. In previous games, it took a few seconds to climb back up. Then the hoplites return from Chains of Olympus. There are a few variants of them in this game. For example, the ones that wield shields and you need to break them with square triangle while equipping Pharaoh's Bane. Then we see the return of archers and hanging from rope sections. But here you can jump from one rope to another. After a not so friendly conversation with Athena, we can collect an owl statue that on bonus play it tells you if there is a chest around by turning the screen green. And it is helpful. There were some hidden chests that I was completely unaware of. Then we reach a puzzle section that needs you to kill a person in order to solve it, which takes you to an encounter with Gorgons. And then we will see a sad and brutal cutscene. And then another flying enemy that can easily be killed by being grabbed once. And then an armored Cyclops. First we should break his armor with fire and then deal with him. Then another lock section in which you can fall down to find two chests. And then another puzzle section that needs you to think outside of the box. Then we will meet the Gravedigger again. We collect a key that lets us go to a new place. We see the cursed remains again. And this time they are annoying, and one of the reasons is that we don't have a crunchy weapon like the barbarian hammer or the gauntlet of Zeus to crush them in a fun way. And then we meet the Keres Wraiths, who are probably the most annoying enemy in the Greek saga of God of War. They can summon an electric ball below Kratos, and unlike the Siren Widows, it is so fast that I can barely ever parry or evade them. When they take a big hit, they will go underground, and after a few seconds they will jump on you, and if you fail to parry or evade them, you should do a QT to escape. But no matter how fast you are, they will always at least hit you once or twice when they grab you. And they hit so hard that if your health is less than half, then don't bother pressing the buttons. You are dead the moment they grab you. You can do a great job for a long time, but one single small mistake and then you are dead. They can also rapidly attack with their claws. Weird thing is that mashing square damages them the most. Like using a fire or magic does less damage to them. Also, if you only do the light attacks with the regular blades, it means the wraiths won't take a big hit, so they won't go dig mode. Then a section that you should run fast to avoid dying. Then Kratos sees two statues that makes him remember a memory. After that we see Athena's broken statue again, and now with the key we can go left and meet a Geryon. And their introduction cutscene shows what they can do. At the moment we don't have their weakness, so I made the mistake of spamming fire and electricity, and as a result I had barely any health or magic left. Now we are leaving Atlantis, and then we get introduced to the Daughter of Death, who is looking for Kratos. We are at a snowy place, so sometimes we should use the fire to break some ice to open some chests. After solving a puzzle, we see the ice variants of the harpies. They are like regular harpies, but they can't freeze you. So a hybrid of harpy and gorgon, you could say. Then a very well hidden room with chests in it. Then we meet a dredge of Boreas. They can charge at you and attack with their claws or freeze you. You should attack it with fire or electricity. When it takes a certain amount of damage, it will spawn a Boreas spawn, which is like those fire puppies from God of War 1, but an ice version instead. They can sacrifice themselves in order to freeze you, So throw them at the dredge with L plus circle to do the most damage to both of them. Then you should kill a few archers to move a box and reach higher places. We reach a place that needs you to use fire to break windows and destroy an automaton to open a gate. Here I had to get good at parrying and evading to kill the automaton. After a swimming section, we have an encounter with Boreas spawns and ice harpies. Do regular circle instead of L plus circle because the ice harpies can freeze you. And then a boss fight against Erinis, the daughter of death. Again, just spamming regular square is the most effective method. After a while she will transform to an eagle, and after attacking her in the air and a bunch of QTEs we will kill her and get her ability, Scourge of Erinis. It unleashes a ball of darkness that follows and damages the enemies and gives Kratos health, which isn't very helpful on very hard mode, but on easier difficulties it pretty much completely refills your health bar. You can summon 3 of them, which can be combined into one big ball. Now we reach Sparta and we can see how much he is respected as the new god of war. We are walking slowly to have a closer look at the city, which is cool, but it is a problem while replaying the game. Also, we can do that minigame, and this time it is by far the funniest ones. It starts with 2 women, but ends with 8 women. Kratos seemingly does such a great job during the process that more women join the game. Then Kratos remembers that memory again, and this time we are playing it. It shows that Kratos is a little bit harsh on his little brother Deimos, but that is because he loves him. If you have watched my God of War comics video, you know what a horrible place they live in. Being harsh is the true way to show love in that place. After that, Kratos will have a look at the jails of Sparta. There, the 2 side satyrs from Chains of Olympus return. And just like that game, the best way to kill them is to launch them in the air and then grab them in the air a few times. This place has more than a few breakable walls with chests behind them. There is this guy who is thrown in jail because he still praises Ares instead of Kratos. He accidentally gets free and opens a gate to free the prize lion in order to kill Kratos. He can attack with his claws, which can be parried with a very well timed guard. He can roar, which can stun Kratos and needs you to do a QTE to escape. He can also try to squash you, which should be evaded, but like me you can use electricity instead. It took me half an hour to become fast enough to kill him. Now this guy is helpless, and we are going to slowly approach him and kill him, Terminator style. He can try, but he will never escape me. I love how when Kratos kills him, he makes sure his scary face is the last thing he sees. Then we put his corpse on a button to go out of the jail. We can't have a God of War game without that. After a while, we meet the last Spartan from God of War 2. Kratos enters a temple that used to belong to Ares in order to find a clue. And my god, what kind of drug is Kratos on? Dude is hallucinating so hard, it has taken a physical form. His teenage self is attacking him, and by doing QTEs and aiming, we should throw him at 4 parts of the wall to break it. In the wall there was a hidden object called the Skull of Keres. Remember that gate at the beginning of the game that we couldn't reach? It is the key to that gate. So it means we should go back to Atlantis. We exit the temple and realize that the last Spartan is actually one of, if not the most trusted soldier of Kratos. He gives us our secondary weapon, Arms of Sparta, which is a combination of a spear and a shield. The light attack is with the spear that goes up to a 3-hit combo. The heavy attack is with the shield that just like the blades launches enemies to the air, but you can't do any combos with it unless you do the special combo square square triangle triangle. By holding the R button, you will aim at an enemy, and then by pressing square, Kratos will throw the spear at that enemy, and then instantly spawn another spear in his hand. It has no limitation, so in a way it is the best or most overpowered ranged ability. I think it is the first time that L plus square does not do a cyclone of chaos-ish move. Instead, it will stab the enemy multiple times. But still be careful with this move. While guarding with this weapon, you can actually move. You can also shoot some objects to make way for Kratos. After killing another dredge of Boreas, I upgraded Arms of Sparta to level 2, which gave me the ability to parry attacks, and a powerful melee attack with L plus triangle, and a powerful ranged attack with R plus triangle. Then I got the third and final magic of the game, Horn of Boreas. It is this game's version of Medusa's gaze. This one freezes the enemies around you, but it is useless, because in this game enemies break free much faster than the other games, so most of the times I fail to break them. Then another encounter with the Wraith that took a while. Then I upgraded Arms of Sparta to level 3, which gave the R plus square move a charge shot ability. If you hold square instead of pressing it, when you release it, the aimed enemy will be showered in spears and lose a lot of health. You can also run with L plus circle, and while running, you can press square or triangle to do powerful attacks. Then you should go down a rope, but there is a hidden chest on the way. And then I max out Arms of Sparta, and now it is so powerful even the Cyclops can be helpless against Kratos. Then we should go on a boat again and reach Atlantis. If you know what you are doing, before doing so you will have maxed out your health, magic and energy meters, but that will not save you from the nightmare that you will go through. Now, the worst section in the entire history of God of War. On the boat we see the Triton Lords, who are a stronger and more durable version of Triton soldiers. Then some harpies will show up. Then Poseidon wants to have revenge, so light and thunder keep hitting the boat all the time. And then a huge amount of Triton Lords and Harpies will attack. I feel like there are at least 100 of each. No matter how many I kill, more will come. You may think the game is broken or something, but no, that's how the game is. At least one of the developers of this game intended to break our mind and spirit, and our fingers, and our consoles. I feel like someone was really angry while working on this section. Even on easy and normal mode it takes a long time. On hard mode this section alone took me 2 hours. So on very hard mode, on this section and only on this section, I used save states. Because as a wise man once said, the game cheats and I cheat back. I realized if I had to beat this section the legitimate way, it would have took me 4 hours or something. In that time I could play Chains of Olympus from start to end. So yeah, I decided to hold value for my time and my physical and mental health. I just kept grabbing the enemies with regular circle and saved the state each time I killed one, and I would load the state each time I would take a single hit. If like me you want to play this game on an emulator with a PS5 controller, then you could have R2 as save state shortcut and L2 as load state shortcut, or vice versa. It is not my fault that on very hard mode, no matter how much we upgrade ourselves, we will die by 5 hits or something. This section gave me so much misery. After that nightmare, we are back at Atlantis. I was still so angry that I killed every single innocent civilian on my way. Then I was trapped in a room with a Geryon and multiple Triton assassins. I again made the mistake of spamming fire and magic, which made me helpless against a few Triton lords in the next room. After a while, I was in another room with an automaton and multiple Triton assassins. I was guarding almost all the time. I eventually realized that the best way is to do L plus square on the Tritons, and when I killed them all, I dealt with the automaton. Also, I was always ready to block or evade. I get stuck with another combat encounter. I learned that throwing spears is the best way of survival. After that, I will reach the gate again and will enter the domain of death. Now we reach the final part of the game. Some places are blocked with some dark plants that should be burnt with fire. This place has more than a few hard combat rooms, but I have already told the strategy of most of them, except for these places that made me realize the best way of dealing with the wraiths is throwing spears at them.
Brother, you are safe now.
Shit! You let this happen to me! You were supposed to protect me! Did you think I would forget? Did you think I would forgive? I will never forgive you, brother.
Poor guy has lost his mind during the years of being imprisoned and tortured. So we have to beat some senses into him during a boss fight. Once you realize how it works, it is an easy fight. Just know when to block or evade. But one cool thing during this fight is that sometimes Deimos tries to put dirt in Kratos' eyes, which is similar to how he played with him as a kid.
You left me! Get up! Fight me! I hate you, Kratos! Spartan! And now you will suffer for it! Power over me, Thanatos! The Oracle of Light! I'm coming for you, brother! Hold on! Kratos!
A Spartan never lets his back hit the ground. Right, brother?
I will not lose you again, Deimos. Come! The fight is not over. The Oracle may have yet spoken truth. The marked warrior shall bring about the destruction of Olympus. Ares chose poorly that day. He took your brother when it should have been you. None of that matters now. Nothing you do is of your own choosing. The gods do not decide my fate, Thanatos! The gods decide, and the Sisters of Fate make it so. You are nothing but a pawn in a game you don't even know is being played. Pathetic. Now is the time, Kratos. The beginning of the end.
Now it is time for the final battle. Both brothers will fight together against Thanatos, the god of death. Kratos wields the blades of Athena and Deimos wields the arms of Sparta. This one took me an hour, but it was a relatively fun hour because it was mostly fair. I just again had to get good at timing to know when to guard, when to evade, and when to cheese it with the electric attack. Now by pressing the down button, instead of changing your weapon, Deimos will throw a spear at Thanatos, which can interrupt some of his attacks. But Kratos can't have happiness for one full day in his life, can he?
Deimos!
The final part of this battle is unfair and very hard, so I had to fight like a coward. Thanatos is dead, but at what cost? Once again, Kratos has to carry the corpse of a loved one. Kratos failed to save his brother. We again have a section of just slowly moving, but this time it is just simply too powerful. It is tragically beautiful. Now we know what turned Kratos into the monster that he was in God of War 2. Now let's look at the treasure section of this game. This time they took an interesting approach. Other games usually give us everything the moment we beat the game on very hard mode. But here we actually need to buy some of the concept arts and bonus videos and costumes with red orbs. We even have to buy the god challenges and the enemies for the battle arena. So when you finish the game, you can enter the Temple of Zeus, and with the remaining red orbs that you collected during the main campaign, buy some stuff. I love this idea. The only problem is that we don't know what we are buying. We are only given the price and not the title. But since I wanted to make a YouTube video, I had to buy them all anyway. So I would only upgrade the blades of Athena and arms of Sparta. And I don't regret it really, because the rest of Kratos' stuff aren't that much useful or cool in this game. When you buy everything, you can access a new room and pick up the dig of the Gravedigger. Once in a YouTube video I heard this item is the hardest thing to obtain in Greek God of War games because of the huge amount of red ore you need in order to buy everything. But I have to disagree. Play the game on bonus play on easy mode and turn on the ability of the King's Ring and you can easily get 999,999 red orbs by just playing the game. What does this dig do, you might ask? Well, it lets you play as the Gravedigger in the battle arena. Why would you want to play as an old man? Because this crazy old man is actually Zeus in disguise. And it is a shame that we cannot play as him in the main campaign, because he wields both the blade of Olympus and the gauntlet of Zeus, and it looks really fun. This time we have 2 sets of God challenges. We have 5 Ares challenges that is more about power and 8 Athena challenges that are more about wisdom. Ares challenge 1. Open all 6 chests without dying. There are 6 chests around you and there are some enemies. I easily spawned 3 scourges to stun the enemies and then open the chests. Ares challenge 2. Kill all your enemies. This time I played the challenges after finishing the game on very hard mode, as opposed to previous God of War games that I would play the challenges after playing the game on easy mode. And I realized that the difficulty of the challenges are tied to the difficulty of your most recent playthrough. So after wasting an hour on this challenge, I gave up and played the game on easy mode, and then the challenge became actually easy. Ares challenge 3. Retrieve all red orbs before time runs out. There is a chest in a box, 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 and you should kill the soldiers and then break the boxes to open the chest. Ares challenge 4. Kill all the enemies without taking a single hit. Ares challenge 5. Kill 3 automatons before your life is drained. Athena challenge 1. Stay in air for 10 seconds. Just launch an enemy in the air and grab it multiple times in the air. Athena challenge 2. Hit an enemy 10 times in a row while grabbing it with L plus circle. Again, spawning 3 scourges makes it pathetically easy. Athena challenge 3. Break 5 shields at the same time. Square square triangle. Athena challenge 4. Parry 5 arrows in a row. Failing means getting hit by an arrow. So as long as you don't take damage, the time between each time you parry can be as long as you want. So I found a way to cheese it. I would kill all the archers except for one by throwing spears at them, and then I would parry his arrow and kill the remaining archer, then wait for them to respawn and repeat. Athena challenge 5. Scare everyone. I don't know, I just walked around a little bit and won. Athena challenge 6. Shatter 5 ravens at the same time. Just kill a gorgon and win. Athena challenge 7. Kill gorgons until your magic meter becomes full. This one is the only hard challenge. The rest are pathetically easy, unless I am doing something wrong, and this one is also easy. Athena challenge 8. Kill 10 cursed remains by grab. So only mash circle, I guess. Then there are backstory videos about Deimos and Kratos. Bit of War. It's called that because it is an 8-bit game. an 8-bit reimagining of God of War 3 to be exact. This game seemingly aims to be in line with David Jaffe's vision. You guys probably know that he is the director of the first God of War game, and almost each God of War game has a different director. In an interview, David Jaffe said that if he continued working on God of War, at God of War 3 he would have chosen to kill Zeus at the beginning of the game, and during the rest of it Kratos would kill gods of other mythologies like Norse and Egypt, and this fan game will do this exact thing. This game is also what if God of War was an NES game. So yeah, this game is on an even smaller scale than God of War Betrayal, and there is nothing wrong with that. This game is God of War meets 8-bit Mega Man, and that is actually awesome. So yeah, let's talk about the God of War fan game, Bit of War. The beginning of the game is similar to the beginning of God of War 3, which is the same as the ending of God of War 2. But it immediately stops being similar because Zeus is the only Greek god we see in this level, and there is no Titan in this game. At first we are in a jungle and we can get used to Kratos' controls here. He goes left and right with the directional buttons. Just like God of War Betrayal, you can guard by holding the down button, which is only useful against the projectile attacks. You can go up and down while climbing ladders with the directional buttons. While climbing, you can also go left and right to change the direction of your mid-climbing attack or jump down from the ladder. You jump with the A key. There is no double jump in this game. You can attack with the S key. Since it tries to be an NES game and not a PS2 game, the combat system is much simpler. There is only one single animation for the attack, and it's kinda like the whip attack of the Castlevania games. You can change your magic with the Z key. At the moment, the only magic you have is Uriel's head, and it instantly freezes the enemies in its small beam. You can do your magic attack with the X key, and that is the entirety of Kratos' movesets. It won't get deeper than that. Just like the official games, there is a health bar and magic bar at the top left corner, but there is no red orbs or upgrading system in this fan game. Like other 2D platformers, you take damage from the enemies by contact. There are 4 types of enemies in this game. Type 1 are the enemies that just walk back and forth like Goombas and take 2 hits to die. Type 2 are the enemies that just walk back and forward by default, but will move faster if you are in front of them, and they take 5 damages to die. So you should be faster and have enough distance with them, or you can petrify them and kill them with 1 hit instead. Type 3 are the projectile enemies. They stand at one place and automatically shoot once in a few seconds. They take 1 hit to die. And Type 4 are the flying enemies, who act like the bats in Mega Man games. At first they are hanging from the ceiling, but will start flying into you once you get close. They also take 1 hit to die. This game has 7 levels. Each of them are divided into several rooms. You can go to the next room by reaching a door and pressing the up key. There are checkpoints between each room, and there is no life system in this game. Just like the other God of War games, you train in each section by replaying it until you can overcome it. No fear of losing progress. After a while you will enter a castle. In it you see the green and blue chests, and you can open them with the up key. Then you should climb a ladder carefully if you don't want to take damage from the archers. If Kratos gets hit by a projectile, he will also take a knockback. Just like Mega Man games, before reaching a boss, you will enter an empty room. And here, first time it was actually kinda creepy, because there is no music in these empty rooms. At the end of the first level, we will fight Zeus. He will either stand at the top right or top left. He will attack 3 times before changing his place. First, he will throw 3 projectiles projectiles at 3 different angles, then 2 projectiles, and then 3 projectiles again. You can't block the projectile attacks of the bosses. There are 5 platforms that you should use to go high enough and become capable of attacking Zeus while jumping. For me, only the first time that Zeus attacks me is a problem, because that is when I am on ground and I will take damage before I reach the higher places. But after that it's easy. I just jump when he throws 3 projectiles and then attack him when he gets close to me. He will attack faster when half of his health is gone. When you kill Zeus, you will get his ability, Zeus's Lightning. After killing Zeus, Kratos sees some ships and assumes Poseidon is attacking him, but soon he realizes that it is something totally unfamiliar, so he investigates. At level 2, instead of an epic music, we hear a relaxing one. The enemies may look totally different, but function-wise they are literally the same. We are in the sea fighting on many ships. It's a Viking-themed level. When I enter a ship, I start using Zeus's lightning. It's a projectile that goes straight up until it leaves the screen, and it hits every enemy on its way once. At the end of this level, we fight Thor. If it wasn't obvious before, now we know that we were fighting Norse enemies in this level. Once you realize how Thor works, it is pathetically easy. Again, just his first time attacking is dangerous to me. He is basically a glorified version of the Hammer Bros from the Mario games. Once I hit him, he goes to the middle and rotates a hammer around him and continues attacking. But I can easily avoid it by sticking to the left box on floor and then attack Thor when he is on the floor. And then again I will stick to the box until Thor is on the floor again. So yeah, you can easily kill Thor without taking damage. The game tries to make it look more brutal by making you stab Thor multiple times when his health bar becomes empty. Now Kratos can use Thor's hammer as another magic attack. I know the hammer has a name, but I can't pronounce it. Now we are at Egypt and normal people are starting to hate the gods. We can hear an energetic music now. Thor's hammer is also basically the hammer ability from the Mario games. This level has many dead ends, but the levels are small enough that it prevents it from becoming a problem. It has a section that at first, if you fail at the platforming, you won't die, but you will have climbing to do. But at the end of it, failure means death. Before we fight the third boss, we can play a specific type of minigame with her, but it plays itself. I have to say it is the funniest case of it here. I know she was trying to seduce Kratos, but I still feel like it came out of nowhere. This is the easiest boss fight of the game. At first you should run away from the fire and then you can throw Thor's hammer at her, and after that jump over the tornado and repeat. When you kill her you get the ability Blade Storm, which is basically the Cyclone of Chaos, but it takes magic. So I barely used it because you can easily run out of magic. At the remaining levels, all 3 mythologies get combined, and also we see more people being displeased with the gods. And again, I ran out of important stuff to say at level 4. Other than the fact that with the exception of the final level, now instead of a boss fight we fight a lot of enemies and it just becomes button mashy. The only strategy is to use Zeus's lightning once in a while. At the beginning of level 5, an old man talks about hope to Kratos, and it leaves Kratos thinking about it. Yeah, he doesn't kill innocents like God of War 3. At the beginning of level 6, we see that people are cheering for Kratos. Now that they hate the gods, they are happy that Kratos is killing all the gods one by one. And the final level is just a boss fight. Seemingly the rest of the gods were killed off screen and now Kratos feels empty. At first he is walking and we can hear the sound of the sea. Before the final boss, we see 2 blue chests and 2 green chests. But one of each was enough because they always completely refill the bars. Like Zelda 2 on NES, Kratos should fight a shadow version of himself at the end. All his hatred comes out of his body and now Kratos should fight it. It is also kinda a boss rush because first he attacks like Zeus and then like Thor and then he attacks in his own way. First he attacks with the blades and when he takes damage he will do the Cyclone of Chaos magic. I also attacked him with the same magic. You should just know when to jump over him and it becomes a piece of cake. So yeah, that was the game, and it was a cute little game, which is all it needs to be. It is just a fan game. The developers didn't make any money out of it, and they used their spare time to make this game. I should be thankful that this game exists in the first place. But if I wanted to compare it to God of War Betrayal, I would say God of War Betrayal is better just because of how better it looks and because it's a little bit deeper, but again that would be an unfair comparison. Because again, you know, this one is a fan game, but that one is an official game and it was made by a bigger team and there was money behind it. It was a commercial project, so yes, I shouldn't really have done that. So yeah, even though this fan game is simple, I still like it. You know, combat wise it's not that deep, but you know, it was supposed to be an NES game. You know, most of the games of those consoles are simple and that is why I love them. Also, you could say that the game doesn't look good, but I will say that the game, for a quote-unquote NES game, this game actually looks good. Yes, there are some NES games that look much better than this game, but there are also many more NES games that look much uglier. So yeah, this fan game is a simple and small game and I love the simplicity of it. I don't always want to play something very deep that makes me think a lot. You know, sometimes I just want to have fun, you know, I want something easy to relax with it. And this game is good for that. So yeah, if like me, you like God of War and you also like NES games, check this fan game out. I failed to love God of War Ascension. Maybe that's because of playing it with 15 FPS. My laptop can't do better than that. Or maybe that's because I am getting tired of playing God of War. I have played 5 games similar to it recently. Or maybe it's because this game tries to fix the unbroken. I let you guys decide for this one. Watch this video and decide for yourself if my criticism for this game is valid or if it is not a game problem and it is a me problem. We start the game slowly. Kratos is chained and with a few cuties we should free him. This time we have a meter in the down right corner. It is a rage meter, but it is very different from the previous versions. This time you need to fill this bar so that you could play the game normally. You know 5 squares 1 triangle? My favorite move? I need a full rage meter to do it now. Not just that, but every other cool combo is locked behind this bar. Without it we can only do square triangle. This mechanism single-handedly kills the game for me, because just in order to enjoy the game I should play it in an unenjoyable way, and if you take a hit, do it again, because receiving damage drains from the rage meter. My other big problem with the game, the body horror. It looks disgusting. I want to vomit each time I look at it. I don't even enjoy looking at the game sometimes. Why body horror? Since when God of War had body horror in it? Regular horror? Fine. Psychological horror? Yeah, the first game became one at the end of it. But body horror? I don't think God of War ever had one in it. Yes, it is full of violence and gore, but those were usually done in a cool way. But body horror is not cool, and I never understood the love for it, because I don't want to feel my inside body parts twisting around each other while consuming a media. You remember me complaining about the platforming in God of War series getting worse and worse by each game? Yes, this is where we reach the low point. The platforming in God of War 1 was hard but satisfying. In God of War 2 it was basically a glorified QTE. In God of War 3 it almost didn't exist, and now it is boring. And after this they will completely remove it. It is kinda automated. Like most modern games, it is just a mean of transporting and not a challenge. You should just know where to go and hold the left analog stick to that direction. Not just the platforming. The movement in general isn't as fun as it used to be, and I am not sure why. The saving system is also getting worse and worse by each game that passes. In the first 2 games it was very stylized, then at least those lights still existed, but now even those lights are gone. The saving mechanism isn't part of the story anymore. It just happens automatically. The combat gets interrupted a lot. We are fighting fighting, then the camera zooms out to show a big movement, then it zooms in and you should continue killing. This cinematic camera movement was completely unnecessary. God of War 3 also did it, but it was walking on a dangerous line. If it did it just a little bit more, then I would have complained about it there as well, but that game knew what it was doing, and this one seemingly doesn't. We have multiple secondary weapons that are temporary, and they are like weapons from a beat 'em up game. They are button mashy and have no depth. The magic attacks of this game is the elemental powers that we can give to the blades of chaos. Fire, ice, lightning and soul. It is an interesting mechanic, but too bad that it is locked behind the rage bar and they should be fully upgraded to be really useful. Also, sometimes the QTs are too long. And yeah, those were my overall problems with the game. It may look like a minor inconvenience, but when most of the other God of War games feel so good to play, this looks much worse by comparison. If we lived in a world in which this was the only God of War game, then I would have probably loved this game. But considering that this game came a few years after God of War 3, yeah, I played this game once so that I could say I played every God of War game. But as long as the better games of this series exist, I don't have any reason to replay this game because it doesn't bring any good new thing to the table. But is there anything about the gameplay that I like? Well, I like how we can view the weapon in the pause menu, and I like how this time Kratos breaks the chests instead of opening them. It works much faster. I like how in this game we can make an object go forward and backward through time, which leads to some creative puzzles. Also, the ability of cloning yourself is a cool mechanism that leads to some creative puzzles. Some finishers are also cool. I also like the story, which is the topic of the rest of this video. I could talk about the game section by section like my previous videos, but why should I do it when I didn't enjoy the gameplay that much? This game reveals more lore about the franchise. Before the gods and even before the titans, there were the primordials who created the earth. Their war against each other would lead to the creation of the Furies. The job of the Furies is to punish the Oathbreakers. Each time someone breaks an oath, he or she will be punished for eternity. The first victim was a titan who made a blood oath to Zeus, but later he broke his promise. So as the first oathbreaker, he was turned into the very prison in which the rest of the oathbreakers are tortured in, but still alive and feeling all the pain. Most of the events of this game happens a few months after the death of Kratos' family. It shows that changing side wasn't as simple as we thought. By stopping working for Ares, he has broken a promise. So the Furies captured him and started torturing him, and Kratos will break free with our help. Kratos kills one of the Furies. That's when we have a flashback to 3 weeks earlier. Kratos has apparently forgotten some of his memories because of the mind tricks of the Furies. A mysterious man is helping Kratos coming out of the hallucination and also breaking free from the bond of Ares and the Furies. Kratos will see some cruelty from the ones with power. After killing Disu, we will see an oracle. Before she dies, she will tell Kratos how to get rid of his bond with Ares and the Furies. And also she tells him that the shadowy man who was talking to him was Orcus, who is a Fury himself. Kratos will see Orcus again. He asks him why he is betraying his own kind. Orcus tells him that the injustice that happened to Kratos is the reason. He also says that he is the son of Ares and the Fury Queen, and that Ares had always been planning to overthrow Zeus through Kratos. Despite the honesty of Orcus, Kratos doesn't want his help because he is a Fury. That's when we come back to the present day. We will see a recreation of one of the moments from the 2010 comic, and Kratos realizes it is the trick of one of the Furies. Then he will talk to a madman who was the first mortal to be imprisoned by the Furies. He is writing everything he knows about the Furies on the walls. He tells Kratos that the Furies used to be harsh but fair, but they have become unfair and it probably has something to do with Ares. Then we will have a flashback at 2 weeks earlier. During it he fights Furies but ultimately loses and gets saved by Orcus. But the Furies will eventually find and imprison both of them. That's when we will come back to the present again and we see a very heartbreaking cutscene. For a moment, Kratos wants to believe the illusion. Death of his family destroyed him. He knows it is a lie, but it is a very beautiful lie. But he can't live in a lie forever, can he?
I've been away far too long.
You can see her in the morning. Come.
I love how slowly and scarily he approaches the Furies. He is afraid of nothing. Kratos will win the battle and kill the other 2 Furies. The shapeshifter one makes it too hard for him.
You are not fit to be called a Spartan! I lost everything because of you!
They were not there by chance, Kratos!
I would not have been strong enough to choose your path, Spartan.
Orcus.
I would have taken what my mothers offered.
I would rather live in truth.
I fear you may come to regret those words. Lord Ares still holds your bond.
This cannot be.
Before you killed them, my mothers once again made me your Oathkeeper. For you to be free, I must die by your hand.
I do not understand.
If you do not release me, my father will retain power over you, but even worse, I will live in eternal torture.
I have spilled enough innocent blood.
There is no other way, Spartan. Destroy the Oath. Kill Ares. Have your revenge. I was never the warrior my father wanted me to be. But please, all I ask. Give me an honorable death.
With the death of Orcos, the blood oath to Ares was finally broken, and the painful truth rushed back to Kratos' mind. The truth of the murder he committed, the slaughter of his wife and child, the carnage forged from his relentless ambition, surfaced in perfect clarity, and became the visions that would haunt him all of his days. Now free of the Fury's madness, but still tortured by the truth of his past, Kratos left the only home he'd ever known and set out to undo all that he had wrought.
God of War was starting to lose popularity, so Santa Monica Studios thought that it was time for a big change. They searched to see what was popular at the time, and they found a little game called The Last of Us. Might have heard about it. When that game came out, it instantly became a masterpiece in the heart of many, even people who have never played a game before, and that was because of the cinematic nature of the game. It felt like a movie, and as a result, a lot of movie enjoyers got into it. A realistic gameplay and a great story were the things that led The Last of Us to the huge success that it was. So the choice was clear to Santa Monica. In order to revive God of War, they wanted to turn it into The Last of Us. But they couldn't literally turn it into The Last of Us because that game is relatively grounded, while God of War was an epic story that included god busting. And what other genre had stories like that? RPGs. Yes, they added RPG elements to the game in order to make it different from both The Last of Us and classic God of War. But God of War was also known to be a big adventure, so they kinda made it open world. So yeah, they changed genre and completely turned God of War into a different thing. It used to be an action adventure game with some platforming in it, but now it is an open world action RPG inspired by The Last of Us. The gameplay is not the only thing that they changed. The type of story and the characterization of Kratos also got a change. The ending of God of War 3 showed us that Kratos has finally realized that he was in the wrong. So Kratos isn't an anti-hero anymore. Now he is trying to be a good guy. All these changes divided the God of War fanbase in half. On one side we had the fans who liked the variety that came with this change, and also all the new fans that got into the series with this game. This new game single-handedly outsold all the games before it combined after all. On the other side we had the fans who hated that God of War is a totally different thing now and considered it a betrayal, and also the gamers who didn't like the games that were ashamed of being games and were trying to be movies instead. Just the fact that the game was called God of War and not God of War 4 could mean that this franchise has no place for them anymore. A new beginning, a new world, a new timeline that didn't want them in it. So which side am I on? Well, I am in the middle of it, but also completely outside of it. I have conflicted feelings about these new games, and hopefully in this video I will describe them in an understandable way. These new games aim for realism, so the movements are slower and less responsive. We still move with the left analog stick, but now we can press L3 for sprinting. We don't have a fixed camera anymore. Now with the right analog stick, we move the camera instead of rolling. We do the light attacks with R1 and the heavy attacks with R2. The old games used fixed camera in a correct way, and because of that we could usually see all the close enemies. But now because of the new camera system, we can't see the enemies behind us. So we have both a visual indicator and an audio indicator to know if someone is behind us. Now we block with L1, and still doing it right before an attack will result in a parry. For rolling, we should press cross twice while moving. Tapping it once will only evade. Yes, evading and rolling are not the same thing in these games. And now that the cross does something other than jumping, you may ask, then how do we jump? Well, we don't. The platforming and even the ability to jump is completely gone from these new games. We can just sometimes press circle to climb ledges, or to do jumping from one ledge to another automatically. Now each enemy has a health bar. Since it's an action RPG, some stuff is randomized, like the things we can collect from killing enemies. For example, the health stones that can restore your health. You can either store them to use later or use it at the moment, which is cool. Kratos does it by making it explode. In other games you might drink a potion or something, but in God of War even healing yourself should be camera shaking. I love it. Now alongside the Blades of Chaos, we have the Leviathan Axe. We can hold L2 to aim and then press R1 to throw it. It will come back to you like a boomerang if you press triangle. We can hold triangle to give our weapon a temporary power up. The axe will become icier and the blades will become fierier. Yes, our main weapons are themed after ice and fire. There are still chests in these games, but instead of just a few difference of colors of orbs, we have many different things that are the RPG side of the game. When you see a yellow ring, you should parry, and when you see a red ring, you should evade. We can still activate rage mode with L3 plus R3. Now in this set, Kratos will use his bare hands. He punches, and with each successful punch a small explosion happens and you will gain a little bit of health. We can actually change the rage mode to, for example, make Kratos use weapon in this state, or just heal himself instead. After a fight, Kratos will automatically heal himself a little bit if he is close to death. You usually have a companion that wields a bow. By pressing square, he or she will throw an arrow at an enemy. When an enemy is close to death, you can press R3 to finish him or her. We can change weapon with the D-pad. Those were the action side of the gameplay, and if like me you play these games on Give Me a Grace, which is the easy mode of the game, then it will be all you need. On the RPG side of it, we have multiple clothing options for defense and many tweaks in our weapons for offense. We also have multiple options for a shield. We have multiple skill trees for new moves, and also our weapons can equip a runic to get extra abilities. I will not get into details because honestly I didn't get deep into it. I think I have mentioned before that I could never get into RPGs. I played these games on easy mode and I don't replay them that much. That's because RPGs are too confusing for me, and these RPGs become a beat 'em up when you play them on story or easy difficulties. The old games were simple, and because of the simplicity I could get into them easily and replay them again and again so that I could get into all the details, and as a result play them on the hardest difficulty level. But here the games are too big and with so many mechanisms that I get intimidated, so I try to play the games without getting too much into them. This new world is a beautiful world full of details, with too much details if you ask me. Sometimes even with a compass it is hard to realize where I should go and how I should reach those places. Since the over-the-shoulder camera won't show everything you need to see at once, the puzzles are harder for me. In the old games, all parts of the puzzle were on screen at once, but now I don't know what is a part of the puzzle and what isn't. So I actually appreciate that the companions will help me with their hints, but I agree that we should have an option to disable the hints. Now, the other big change in the series. After the events of God of War 3, Kratos finally decided to let go of the past and move on. So he travels from the Greek pantheon to the Norse pantheon, meets a woman named Faye, and starts a new family with her. They will have a boy named Atreus and try to live happily ever after. Kratos still has anger issues, so he avoids his son while he tries to learn how to control himself, so that he wouldn't hurt his new family. The problems start when Kratos' second wife dies as well, and now he only has Atreus. Because Kratos was unintentionally neglectful of his son, his relationship with him is rough. But after an adventure they bond and start over and will have a non-toxic father and son dynamic. Now Kratos only wants to live a normal life and raise his son. But because Kratos has stopped seeking trouble, it doesn't mean that trouble won't seek him. Odin, the new big bad of the series, and his family and army cross paths with him. Kratos still wants to live a normal life, but eventually he agrees to do something about Odin. From the beginning of the Greek saga to God of War 3, Kratos goes from a hero to an anti-hero to a villain. And from the ending of God of War 3 to the ending of God of War Ragnarök, he goes the opposite way. He goes from a villain to an anti-hero and then to a hero. Kratos will eventually lead an army against the forces of evil and show that not only he is not a monster anymore, but also that now he is a passionate hero. He will give his enemies a chance to become a better person and will punish them only when he makes sure that they are unredeemable. But even then, he still tries to have murder as his last option. He will accept his monstrous deeds of the past as part of himself and will learn from it to make a better tomorrow for everyone. I love this change. I might not be crazy about the gameplay changes, but the changes in the personality of Kratos is perfect. He might kinda become a generic hero at the end of the journey, but when you consider the stuff that happens to him in the old games and the stuff he did as a result, suddenly this generic hero becomes one of the best characters in fiction history. Now Kratos isn't just one of the best video game protagonists. He is one of the best fictional characters of all time and a perfect example of how to do a redemption arc right. Faye, Kratos' second wife, seemed to be nothing but a tool for storytelling. She wasn't a character, she was a gimmick, because our introduction to her is when she is dead. But slowly we realized that not only she is an important character, but also that she had been a heroic mastermind this whole time. Before her death, she made a master plan to get rid of Odin and make the world a better place. And her death was the trigger that started the execution of her plan. Every single detail of the stuff that she wanted Kratos to do after her death was part of her plan. She might be dead, but everyone were a pawn in her game, and that makes her one of the smartest heroes in gaming. Not only she wanted the best for her family, but she also wanted the best for her world, and she knew exactly what to do in order to keep everyone safe. Atreus, son of Kratos, is one of my favorite sidekicks in gaming. He might start his journey as an annoying kid, but eventually he will not only become one of the main reasons of Kratos' amazing redemption arc, but also a great character of his own. He is the son of a god who used to be one of the most evil beings ever, so it makes sense that he might have a rough start, and that he might make a few selfish decisions here and there, but overall a very kind and heroic boy. I do not understand the hate for him. Yes, he does some questionable stuff here and there, but again, Kratos is his father. If we are fine with the horrible things Kratos did as an adult, then we should also be okay with the questionable stuff that Atreus does as a kid and as a teenager. Some people blame Atreus for everything, meanwhile they ignore the fact that Kratos himself isn't as innocent in these situations. Atreus is seeking a purpose for his life, a purpose that he will find at the end, but it will come with a price. Kratos and Atreus will bond during these games, but at the end of it they will learn to let go of each other. They need to learn that it's okay to be far from each other sometimes, because they will always have each other in their hearts. They need to learn not to change for the worse when they are not around each other. These are some of the stuff that they will have learned at the end of the saga. They will learn to become better people together. Because of Atreus, Kratos will swallow his pride. He will accept that his parenting left a lot to be desired and will apologize to his son. Atreus will also apologize for his mistakes. He will start as a regular boy whose only interesting thing is who his father is, but at the end he will become a hero of his own and start his own adventures. The scene in which they say their goodbyes to each other is one of my favorite God of War moments. Also, I like playing as him. I know the Ironwood section is infamous for not being deep, but as I said, I played these games on easy mode, and on that difficulty these games are beat 'em up, so playing as Kratos wasn't that deep in comparison to playing as Atreus. Kratos is not the only important character in these new games. In the old games, Kratos was usually alone and most other characters were either an obstacle to overcome, or a pathetic idiot who will die soon, or just a plot tool. But now we live in a world with many rich characters in it. Kratos isn't the only good character of the games anymore. We talked about his family, but he makes some friends as well. Two of the most important ones being the dwarf brothers Sindri and Brock. They are both blacksmiths and their shared projects do wonders. They have been away from each other for a while, but will be reunited thanks to Kratos and Atreus. Sindri is an introvert, a little bit of a coward, but will do the right thing when he has to. He always tries to be clean and despises dirt. Brock is an extrovert, extremely friendly and extremely brave, but he knows when to be suspicious and will be smart when time calls for it. Only he can make fun of Kratos like that and swear at him. The banters between these two brothers never fail to be entertaining. They are two beams of light in darkness. You will grow to care about them, and when the tragedy happens, it will break your heart. Another great character who will be one of your best allies in these games is Freya. At first, she will be one of your few allies. She is very useful. She is a kind person and cares about Kratos and Atreus. She is also a mother, a very caring mother to be exact. Well, caring is only for one moment. She is obsessed with the safety of her son, which will lead to a tragedy that will make make her one of the enemies of Kratos and Atreus, but she will eventually learn to let it go and become an ally again. She will become a tragic hero, a heroic woman who, after all the losses and all the mental tortures, will still do the right thing. Losing loved ones made her evil at one point, but ultimately she will become one of the main warriors against the forces of darkness. I talked about the main heroes, but they aren't the only ones. There are lots of characters with their own stories, some more important than the others, but they will enrich the new world that we are in. You will laugh with some of them, you will cry with some of them, you will learn from some of them. Almost everyone has a purpose, but there are so many of them that on your first playthrough you probably won't meet all of them. God of War was known for god killing, and you can still do that in these new games, but it won't be as often because obviously Kratos has let go of that old habit. We still have some gods that, like the Greek ones, are just jerks that you will enjoy killing them, but we also have some gods that are much deeper than the old ones. They actually have humanity in them, and humanity has both a light side and a dark side. They are very flawed people, but you can see where they come from. At first you might wait for the moment that those gods die, but when you reach that moment you don't want to kill them anymore. But tragedy is still part of these games. Odin, unlike Zeus, is a very interesting character. Just like Zeus, Odin is pure evil, but his reason is interesting. He is not just seeking power, he is also looking for knowledge, and just like Atreus, he wants a purpose. That is the thing that makes him endearing. His existential crisis and the fact that he wants to know the meaning of life makes him relatable. He is also a master of manipulation. He will do some tricks that can break your mind and heart. Even when he is not here, you can see the results of his actions. He also is a master of facade. Before you meet him, you see some horrible stuff he has done, but when you spend some time with him as Atreus, he is so good at lying that you can't help but adore him. You know it is a lie, but you want to believe that he is a good person. He can be loving, understanding, funny, and all sorts of good things that makes you want to be his friend. At some point, he can even pretend to be a father to Atreus that Kratos could never be. But Atreus will eventually accept the harsh truth that it is all a lie, and will come back to Kratos, who loves him for real. At the end, you will hate Odin even more, because you will see more stuff that proves what a big jerk he is. He will use all sorts of mind tricks on different characters. He will also use force when he needs to, but in the end, neither his tricks nor his powers will save him from karma. What even is there left to say about the story of these new games? They are incredible. They might not take advantage of the interactive nature of video games all the time, but still they are good. Yeah, these stories could have easily been told in another form of a media, but it doesn't change the fact that they tell a good story. Not every lesson we learn from these games are unique, but they are still good lessons to learn. God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarök, and also the Valhalla DLC, which is actually a roguelike, are stuff that you should be experiencing for yourself. Sorry, couldn't help myself. I had to talk more about the stories. From now on, I will spoil almost everything, so skip to the next section if you haven't played these games for yourself. The timestamps are down there. Kratos chops down a specific tree as Faye told him to do after her death. Kratos tries to hide his scars from Atreus, the scars that was given to him from the Blades of Chaos. They will take the log back to their home with a boat. Atreus will say his goodbye to his mother before they burn her corpse to ashes. Kratos gives Faye's knife to Atreus, and I believe as a coping mechanism he tells him to go hunt a deer. Atreus will fail at first and Kratos will lash out at him. When Atreus says he is sorry, Kratos tells him to don't be sorry, be better, which is a good line. Later Atreus succeeds but he can't finish it. Kratos helps him to do so. Then a monster attacks and Kratos kills it, and Atreus will keep attacking its remains. Kratos calms him down, and when they reach home, he tells him that anger is a great tool if he can control it. But if he gets controlled by anger, then it is not good. A stranger shows up and he apparently knows about Kratos' past. Kratos doesn't want to fight, but he has no choice but to kill him. Kratos and Atreus have to take Faye's ashes to the tallest mountain of this world, as she wanted them to. On the way, they realize the tree Kratos chopped down broke a spell that kept them hidden, and that's how the stranger found them. Atreus will again have to kill, and it breaks his heart. Kratos tells him to close his heart to it. They will meet a dwarf named Brock. He proves them that he and his brother created that axe that Kratos wields, and he will upgrade it. Later, Kratos and Atreus will try to hunt down a warthog. They wound him, but before they kill him, a witch will show up and tell them that he is his friend, so they help her heal him. She lives in a giant turtle. She casts a spell on them that helps them stay hidden from the gods before they leave. They will see a giant serpent who is friendly actually. They will meet Brock again, and he will give them something that lets them go to a realm between the realms that can act as a shortcut to other realms. It has a path, and as Brock says, if they jump off of it, they will die. They will meet Sindri, Brock's brother. He tells Kratos that the axe he wields belonged to a female warrior. Atreus tells him that it belonged to his mother, but she gave it to his father before she died. He will also give the axe an upgrade. They will see the witch again, and she helps them reach their goal by showing them another way of traveling between realms. But she tells them that she can't accompany them because she's trapped in this realm, but she won't say the exact reason. During their travels, Atreus hears voices that only he can hear. He wants to help some people, but Kratos says they don't concern them. They will see a light that Atreus can't enter, so Kratos enters it. During it, he will hear some stuff that Atreus is telling Faye in his mind. At first, he is harsh. He asks her why she left him alone with Kratos. He wished that Kratos died instead of Faye. But then it becomes heartwarming. He says that he still loves him, and if he tries to love him back, then he will try as well. When Kratos feels like he is reaching Faye, Atreus takes him out of the light. Kratos is angry, but Atreus is angrier. In the light, time was slower, so just a few moments to Kratos was a long time to Atreus. During that time, Atreus managed to kill more than a few enemies. Later, Atreus criticizes Kratos for not caring for Faye. Kratos tells him not to mistake his silence for lack of grief, which is another great line. They will see Sindri again, and he tells them about a dwarf named Fafnir who used to travel to every realm to find relics until he died. He has a temple full of relics from other realms, and they might find something useful there. They will meet the dwarf brothers a few more times. Once they save Sindri from a dragon, and he gives Atreus a bunch of mistletoe arrows as thanks. They will reach the top tallest mountain and see that the stranger alongside two other men are talking to a man trapped in a tree. He is Mimir, the smartest man alive. When the stranger and the other two go, Kratos and Atreus will talk to Mimir. He tells them that here is not the tallest mountain. He can take them there, but he is trapped in this magic tree that can't be broken by anything. So by his request, they sever his head and take it to the witch to revive it. When they reach the witch, she panics when she sees the mistletoe arrows. She throws them in the fire and gives her arrows to Atreus instead. She tells him that the mistletoes are dangerous and they should destroy them when they see one. She also panics when she sees Mimir's head. She will revive the head and then will spit on his face. She had a history with Mimir and it was not a good one. The witch is actually the goddess Freya. Kratos gets angry by this discovery and leaves. When they meet Sindri again, he tries to be nice and share his apples with them. He throws an apple at Kratos, but he slices it in half and doesn't take it. I have heard the reason of it from a YouTube comment somewhere, and if it is real, then the people at Santa Monica Studios have the best humor you could have ever imagined. Apparently in Sparta, a man proposes to a woman by throwing an apple at her, and if she catches the apple, then it means she agrees to the marriage. Yes, Sindri isn't Kratos' type. He tells them that a dwarf can easily travel to the realm between the realms, and that's how in the eyes of others it seems that they can teleport. Kratos and Atreus will meet those two men that accompanied the stranger, and turns out that they are Magni and Modi, sons of Thor. They will attack them and Kratos will fight back and kill Magni. Modi will run away but will retaliate later. He will have Kratos pinned down. Atreus tries to activate his rage mode like Kratos, but it's too much for him and he passes out as a result. So Kratos will activate his rage mode and will destroy Modi's weapon, so he runs away for the second time. Kratos takes Atreus to Freya. She won't open the door at first, but when she hears Atreus is sick, she does. During the game, Freya and Mimir told Kratos that they know he is a god, and if Atreus doesn't know that he is a god as well, he will fight against his nature and this sickness is the result of it. The remedy is in Helheim, a place in which the axe is useless. So Kratos has to go home and pick up the Blades of Chaos before he goes to Helheim. This moment shows us that God of War 2018 is a sequel and not a reboot, and also it shows that Santa Monica still cares for the old God of War. Kratos had been hiding the Blades of Chaos, but now he will embrace them once again. Kratos will use the same blades that killed his daughter in order to save his son. Kratos will see Athena, and I don't know if it's her ghost or just hallucination. She tells Kratos that he will always be a monster, and Kratos agrees, but he says that he is no longer her monster. Yeah, this game has more than a few cool lines from Kratos. Also, Athena is voiced by the same person that voiced her in the Greek games. Yes, they brought back her, but they replaced T.C. Carson with Christopher Judge. In the recent panel that I mentioned in my God of War 3 video, she was there as well, and she was asked about how she felt when she was brought back in this game, while she was next to T.C. Carson. Yeah, awkward, I know. Kratos will find the remedy in Helheim, but he will hear the voice of Zeus in there, which is a hallucination. He gives the remedy to Freya to save Atreus. During it, she tells Kratos that she has a son too. Once she heard he would die an unnecessary death, so she did everything to protect him, no matter the cost. At first she thought she did it for him, but later she realized she only did it for herself. She put her needs before his needs, and as a result her son resented her for so many years. She tells Kratos not to make the same mistakes as her and have faith in Atreus. She also says that the remedy won't keep him healthy forever, and in order to truly heal him, he should tell him that they are gods. So Kratos does it. They will reach Fafnir's temple and Kratos will see a vase from the realm of Greece, which could mean that the Greek mythology mythology has started to rebuild. When Atreus realizes that he is a god, he gets a huge ego boost and will become mean. He will be a jerk to Mimir, he will be a big jerk to Sindri, and he will be a huge jerk to Modi. Thor beats up Modi when he comes back alone and called him a coward. Almost wounded to death, Modi seeks Kratos and Atreus for revenge, but he is too weak to fight. He and his brother had been insulting Faye to make Atreus angry, and even in this state he doesn't stop, so Atreus kills him even though Kratos told him not to. The stranger shows up again, and the attitude of Atreus puts him and his father in trouble, which will lead to a long lecture. They will end up in Helheim, and Kratos will again hallucinate and see Zeus, and we see a flashback to God of War 3. The end of it that we will beat Zeus to death in first person, but this time it is in third person. Atreus will snap Kratos out of it. Because of Kratos and Atreus, Brock and Sindri will be reunited after a long time. They will find an object, and with it they will reach Tyr's temple by jumping off the ledge in the realm between realms. Tyr is the god of war of this mythology, but he actually was a very good guy and would only wage war when it's necessary, but he is dead apparently. They will later enter the belly of the giant serpent to retrieve the missing eye of Mimir. They will see Freya and the stranger. He actually is Balder, son of Freya. In order to make Balder invincible and prevent him from the pointless death, Freya spelled a cast on him, but not only he became invincible, he lost his feelings. He can't feel pain, warmth, coldness, taste of food or anything, and as a result he descended into madness and hated his mother for the rest of his life, and now he wants to kill her as revenge. Freya is fine with it, but Kratos is not. He tells Balder that vengeance won't bring him happiness. He learned it the hard way. Balder won't listen to him, so he does it the hard way. Freya does everything to prevent them from fighting each other. During it, Balder punches Atreus in a part of his cloth that there was a mistletoe in it, and turns out mistletoe is the thing that breaks his invincibility spell, and that's why Freya freaked out when she saw the mistletoe arrows. Now Balder can finally feel, but his madness isn't cured yet, so he still wants to kill his mother. After a long battle, Balder is defeated. Kratos won't kill him, but when Balder almost chokes Freya to death, Kratos has no choice but to kill Balder. Of course, a mother will make decisions based on feelings and not logic, so she will hate Kratos for killing her son and will vow to kill him one day. Kratos will finally tell Atreus that he used to be a very evil god, but he will also tell him that it doesn't mean that they can choose to be a good guy from now on. Now you might ask, did Kratos have the right to kill Balder? Well, it's complicated. Some would say killing the son of a woman who saved the life of your son is messed up no matter the context. Also, some would say that Freya was fine with getting killed by her son, so who the hell was Kratos to stop it? And those people are right only on paper, because in execution, if Kratos didn't kill Balder here, later he would continue harming innocents. He has lost his mind and it is too late to save him from evilness. And that's Freya's fault, which is tragic. These games aren't in Greek pantheon anymore, but this is definitely an ancient Greek tragedy. Or do we have a Norse tragedy as well? Now, Mimir with both his eyes can open a portal to Jotunheim, land of the giants, which has the actual tallest mountain of Norse mythology. They enter the realm, but there are no giants to be found, or any living being really. But they will find walls with prophecies painted on them. It shows that the journey they went on this game was actually set for them before. And also they realized that Faye was no mortal and she actually was a giant. Yeah, not all giants are giants. Some like Faye are human sized, which makes Atreus part god, part giant and part mortal. Kratos realized that Boller didn't know his past. He was actually looking for Faye, but he thought Kratos was his goal. Atreus will continue walking, but Kratos will see a prophecy about his death and the betrayal of Atreus, but he won't think too much about it. In the end, Kratos and Atreus will pour Faye's ashes in the wind together. Atreus tells Kratos that on the walls he was named Loki and not Atreus, which is the name Faye wanted to give him. Kratos tells him that he named him Atreus after a Spartan soldier who was always happy even in the darkest of times, and one day he would sacrifice his life to save many more people. Kratos is reflecting on his life. We see Atreus is a teenager now. He hunted a deer and now they should go back home. On the way, Freya will attack. After a few years, she is still grieving and still seeks vengeance on Kratos. Fenrir, one of Atreus' wolves, is dying. Before he does, Atreus seemingly casts a spell, but Kratos won't question it. Atreus asks Kratos when will they stop training and do something important. Kratos still believes that he is not ready. Atreus tells him to leave him alone so that he would bury Fenrir. Mimir is still living with them. Kratos will sleep and will see Faye in his dreams, and seemingly she is trying to tell him something. He will wake up and realize Atreus still hasn't returned, so he starts looking for him. Some scavengers will attack him on the way, which means the cast that kept them hidden is broken again. A bear will attack him. He defeats him, but before he kills the bear, it transforms into Atreus. He can shapeshift into animals apparently, a power that he can't control yet. They start going back to home. Atreus doesn't have full memory of when he was a bear, but slowly he realizes that a bear attacked him and he also turned into a bear and attacked back and killed it. She had 2 cubs. He tries to fix it, but it's too late. They will reach home and try to sleep, but Thor shows up and he seemingly is just trying to talk to them. Then Odin shows up with a suggestion. They should just mind their own business and he won't bother them in return. Even though Tyr is dead, Atreus had been looking for him and Odin doesn't like that. Kratos sees through the facade and rejects the offer, so Thor starts attacking him. He wants to see the god killer side of Kratos, but Kratos is a changed man. Thor kills Kratos, but he isn't satisfied, so he revives him and continues the battle. He will leave when he is satisfied with the fight. Rock and Sindri show up and take him to home with the shortcut. Kratos finds Atreus and he is fine. He tells his father that Odin just invited him to Asgard and didn't harm him, an invitation that he rejected. Kratos is angry at Atreus because of looking for Tyr, but will reluctantly agree to follow him and see what he has found. He shows some stuff that proves Tyr is alive but captured somewhere. Now that Odin and Thor know where Kratos lives, they will move to Sindri's home in the realm between realms. Kratos and Atreus go to the realm that they suspect Tyr is captured in it. They will find a dwarf who will secretly give them a map to help them. With it they find Tyr, but he had been tortured by his father Odin for so many years that he has gone mad and he is a coward now. It takes a while to beat some senses into his head. He is a shadow of his former self and doesn't want to fight at all and has no answers for them. He will just be a burden and nothing more. They will take him to Sindri's home anyway. Before and during this game, Atreus will go on his own adventure secretly and Sindri would also join to keep an eye on him. First, they will visit the giant serpent to get some clues about what they should do next. He tells them about a place called Ironwoods. Then Atreus will try to visit Freya. Sindri tells Atreus that it's dangerous, but he can't stop him. So Atreus goes to pay a visit to Freya anyway. She will instantly capture him, but when he brings her up to speed, she lets him go. We see that Freya deep down is still a good person because she sees sees the mistletoe and yet she spares him, but he will tell him not to expect the same mercy for his father. On their way back, Sindri tells Atreus that Brock has actually died once, but he couldn't accept it, so he found a way to revive him, but he only managed to find 3/4 of his soul. Brock thinks he had just passed out, but he doesn't know that he had died and got incompletely revived, and his soul is incomplete. Kratos, Atreus, and Tyr will find a temple and learn about Ragnarok, informations that Odin doesn't have. He has heard a prophecy about Ragnarok, but that one is a lie and this one is true. And according to it, Tyr and Atreus will be an important part of it. Tyr is horrified because he doesn't want to kill anyone, but Atreus is happy because it means that he will be a champion. This will lead to an argument between Kratos and Atreus, because Kratos just wants the safety of his son, but Atreus wants to find his destiny, a destiny that can get him killed, but at least it's better than a boring life. Atreus will do the teenagers thing and go to his room and close the door hard. Sindri was in the room, and like many other times in this game, he tries to be the understanding big brother to Atreus and reason with him without shouting at him. He tells him to just get some sleep to clear his mind. You, like Atreus, may laugh at it, but I agree with Sindri that sometimes just getting some sleep will solve some problems. Before Atreus does as he is told, he takes a look at a marble he found and said Ironwood, name of a place he had been thinking recently. He doesn't know that the marble he is holding actually teleports him to the place he names. So when he wakes up, he realizes that he had been teleported to Ironwood. But this will happen after a nightmare about his past mistakes. He will meet a girl named Angerboda who is around the same age of Atreus and is a giant like himself, and she seemingly is supposed to be his love interest. She will show him a prophecy that only Kratos saw in the last game, the prophecy that shows Kratos will die and Atreus will serve Odin after that. This is devastating news to Atreus. He will have a panic attack and turn into a wolf as a result, which will be his rage mode for most of the game. Angerboda calls him down. Later she will give him a bag full of marbles that hold the souls of the giants in them. They did this to themselves so that Odin couldn't give them a slow and painful death. So most of the giants are marble now. Some of them like Faye and Angerboda's parents are dead, and now Atreus, Angerboda and her grandmother Gryla are the only giants in flesh. Gryla has lost almost all her family members, and her coping mechanism is to consume the souls of the animals like drugs. They will put the soul of a giant in a soulless snake. The snake will later grow up and become the giant serpent. They will save a wolf from Gryla, and as a result she will say some mean stuff to Angerboda. But she is not angry because she is kind to her sometimes. Now it is time for Atreus to go back home. Angerboda tells Atreus not to tell anyone about Ironwood. She will give him a marble and tells him to close his eyes and say home to get teleported back to home. But he will be sent to the old home and not the new one. Kratos will show up before he goes to the new home. Atreus can't tell him where he has been, so Kratos is very angry with him. A Valkyrie attacks them, who is actually Freya in disguise. She tries to kill Kratos, so Atreus turns into a bear and attacks Freya. When she sees that Kratos is defending her against his own son, she calms down a little bit. She calls a temporary truce, and Kratos will help Freya to break the spell that traps Freya in this realm. A spell that her ex-husband Odin has casted on her. They will meet Freyr, who is Freya's brother. Their relationship is rough, so Kratos tells the story of Deimos and Calliope to her so that she might start over with her brother. He will also tell her his story of vengeance so that Freya would realize vengeance won't make her feel any better. Also here we will realize that Odin wanted to wage war against the realm that Freya was born in, but Mimir, who used to be Odin's advisor, suggests his marriage to Freya in order to make peace, but it went disastrous. Freya just became Odin's plaything and her realm got destroyed anyway. So Mimir is also known as a monster by some people. That's not the only infamous thing Mimir has done before we meet him. He hadn't always been the good guy we know and love. Kratos and Freya will break the spell and now she is free. She is still angry at Kratos, but she knows that Kratos is not the one who should die. So she calls a truce for real this time and again will be an ally from now on. She will ask Freya why he never came to rescue her. He said because he thought she was dead. So they will start over their siblinghood. When they come back home, they suspect that Atreus was in Asgard. Atreus can't tell them about Ironwood, so almost everyone is angry at him for going to Asgard. Atreus is so angry that he runs away and goes to Asgard for real. On the way, he will see the giant turtle Freya used to live in. Freya was so busy grieving that she had completely forgotten about it. Atreus will save it. He will meet Heimdall, another son of Odin. He is the biggest jerk you can ever imagine. He can read minds and can see the future, so he knows every single move you gonna do on him, and as a result you can never touch him, so defeating him in a fight is impossible. He is also what if Hermes was a fun character. Heimdall has a big mouth like Hermes, but unlike Hermes he has the talent to back it up. Odin shows up and he treats Atreus so well that instantly he kinda becomes a father figure to him. He takes Atreus to his new room, a room that belonged to Modi. Yeah, Odin always goes out of his way to make the situation awkward. Thrud, Thor's daughter, enters the room. She basically says he killed her brother, but she hated her brother anyway, so enjoy the room. Okay? Odin will give a living sword named Ingrid to Atreus. This sword can move on its own and aid him in battles. It actually belongs to Freyr. Odin will show a crack in reality that seemingly has answer to everything. Once he tried to look into it and he lost an eye as a result. Seemingly the only way of seeing through it is a magic mask that is incomplete, and he needs Atreus to find the missing pieces. So Atreus and Thor will go to a place to find one. While Thor is busy, Angerboda shows up and with the help of Atreus will collect a marble and then go before Thor shows up. Angerboda was seemingly supposed to be just a small part of the story of Atreus, but Atreus convinced her that she can change her fate and become more important, so she will be more active in this world. Atreus and Thor will come back with the peace, and we see that Odin doesn't treat Thor well, and there are two theories that could be the reason. First is that Thor, despite being a half giant like Atreus, is known for killing many giants, even his own giant mother, and Odin might have loved her for real. Second is that Odin knows power-wise he is no match for Thor, so since his childhood he had been breaking him down so that he could never think about overthrowing him. What he did to Thor is an unfortunate thing that some humans do to some animals. For example, an adult elephant in chains. You might think that the elephant can easily break those chains, and you are right. But the thing is that this elephant have been chained since childhood. It might have tried a lot to break free, but back then it wasn't strong enough. But now that it is strong, it still is under the false assumption that it is too weak to break free. We will see a nice transition from Atreus to Kratos. In order to find out what should they do next, Kratos, Mimir and Freya will try to find the Norns, who are the Norse version of the Sisters of Fate. that on the way the Norns will read their minds and remind them of their mistakes of the past. What they did to Freya is the most brutal one, but also a very cool one. I'm a psychopath, I know. A vision of Balder shows up and curses Freya for ruining his life. Then a vision of Freya comes and says nobody harms my boy except for me, and will kill Balder the same way Kratos did, right in front of the real Freya's eyes. Then a vision of Sigrun the Valkyrie, Mimir's love interest, shows up and tells Mimir that he is a monster because he never stopped Odin from harming people. Then a vision of Atreus shows up, and at first it seems that he is begging Kratos to save him from Odin, but turns out that he is begging Odin to save him from his monster father. Yes, they did some messed up mind tricks on them. A psychological horror in their eyes. They will reach the Norns, and you might think like God of War 2, we are going to fight them to change our fate. But we actually see something much more interesting that I agree with. They say that fate is not real. People just act very predictably, and that's what they have called fate. The Norns do not write the destiny of people. They are just really good at predicting what people do. They know how selfish people are, and they know, depending on their situation, what selfish choices they make. People are greedy, and they will keep taking from other people until they destroy themselves. Of course a mother would do anything to keep her child safe, even if it means she will be hated. Of course a father would burn down an entire world if he lost his family. In many ancient stories, we have heard the story of people who would execute their destiny by trying to avoid it. But this game tells us that destiny doesn't happen because it was set for them. It happens because people make selfish choices. Choices that sometimes look like a selfless one, but it actually is selfish. Fate happens because we refuse to change. This scene single-handedly makes the story of this game one of the best in gaming history. They will tell Kratos that he will realize that Heimdall intends to kill Atreus in Asgard, so he would kill Heimdall, which would lead to Ragnarök and eventually his own death. They leave. Kratos talks to Sindri and Brok about how to kill Heimdall. They will give a material to Kratos that he can give to a lady who can make a weapon out of it. A weapon that can kill Heimdall. Sindri has met this lady multiple times, but for some reason he never lets Brok see her. But this time Kratos forces Sindri to let Brok come with him instead of him. They will see the Lady of the Forge, who will make a magic ring for Kratos that can spawn infinite spears for Kratos, kinda like Arms of Sparta. She apparently has to bless the weapon as well, but she leaves. She also acts as if Brok isn't even there, and as a result, he realizes that Sindri had been lying to him and his soul is incomplete. Kratos wants Brok to bless the weapon instead. Brok says he can't do it because his soul is incomplete, but Kratos tells him that it needs the blessing of a great blacksmith like Brok, so he agrees. Yes, Kratos isn't an antisocial anymore. He now knows how to use his tongue and not just his hands. Brok is still angry at Sindri, but he tells Kratos and Mimir not to bring it up in front of Sindri. Odin will show up in front of Kratos. He will both try to look like a good guy and trash talk to Kratos. Then he leaves. They will go home and we see how differently he treats his weapons. He just throws the blades of chaos while he carefully puts the Leviathan axe on the table. I personally like the blades of chaos more gameplay wise, but in the eyes of Kratos, one is cursed to him and one is gifted to him. It makes sense for him to favor the axe, but he will later learn to respect all his weapons, because it is not the weapon, it's the person who wields them. Kratos will reflect on his life again. again. He will sleep and will dream about the time Faye was alive and Atreus was a baby. When he wakes up, we see a good transition from Kratos to Atreus. He and Thrud will go to Helheim to find a piece. They will see a giant wolf in chains and free him. This is a big mistake because the wolf is Gorm, and now that he is unleashed, he can make portals to other dimensions so many times until reality breaks apart. Even though Odin doesn't seem to be angry with him, Atreus wants to leave. Odin accepts it under the condition that he gives the mask and the sword back because he doesn't trust the people around him. Atreus will come back home and sees that monsters from other realms are attacking them. He tells them that it's his fault and everyone is angry at him. Everyone except for Kratos, who has learned to go easy on him. They will both go to Helheim and stop Gorm. They can't kill him, so Atreus comes up with a plan. In the beginning of the game that Atreus casted a spell, he actually put the soul of Fenrir in his knife, and by stabbing Gorm with that knife, the soul of Fenrir goes into the body of Gorm, and now he has full control of the body, so they are safe now. In a way, Fenrir got revived as a gigantic wolf with the ability of teleporting into other realms. During this time, Kratos and Atreus will talk it out. They will apologize to each other and become better people. Then they will go to another realm and see someone who actually is the warthog who was Freya's friend. In that time, he was turned into an animal and couldn't revert back to a human. He doesn't seem to be too salty about it. Two wolves that control the day and night cycle have stopped working because Heimdall relocated an item. Kratos and Atreus will fix it. Kratos will find Heimdall, and with the new weapon he can kill him. How does this weapon help? I don't know. This is one part of the writing of the game that leaves a lot to be desired. Like they never exactly said how this weapon counters Heimdall's powers. They show Kratos as a monster in this scene, but they are wrong. Kratos gave him a chance multiple times and tried his best not to kill him, but Heimdall refused to give up. This guy will sacrifice himself to save the rest. What was his name again? Atreus convinces Kratos to let him go back to Odin to execute their plan to stop him. Sindri will give Atreus an orb that lets him instantly teleport back home if things went wrong. Atreus and Thor will complete the mask. Thor's wife finally convinces Thor to kill Atreus. Atreus will run away with the mask. Now our heroes have everything they need to stop Odin. Tyr, who had been a burden this whole time, finally agrees to help, which makes Brock suspicious. When he is making everyone else suspicious of him as well, he drops the facade and kills Brock. Turns out that this whole time, Tyr had been Odin in disguise. Odin tries to run away with the mask, but our heroes get the mask. Brock's last words to Sindri makes him one of the best God of War characters. He is not angry at Sindri, and he is not afraid that because of his incomplete revival, there is no afterlife for him. He just wants his brother to let go of him. Despite Brock's words, Sindri becomes a completely different person and blames Atreus for the death of Brock. He leaves them, but eventually he comes back to Hel so that he would avenge Brock. Before the final battle, our heroes spend some time with each other because some of them will probably die the next day. Freya with her brother Freyr, Mimir with his love interest Sigrun, and Kratos with his son Atreus. They think that Kratos has the highest chance of dying between our heroes, so Kratos and Atreus will spend time with each other in the most bittersweet way possible, a moment that is one of my favorites. They will start Ragnarök, but when some innocents die because of Odin's plannings, they send Ragnarök away and try to stop Odin without more collateral damage. Kratos tells Atreus that he was wrong, and instead of closing his heart to people, he should open them. His sympathy for other people is a gift and he should never ever let go of it. Kratos will defeat Thor, but he refuses to kill him. He will finally reason with Thor, and now that Thor won't obey Odin, Odin kills Thor with a surprise attack right in front of Thrud. Now everyone knows what a monster Odin is. Atreus breaks the mask and the crack in reality vanishes. Odin is devastated and now he wants to kill them all. They will trap Odin's soul in a marble, and by breaking it they can kill Odin for good. Atreus, Kratos and Freya won't do it, so Sindri is the one to destroy the marble and kill Odin. Our heroes win the war, but it will be at the cost of the life of people like Brock and Freya. Because Kratos changed and did not kill Thor as he was expected, he didn't die and changed his fate. You might ask how come Kratos succeeded to change his fate, but Freya couldn't change the fate of her son. Doesn't this prove the norms wrong about people being predictable? No, because Freya made a selfish change, while Kratos made a selfless change. Now that Odin has paid for his sins and Kratos is alive, Atreus will tell his father that he has to go on his own adventures to find the other giants. Kratos agrees and we will have a bittersweet goodbye of the father and son. Kratos will see another prophecy that shows him as a god of peace, praised by everyone. This almost makes Kratos cry tears of joy. He can't believe that after all the horrible stuff he has done, he is given redemption. He then sees Atreus giving Angrboda a hug before he leaves. Some people may say that they would rather have Thrud as the love interest of Atreus, and Angrboda had to be removed. I disagree. Angrboda is a fine character, and also I say shipping Atreus with Thrud is weird, just like how shipping Kratos with Freya is weird. Like, imagine years will pass and their kid would say, "Mom, how did you meet Dad?" And Thrud would be like, "Oh yeah, your father killed my brother and that was the start of our love story." Or Freya would say, "Oh, your father killed my son and that's how we fell in love." Am I the only one who thinks it is messed up? Like, no, seriously, I've seen more than a few people who ship them together. At the end of the game, Kratos, Mimir, and Freya will continue their adventure. Now you can explore the world and do old and new side quests. One of them includes saving the real Tyr. Everyone will get a happy or at least a bittersweet ending except for Brock and Sindri. Because Brock's soul was incomplete, it means there is no afterlife for him, and Sindri will hate himself and everyone else for it. One of the two lights in the darkness is dead and the other one is no longer the light in the darkness that he used to be. Kratos and Mimir will reach a shore. They will see the gate to Valhalla. Kratos forces it open and enters it. Kratos will be knocked out and shows up in front of the gate again. That's when Freya shows up and asks Kratos what he is doing here. Kratos shows a paper and says he was invited here, but nobody knows who is the host. She tells him that Valhalla draws from the memories of those who enter it, and says that she won't join Kratos and Mimir because unlike them, she has never died. Kratos enters Valhalla again. Kratos will see his old throne from the Greek games. Then he hears a voice and gets so much headache that he shows up in front of the door again. Freya warns them that Valhalla doesn't always revive, but Kratos re-enters it anyway. During this DLC, Kratos will die and get revived and re-enter Valhalla multiple times. This DLC is similar to games like Don't Starve, Hades and Returnal, in which dying and starting over is actually part of the story. Each time Kratos enters Valhalla, he will see more parts of the Greek God of War games. First, he sees the three judges. Then he tells Mimir that the voice they heard in the throne room belongs to Helios, and he won't be a lending hand. Kratos reaches the throne again, and Mimir's head gets replaced with the head of Helios. And sometimes he will be the talking head instead of Mimir. Just like Mimir, Helios will aid Kratos, but he will trash talk sometimes. Kratos will reach the chamber of sacrifice from God of War 1, the place in which we had to burn a caged soldier in order to open a door. Kratos will put the head of Helios in the cage and do that thing again. But during it, enemies from the Greek games will attack him. Now, like God of War 3, he can summon the blades of Olympus during rage mode. When he starts to sacrifice Helios, he reverts back to Mimir. Kratos breaks the cage to save Mimir, and Valhalla considers it cheating, but Sigrun saves them. You could say the fact that Kratos' first instinct was to kill someone proves that he hasn't changed at all, but I don't see it that way. I mean, there is you and a head and a cage, and all three of them should be parts of a puzzle. Something should definitely be in the cage. It can't be you, because the head can't pull the lever. So obviously the head should be in the cage, and you should pull the lever. I believe this is what Kratos thought, and it's also what I would have done. I don't think there was evil intentions behind it. Also, I mentioned before that this horrible thing Kratos did in God of War 1 was a necessary sacrifice to save many more people. The real monsters in that situation were the gods that always put a horrible price for doing stuff. Kratos will reach the chamber again, and this time he puts himself in the cage. This time it works, and Kratos and Mimir will be sent to another part of Valhalla, and they meet Tyr, the real one, not the Odin disguise. Tyr was the one who invited Kratos to Valhalla, and for what purpose, you might ask? To force Kratos to seek therapy, of course. I am not kidding. This DLC is basically Kratos finally goes to therapy the game. Boys will burn down an entire pantheon before they take a therapy session. Tyr wants to help Kratos clear his mind. Kratos tried his best to put his past behind him and become a better man, and he succeeded, but not completely. So Tyr is here to finalize Kratos' redemption arc. Kratos is no regular patient, so Tyr will have to combine therapy stuff with fighting, because that's Kratos' language. We will fight Tyr as a boss fight a few times, and each time he has a weapon from a different mythology. If I'm not mistaken, first from Greece, then from Aztec, then from Egypt, and then from Japan. So yeah, based on this, God of War 6 could be in any mythology. Tyr will look at the stuff Kratos did in his past from a different point of view. For example, the time Kratos made a pact with Ares had always been depicted as a selfish act before this scene, but now Tyr shows a positive take on it. If Kratos didn't do that here, the barbarians would have won the war and they would completely destroy Sparta. So in a way, Kratos did a heroic act that day. What Tyr is saying is that Kratos had always been a deep character, and it didn't just start from 2018. They will have a look at Kratos' history with Helios, and Tyr says that Kratos wasn't indifferent. He was hurt and he handled it unprofessionally. He also says that goodness is not a destination but a practice, which is a good line. Kratos will also find a statue of Pandora, which will lead to them reflect on the story of Pandora and how unfairly Kratos killed her father, and also about how Kratos made the gods eviler by opening Pandora's box. Again, if you ask me, the gods were evil even before that. Kratos will finally reach his throne without any headache, and we will see classic Kratos on the throne. I, like many other, at first wanted to have a boss fight against him, or at least to hear T.C. Carson talk as him a little bit. But now that I think, this scene is actually perfect. No outside force, just Kratos himself reflecting on his entire life. At first he will blame classic Kratos, but very shortly he starts blaming himself. They are the same person in different times after all. After a little while, he will accept that classic Kratos did all those horrible stuff because he was a product of his time. He will accept that what classic Kratos, no, what Kratos did was horrible, but they will move on from it and choose to become a better person. Now that Kratos has accepted the harsh truth, classic Kratos vanishes, and now modern Kratos will sit on the throne. During the DLC, Freya asked him multiple times to become the new god of war of Norse mythology, but he denied it all the time, but now he accepts it. If in God of War 4 he was learning to be a human again, now he is learning to be a god again. Yes, he will once again become the god of war, but this time he will be a good god like Tyr and not an evil god like Ares. The God of War franchise started with Kratos becoming a god, and now it ends with Kratos becoming a god. But the context couldn't be any more different. Beautiful. You could argue that God of War Ragnarök was more about Atreus, but this DLC is definitely about Kratos. And if you are one of those people who make fun of this DLC and say the story of Valhalla was just Kratos calling himself a monster and other people telling him he is not, you guys are so mean. So yeah, great story. We will definitely get more God of War games, but this to me is the perfect ending. I could be wrong, but I feel like that story wise we have picked here, and gameplay wise we picked at God of War 3. So the next games probably won't be anywhere close to be as good. They can be good, but in order to reach greatness, they have gigantic shoes to fill. From the 2010 comic to God of War Ascension to Chains of Olympus to God of War 1 to Ghosts of Sparta to God of War Betrayal to God of War 2 to God of War 3 to the Fallen God comic to the 2018 comic to God of War 4 to Ragnarök to Valhalla, we have a perfect saga, and the next game needs to do so many good things to be a worthy continuation to this perfect saga or to be a start of a new great saga. This DLC and the game as a whole is end of an era. So those were my general thoughts about these games. As you can guess, I feel conflicted about the gameplay, but everything else is amazing. I agree that it is heartbreaking that the moment God of War 4 was published, people started trash talking to the older games. It is sad that most of the AAA games now look more like a movie than a game. It is heart-shattering that the only way games can be called a masterpiece by everyone is to look less like a game. It is a betrayal that some games are not made for gamers anymore. It is a betrayal that some video games are ashamed to be a video game. It is a betrayal that some games become hold forward to win, and to see that God of War, a game series that was already a masterpiece in a video game way, would become guilty of being a masterpiece in a movie way is the biggest betrayal of them all. They changed genre just as easily as they replaced T.C. Carson without telling him. But you know what? Despite all of these, the Norse God of War games are still in my list of favorite games of all time. Just like the Greek trilogy, I couldn't get too deep into this new gameplay, but the huge fan base of these games games show that it is probably a me problem and not a game problem, and probably some people got into old God of War because of new God of War. I might not replay these games that much, but I still think very fondly of my first playthrough of them, and the story again might feel more like a movie story, but still very good story. Christopher Judge does a great job as the voice of Kratos, just like T.C. Carson. There are multiple things in these games that prove that they still care. Proofs you will find if you play these games with an open mind. The old God of War games still exist, and I can replay them till the end of time. I may not enjoy the gameplay of the new games as much as the old ones, but they are still fun. Also, you could argue that if they continued the old gameplay, it would have eventually become boring. Some would say God of War Ascension is already a proof, but I say God of War Ascension actually did a few unnecessary changes to the formula. If they continued making God of War 3 but more, then probably we would have 1 or 2 more fun games, but after a while it would become boring. Just like the 2D Mario games. The ones on NES and SNES were masterpieces, but when you reach the top of the mountain, reaching it for the second time does not feel spatial anymore. That's the reason that most 2D Mario games after the SNES games are just boring. Objectively, there is nothing wrong about them, but they just don't feel spatial anymore, and as a result they are boring to me. So it was either a big change in the formula or just boring games. And between new God of War and no God of War, I would still choose new God of War. I understand both sides of this argument. This is a situation in which both sides are right. I understand if you love these new games, and I understand if you hate these new games. You can love the new games but hate the old ones. You can love the old games but hate the new ones. Like me, you can love both the old games and the new games, or hate God of War in general. Every single one of us humans are unique, and we have the right to love something or hate something. That is okay. What is not okay is a toxic attitude. Feel free to have your opinions, but never ever insult each other. Be respectful of other humans. You are free to do anything you want unless it takes away the freedom of others. Don't make other people feel bad for having a different opinion. So the main part of the video is over, and this last part, I think I am not going to edit it because this series retrospective took a long time, like much longer than what I thought it would be. I thought it would be like only 6 months or something, like my last retrospective, but life happens, So yeah, let's finish it right now. If you want to just exit the video now, feel free to do it. So I think now that I have talked about everything, it would be a good time to rank everything I've talked about. So it is not just a ranking of the game, this one is a ranking of every official God of War thing. The only thing that I will not include in this ranking are the strategy guides and the art books, because in my opinion they are part of the games that I am going to rank. I don't think they can really stand on their own feet as a separated entity. They are part of the thing they are supposed to be a companion to. By that logic, I also will not rank the soundtracks separately, because yes, you can have the soundtrack on a CD separated from the game, but again, those soundtracks are part of the game. I'm already overcomplicating stuff by just including the books and comics as well, and maybe something that I put it on C tier, it's God of War C tier. A God of War C tier, when you compare it to other video game stuff, maybe it would be a B tier or even an A tier game, but at least in my opinion, the bar for God of War is so high that, you know, even a good enough game would be considered mid or even bad here. So yeah, let's start the ranking. At F tier, at number 26, we have Temple of Helios. It is a browser game and it's kind of a lost media, so you know, by default it becomes the worst because there is nothing to talk about. I just know that it exists, but because it is a lost media and I cannot play it for myself, unfortunately it will be at the bottom of the list. At number 25, we have Mimir's Vision. It is a mobile app and it's just a map basically, you know, it has some facts in it, but it didn't have anything that really interested me in it, you know. So because again I don't have anything to say about it, it's at the bottom of the list. At number 24, I have the God of War 20th Anniversary Retrospective book, and I think I shouldn't have really included it here, but I just felt like putting it here, so here it is, you know. It's just kind of an art book, you know, a behind the scenes stuff, you know. Again, anything that will make these books interesting is because of the games that they are tied to, you know. It's just an art book. I don't have anything special for it. Maybe if other people wanted to make retrospectives on God of War, they would have these books as a source, but you know, just sitting around and reading them wouldn't be as fun as playing those games. At number 23, I have the God of War cookbook. It's just a cookbook and I am not interested in it really. It's all I have, but you know, it's just kind of funny that exists, so it's better than the 3 things I put below it. At number 22, I have A Call from the Wild. It is a Facebook game and it is a text-based adventure game, so you know, it's a throwback at very old games, like way before my time, so I'm just too young to care about this stuff. So here it is, like when you compare it to the other games, you know, you're just typing stuff, it's not that fun really, but it had a few interesting moments here and there, so it's above the stuff below it. At number 21, I have Rise of the Warrior. This one is kind of a comic book but also a browser game at the same time. Like at each page of the comic, you know, you can answer a question to get a cool art picture or something. But here's the thing, I just don't care about this comic because it's about an OC, you know, it is not about Kratos, it is not about any other main character of God of War, it's just about a random guy that you actually won't see in any game. You know, the only reason it exists is to show how harsh the Furies are, the villains of God of War Ascension. Like, you know, there is this man who, you know, just because of circumstances completely outside of his control, he has to break a vow, but the Furies just didn't care about those circumstances and they just put him in jail anyway. Yeah, you know, it just wanted to show that no other reason for this thing's existence. I know I'm too harsh on it, but whatever. Okay, now we are at E tier, and At number 20, I have the God of War card game. This one is this low because I just don't care about card games, but I am curious enough in it. Maybe one day I'm going to get this card game and play it with my friends. Maybe one day. At number 19, I have the novel version of God of War 4. It's just a book. It's just God of War 4 in the form of a book. The reason this one is this low is because God of War 4 is already a very story heavy game. Like, their focus is on the story a lot, and unlike the Greek games, I just don't see any reason for its existence. Just for this one is this low for the same reason that I am not really interested in the new God of War TV series that I think is going to be out in 2026 or 2027. The game already feels like a movie, like getting a movie or TV show adaptation of it just isn't that special. So yeah, why should I really read the book when the game itself feels like watching a movie or reading a book? It's kinda unnecessary. I know a lot of people would disagree with me, but that's just how I feel. That's my honest feelings about this stuff. At number 18, I have the God of War Fallen God comic. And this one kinda disappointed me. Like, Kratos goes to the Egypt mythology, but he just doesn't do anything important in it. And also it happens after the Greek saga but before the Norse saga, but it didn't connect the two sagas to each other. Like, it never told us how Kratos went from Greece to North. We are still just assuming that Kratos just went from Greece to North through a boat. Like, that's kind of anticlimactic. There are so many unanswered questions that this comic could answer, but it did not. And it's just a filler episode. Like, nothing special happens in it, except like giving us the answer to the question that why does Kratos still keep the Blades of Chaos if he really hates his past that much. But with the exception of that, there is nothing special about it. Okay, now we are at D tier, and at number 17 I have the 2018 God of War comic. Well, I didn't have that much expectations for this one, so this one is above the Fallen God comic. And also it was a little bit more interesting, even though again nothing special happened in this one. But Kratos and Atreus spent time with each other a little bit. I think that's cute enough. But again, it didn't give us enough information to put it higher than the place it already is. Now at number 16 I have the God of War manga. It is, I think, part of a God of War Ghost of Sparta strategy guide or something, and it's just here because of the fact that a God of War manga exists, but like the novelty only puts it above the stuff I've put below it. And it's just an abridged version of the story of God of War 1, so again nothing special. At number 15 I have God of War B is for Boy, and this one is a parody book, you know, it's just some silly little thing to have a small laughter or something. And yeah, a small laughter or something is better than nothing. So yeah, that's it. But it's just a silly little joke, you know, it can't be higher than the ranking it already is. At number 14 I have God of War Lore and Legends, another book, and this one had a few informations that was actually interesting to me. That's why it is here. If you are interested to know more about the modern God of War duology, then you could check out this book. Now we are at C tier, and at number 13 I have the book version of God of War 2, and at number 12 I have the book version of God of War 1. Both of them were really interesting, but note that I listened to their audiobook version while playing the games at the same time, so maybe the reason I enjoyed them was because I was playing the games at the same time. Maybe if I was just listening to them on their own, or if I was just reading them on their own, maybe they would not be this high, but that's how I feel about this game. That's how I feel about these books right now. They had some interesting stuff in them, and the reason right now I put the book version of God of War 1 above God of War 2 is because I just had more things to say about I had more stuff to talk about. But I would also give you this, that the God of War 2 book actually made me feel the anxiety that the Sisters of Fate were feeling. So, you know, maybe based on that single thing I could put the book version of God of War 2 above the book version of God of War 1, but it won't matter really. They are both equally high quality. They are both good books that if you are a big fan of God of War, I think you should check them out. Now at number 11 I have God of War Ascension, and I'm sorry to say this, I know this game has its fans, but I think for this one I have to agree with the critics, you know. I agree that this one is nowhere near as good as the other 3D God of War games. Yeah, you know, if we lived in a world that only had God of War Ascension, it would have been maybe one of my favorite games of all time. But now that 7 better games exist, then yeah, there is no reason for playing this game really. But again, maybe in a regular ranking it would be a B tier or maybe even an A tier game, but by God of War standards it is a C tier game. It is just mid, and the story wasn't that much interesting either. Like, the franchise could live without it really. Now we are at B tier, and we have reached the top 10. And at number 10 I have God of War Ghost of Sparta, and again I think it is a hot take to put it below Chains of Olympus, but you know, when you are on a boat for the second time, you know, when you are going to go to Atlantis for the second time. That single part of the game just killed it for me. Like, it was such a miserable experience that it just made me hate the game. You know, maybe if that section didn't exist, I would have put this game much higher, but after playing that section on hard mode, just my passion for this game was gone. Like, I just started hating the game. But right now I do not hate the game because, you know, it's God of War. Even a bad God of War game is still good enough, but there are much better God of War games in my opinion, and I would rather replay those games than this game. The story was good though, I give it that. Like, I am happy that this game exists. I could live in a world that God of War Ascension did not exist, but this one would be but this one, I like it. I wouldn't want to live in a world that this game doesn't exist. At number 9, I have Beat of War. Yes, the only unofficial thing on this list. It is a fan game, but as far as I know, it is the only God of War fan game. So because of that, I will include it here. You know, it is not like the Sonic community that every single day tens of fan games would be made. No. Here in God of War, there is only one God of War fan game, and because of that, I will include it here. And I did enjoy it. And because of the variety and you know, because of variety, it is even above God of War Ascension and God of War Ghosts of Sparta. And I think this is the part that you guys are like raising an eyebrow at me or something, or rolling your eyes. But you know, I have just played too many 3D hack and slash games. Like, you know, God of War Ghosts of Sparta and God of War Ascension didn't bring anything new. To the table really. But this one did, you know, just because of how different it is. It goes above those two games. And also the game is good enough if you ask me. Like, there are NES games that are better than this game, but there are also many more NES games that are much worse than this game. And I'm comparing it to NES games because it's supposed to be an NES throwback game. Like, the moment you open up the game, you know, you are seeing the cover of the game on an NES cartridge, on a NES cartridge. So yeah, that's what it was meant to be. It's a combination of God of War with 8-bit Mega Man, which is another gaming franchise that I really love. And yeah, it was a cute little Mega Man game, it was a cute little God of War game, it was a cute little NES game, it was a cute little 2D action platformer. It's a cute little game, I love it. And yeah, the simplicity of this game is the thing that makes it beautiful. And now if you're mad that I put a fan game above Ghosts of Sparta and God of War Ascension, then now you will be more mad. Because at number 8 I have God of War Betrayal, the old mobile games on the flip phones, the Java game. And again, this one, like Beat of War, brings brings variety to the table. Just the fact that it's 2D, it makes it unique enough, and I actually love 2D games. You know, I'm not one of those people who say, oh yeah, 2D games are just for the past. Right now everything should be 3D. No, I disagree. There are many indie games that are 2D pixel art games, and I love them. Like, my favorite game of all time is a 2D pixel art game. And yeah, this one is above Bit of War simply because its graphics are better. Like, for a Java game, this game looks really impressive, you know. It's the lower expectations that put this game this high on the list, you know. God of War Ascension is a PS3 game, so I expect it to be much better. But from a Java game, I do not have any expectations, you know. Just the fact that it functions, it's fine. But you know, this game does more than just functioning. It's actually one of the best J2ME games. Like, if like me you have played other games on those old mobiles, you know that most of them, let's be honest, are really bad. And yeah, this one is not really bad. In fact, it's above average, maybe even really good. So yeah, it's again a cute little 2D action. It's a cute little 2D action platformer, and just the fact that it exists makes it really interesting. Now we reach A tier, so good games. At number 7 I have Chains of Olympus, and again the simplicity is the thing that puts this game this high on the list. Look, it is not as good as the mainline God of War games, but it is close enough. Look, I enjoy this game so much that in a single day I can play the game twice in a row without getting tired. And yeah, the story of it is really good. Like, that moment that Kratos has to let go of his daughter, like, that's a genuinely heartbreaking scene. And the fact that it's the hardest QTE in the game, just wow. Like, you couldn't tell, you know, if this game was anything other than a game, it would have never hit that hard, because how are you supposed to like do that in another form of media that is not interactive? And also the gameplay is really good, especially the moments that you find the gauntlet of Zeus. Like, that weapon is so crunchy, every single punch of it is so satisfying that I can't help but love the game. At number 6 I have the 2010 God of War comic. Yes, in this gaming franchise, a comic book managed to be this high on the list. Like, I enjoyed it more than some games. I enjoyed this God of War comic more than some God of War games, and that's because this one was ambitious. Like, it was 6 issues, and during those 6 issues it did many things. As opposed to the other God of War comics that in 4 issues they didn't do much. There's that. Also, I love the art style of this comic. I know it's ugly, it's muggy, but fun fact, the world Kratos lives in is a very ugly one. It's full of bad people, it's full of monsters, it's full of cruel gods, so many tragedies in it. Like, this ugliness captured that ugliness of that world in the most beautiful way possible. This comic is ugly in a very beautiful way. It is kind of creepy, and I say it actually helps you to, and it actually helps the comic become more immersive, if you ask me. And I really love the story of it, like the fact that Kratos went through hell and back to save his daughter. Like, I really loved it. And the fact that it made the barbarian king a more important character is really interesting. The fact that they give him a name and they actually made him Kratos' rival, like he's kind of the Virgil to Kratos' Dante. Like, it's kind of like that. And also it just showed how cruel the gods of the God of War series are. Yeah, like everything this comic did, I enjoyed it. Like, if there is one single extended media of God of War that you should read it for yourself, it's the 2010 comic. Like, the other comics and the other books, you could live without them, but this one adds a lot to the lore, and I love it for that. You know, I would love to one day see a video game adaptation of this comic. I love it that much, and you know, it's ambitious enough that if you turned it into a game, it wouldn't be boring. Also, shout out to this panel from the comic. This face of Kratos is so funny and so legendary that it rivals the Archie Shadow face. Now, at number 5, I have God of War 4, and at number 4, I have God of War Ragnarok. Both of these games are almost equally as good, but in the end I decided to put Ragnarok above 4 because in Ragnarok the relationship of Kratos and Atreus has become better, and Sindri and Brock have become part of their family. Like, it has become much more enjoyable. Like, while playing this game, I feel like I'm at home. Like, I just enjoy it more. But in God of War 4, because you know we are in a new world, and you know you may feel lonely while playing that game. Like, because of that, I put Ragnarok above it. Also, in Ragnarok, I like to play as Atreus, and like the story is much more ambitious. Like, it has some tragic moments that are genuinely sad, and yeah, everything that God of War 4 did, God of War Ragnarok just did it better. And I'm sure you have seen like at least 10 retrospectives of modern God of War. Everybody else has said that how awesome these games are, and yeah, there's that. Now we reach S tier, the top 3 games that are on my list of top 100 games of all time. Like, I know modern God of War is really good and I agree with it, and their story are better than the games that I'm going to mention right now. But if we are just going to talk about gameplay, these top 3 games have an easy to learn but hard to master philosophy that makes them much more enjoyable in my opinion. I love both sides of God of War. I love both the Greek games. I love both the Norse games. But if we are just going to talk about gameplay, I like the Greek trilogy more. So at number 3 I have God of War 2. And again, you don't need me to say how awesome this game is. Like, the best looking PS2 game. Like, I don't think there is any other PS2 game that looks as good as this. Almost as good as it, yes, but not literally as good as it. Like, I don't know what more to say. I've already talked for more than an hour for this game, and I think I've said everything I wanted to say about it. Just a really good action adventure game. At number 2 I have God of War 1, and this one is another hot take. Like, I put God of War 1 way too high than anybody else would have put it, but it would have been boring if it was like any other list, right? And I'm not just doing it just for the sake of having a hot take. I genuinely have more fun with God of War 1. And maybe it's because it has a better level design. Like, it kind of feels like a Metroidvania in that case, and God of War 2 does not feel like a Metroidvania that much, although you will revisit some places sometimes. And yet the secondary weapons aren't as good as the God of War 2 weapons, but it doesn't matter to me really. Like, grabbing the enemies are much more fun in this game. Like, when you just throw an enemy at another, like, everyone die, but in God of War 2 it is not like that. Also, I think the music of God of War 1 is slightly better. Like, God of War 2 may have better energetic musics, but it doesn't have that many atmospheric musics. Like, God of War 1 has more relaxing musics in it. And the Temple of Pandora is really a beautiful place. It has more variety, if you ask me. Like, every single part of it feels like a very different place, and yeah, it prevents me from getting bored in the game. And also the story is better. Like, every character has a purpose. It is not like God of War 2 that we just see different faces of the Greek mythologies and then we just kill them and they have no impact on the story or whatever. And also it does not end with a cliffhangers. And also I know what God of War 1 is about. Like, it is about ambition, it is about greed, but I don't know what God of War 2 is about. Like, I also know that God of War 3 is about hope, but again, what is God of War 2 about? I don't know. Also, it has some more creative stuff in it, like the desert of the Song of the Siren section, that you have to hear where the sirens are. You cannot rely on your eyes only. God of War 2 did not have stuff like that. Also, I like the platforming in God of War 1 better, because in God of War 2 it is not platforming, it is just a glorified QTE, but in God of War 1 it is an actual platforming but God of War 1 is actually an action platformer. It has many platforming challenges that I love. I know people rage quit. I know some people rage quit during the underworld section, but I genuinely love those sections. I love the challenge it has, and maybe that's because I love platformers. And finally, at number 1, I have God of War 3. This one is in my top 10 favorite games of all time. It is not my number 1, but it is definitely in the top 10. And it does stuff that God of War 2 did, but so much better in every single aspect that not only it is better than God of War 2, it is also better than God of War 1. Again, you know, God of War 1 might have some creative moments in it that God of War 3 did not have, like at the end of God of War 1 during Ares Phase 2, that Kratos has to hug his family in order to give his health to them. Like they turned resource management into a way of storytelling. Like that's genuinely one of the best video game storytelling moments of all time. God of War 3 does not have those stuff, but the music is better. Like Brothers of Blood, the God of War 3 version, is really energetic. It would be on my workout list if I worked out, but I don't. Also, Melody of Pandora is one of my favorite video game musics. It's so relaxing yet so dark at the same time, and I love it. And yeah, the secondary weapons are amazing, and the story is good enough. The graphics looks beautiful. And yeah, I talked about this one for 3 hours, and yeah, I've got nothing new to say about. Like everything it does is beautiful, especially the gameplay. The combat engine of it is so fun that playing any game after it feels anticlimactic. And yeah, that was my ranking, and I guess we could talk about the future of God of War. You know, God of War Ragnarok and its Valhalla DLC were like an end of an era. Like I feel we will definitely get more God of War games in the future, but I feel like they won't be as good as these games. Like if right now Sony and Santa Monica say that God of War is over, they are not going to make any new God of War game, I would be fine with it, because it was a really satisfying ending if you ask me. But there are rumors about God of War 6 happening in Egypt. There were some rumors about a remastered collection of all the Greek God of War games. The rumors that seemingly turn out to be just rumors, but I am still not losing hope. I've heard rumors about a 2D Metroidvania about Kratos' brother Deimos. This one is probably just a rumor, but it's a beautiful lie. And yeah, you know, it would be interesting if we saw all of those things become a reality. What other thing I would like to see, I think I've said it before, The Last Spartan, a spin-off game for that guy would be interesting. I think for that guy also a 2D Metroidvania would be interesting. Also an Atreus spin-off would be nice. And yeah, I think the next God of War thing that will come out is probably the TV series, and I will only watch that series when I decide to make a video about it. Like if I don't decide to make a video about it, I probably won't watch it, because as I said, God of War 4 is already a very movie-like game. I love that game, but I don't see any reason to turn it into a movie when the game is already so movie-like. And also, they are starting from the middle point of the franchise, not from the beginning. They are only adapting God of War 4 because it is by far the best-selling God of War game. I feel like they are not going to make this series just out of passion. They are just doing it for the money. If they really were passionate about God of War, I think they would have started from the beginning. And one day I might do a video of my pitch for the perfect God of War series. It would start from the birth of Kratos and it would go up until the Valhalla DLC of God of War Ragnarök, like something that has 100 episodes, and it's a really expensive show, but they seemingly are not going to do that. So yeah, I'm not really excited for that one. But for the games, again, I feel like the next God of War games will not be as interesting, but I'm sure they will be good enough. So whatever Sony and Santa Monica want to do with God of War after Ragnarök, I do trust them. I will play the next game when it comes out. But if they wanted to take a break from God of War, that's also understandable. For the moment, I'm really satisfied with where God of War is right now. So yeah, finally my God of War franchise retrospective is over. If you are here only for my God of War stuff, don't go away, because in the future I will make more God of War videos. I have obviously reviewed everything, but I could make some essays, and I will one day make a video about the God of War lore and timeline. I could do some character analysis video. There are many ranking videos I could do. I have ranked the games, but I could rank the characters, I could rank the weapons, I could rank the boss fights. There are too many ranking videos that I will do in the future. I know some people have already done that, but fun fact, other people have also done a God of War series retrospective, because other people have done it, it doesn't mean that I don't have anything new to say. I enjoy making these videos. So yeah, there's that. Also, last year I said that if you have subscribed to this channel for Lion King stuff, don't go away. And now is the time. Now that my God of War retrospective is over, I'm going to make at least one big Lion King video and maybe a few more. Maybe I'll just remaster my Lion King franchise retrospective, because I wanted to make sure that compilation video would come out in 2024. I rushed that video and now I'm unsatisfied with it. I just removed some stuff that I shouldn't have to. Maybe some stuff are in it that are just pace breakers and I should have removed them instead. Maybe I'll just speed up those videos a little bit because of how slow I talk. And probably the next video that will be published on this channel would be the Lion King fan media retrospective. So I have already talked about all the official Lion King stuff. Now it's time to talk about the unofficial ones. There are so many good Lion King fan comics, fan arts, fan animation and fan fictions that I'm going to talk about them in the next video. It will probably be a big one, so be patient with it. I might do a retrospective on Mufasa the Lion King, a spoiler review of it, and maybe I will do a video on the Lion King, a nature fun and learn series. That one had some stories in them that the Lion King comics are cute little stuff, so I might do that. I think one of the old lost Lion King comics are found now, so I might remaster my The Lion King comics video. Maybe on that I would have the Timon and Pumbaa comics and the Lion Guard comics, and the Scar miniseries and the Wild Schemes and Catastrophes would also be on there. I might make a video called The Lion King Books that is kind of a compilation of my other Lion King book videos, but it would also include the new stuff. And so yeah, I will make at least one Lion King video, maybe 2 or 3 even, but at least one of them is granted. And also last year I did say that I will talk about Kimba the White Lion, so after that Lion King video or videos I will do a ranking of every single episode of the first Kimba animated series, so also stay tuned for that. And after that, I think I've said before that I will talk about the How to Train Your Dragon franchise. But also, now that I think about it, I'm also really interested in Lilo and Stitch right now. So what I wanted to do was a double marathon, so I would do one Lilo and Stitch video and one How to Train Your Dragon video and like that. But then, you know, I'm kinda a Sega fan, so Sega has recently started to revive its dead IPs, so now a new Shinobi game is out, and I'm also really interested in doing a Shinobi series retrospective, and maybe it would be interesting to turn it into a double marathon and talk about Ninja Gaiden as well, or maybe a triple marathon so that I would include Strider as well, you know, the 3 legendary ninja video game franchises. So there are 5 franchises that I would make one video on them on a loop. So, you know, one Lilo and Stitch video, one How to Train Your Dragon video, one Shinobi video, one Ninja Gaiden video, one Strider video, then it would loop back and then it would be a Lilo and Stitch video, a How to Train Your Dragon video, and then, you know, it would go until all those franchises are gone. I think doing this will prevent me from the burnout that I felt during this series retrospective. If you enjoyed my videos and you like to see more, subscribe to this channel for more videos like this. And if you have watched this video until the end, I really appreciate what you have done, you know. Do the other YouTube stuff, like, comment, and also share it with your friends so that more people would check out this very small channel. I've been Bashir from Retro Cafe, and I thank all of you for watching this video.